Chapter 1, 5 days earlier. Crawford Hunt woke up knowing that this was the day he'd been anticipating for a long time. Even before opening his eyes, he felt a happy bubble of excitement inside his chest, which was instantly burst by a pang of anxiety. It might not go his way. He showered with customary efficiency, but took a little more time than usual on personal grooming, flossing, shaving extra close, using a blow dryer rather than letting his hair dry naturally. But he was no good at wielding the dryer, and his hair came out looking the same as it always did, unmanageable. Why hadn't he thought to get a trim? He noticed a few gray strands in his sideburns. They, plus the faint lines at the corners of his eyes and on either side of his mouth, lent him an air of maturity, but the judge would probably regard them as signs of hard living. Screw it. Impatient with his self-scrutiny, he turned away from the bathroom mirror and went into his bedroom to dress. He had considered wearing a suit, but figured that would be going overboard, like he was trying too hard to impress the judge. Besides, the navy wool blend made him feel like an undertaker. He settled for a sport jacket and tie. Although the small of his back missed the pressure of his holster, he decided not to carry. In the kitchen, he brewed coffee and poured himself a bowl of cereal, but neither settled well in his nervous stomach, so he dumped them into the disposal. As the Cheerios vaporized, he got a call from his lawyer. "You all right?" The qualities that made William Moore a good lawyer worked against him as a likable human being. He possessed little grace and zero charm. So, although he'd called to ask about Crawford's state of mind, the question sounded like a challenge to which he expected a positive answer. "Doing okay? Court will convene promptly at 2 o'clock. "Right. Wish it was earlier. Are you going into your office first?" "Thought about it. Maybe. I don't know. You should. Work will keep your mind off the hearing." Crawford hedged. "I'll see how the morning goes." "Nervous?" "No." The attorney snorted with skepticism. Crawford admitted to experiencing a few butterflies. "We've gone over it," the lawyer said. "Look everyone in the eye, especially the judge. Be sincere. You'll do fine." Although it sounded easy enough, Crawford released a long breath. "At this point, I've done everything I can. It's now up to the judge, whose mind is probably already made up. Maybe, maybe not. The decision could hinge on how you comport yourself on the stand." Crawford frowned into the phone. "But no pressure. I have a good feeling. Better than the other kind, I guess, but what happens if I don't win today? What do I do next? Short of taking out a contract on Judge Spencer. Don't even think in terms of losing." When Crawford didn't respond, Moore began to lecture. "The last thing we need is for you to slink into court looking pessimistic. Right? I mean it. If you look unsure, you're sunk. Right. Go in there with confidence, certainty, like you've already kicked butt. I've got it, okay?" Responding to his client's testiness, Moore backed down. "I'll meet you outside the courtroom a little before 2. He hung up without saying goodbye, with hours to kill before he had to be in court. Crawford wandered through his house, checking things. Fridge, freezer, and pantry were well stocked. He'd had a maid service come in yesterday, and the 3 industrious women had left the whole house spotless. He tidied his bathroom and made his bed. He didn't see anything else he could improve upon. Last, he went into the second bedroom, the one he'd spent weeks preparing for George's homecoming, not allowing himself to think that from tonight forward, his little girl wouldn't be spending every night under his roof. He'd left the decorating up to the saleswoman at the furniture store. "George is 5 years old, about to start kindergarten." She asked, "Favorite color?" "Pink." "Second favorite?" "Pink." "Do you have a budget?" "Knock yourself out." She'd taken him at his word. Everything in the room was pink except for the creamy white headboard, chest of drawers, and vanity table with an oval mirror that swiveled between upright spindles. He had added touches he thought Georgia would like: picture books with pastel covers featuring rainbows and unicorns and such, a menagerie of stuffed animals, a ballet tutu with glittery slippers to match, and a doll wearing a pink princess gown and gold crown. The saleswoman had assured him it was a 5-year-old girl's fantasy room. The only thing missing was the girl. He gave the bedroom one final inspection, then left the house, and, without consciously intending to, found himself driving toward the cemetery. He hadn't come since Mother's Day, when he and his in-laws had brought Georgia to visit the grave of the mother she didn't remember. Solemnly, Georgia had laid a bouquet of roses on the grave as instructed, then had looked up at him and asked, "Can we go get ice cream now, Daddy?" Leaving his parents-in-law to pay homage to their late daughter, he'd scooped Georgia into his arms and carried her back to the car. She'd squealed whenever he pretended to stumble and stagger under her weight. He figured Beth wouldn't take exception. Wouldn't she rather have Georgia laughing over an ice cream cone than crying over her grave? Somehow it seemed appropriate to visit today, although he came empty-handed. He didn't see what difference a bouquet of flowers would make to the person underground. As he stood beside the grave, he didn't address anything to the spirit of his dead wife. He'd run out of things to say to her years ago, and those verbal purges never made him feel any better. They sure as hell didn't benefit Beth. So he merely stared at the date etched into the granite headstone and cursed it, cursed his culpability, then made a promise to whatever cosmic puppeteer might be listening that if given custody of Georgia, he would do everything within his power to make amends. Holly checked her wristwatch as she waited on the ground floor of the courthouse for the elevator. When it arrived and the door slid open, she stifled a groan at the sight of Greg Sanders among those on board. She stood aside and allowed everyone to get off. Sanders came only as far as the threshold, but there he stopped, blocking her from getting on. "Well, Judge Spencer," he drawled, "fancy bumping into you. You can be the first to congratulate me." She forced a smile. "Are congratulations in order?" He placed his hand on the door to prevent it from closing. "I just came from court. The verdict in the Mallory case? Not guilty." Holly frowned. "I don't see that as cause for celebration. Your client was accused of brutally beating a convenience store clerk during the commission of an armed robbery. The clerk lost an eye. But my client didn't rob the store because he panicked and ran when he thought he'd beaten the clerk to death." She was familiar with the case, but since the defending attorney, Sanders, was her opponent in the upcoming election for district court judge, the trial had been assigned to another court. Greg Sanders flashed his self-satisfied smirk. "ADA failed to prove his case." "My client," Holly interrupted. "You've already argued the case at trial. I wouldn't dream of asking you to retry it for me here and now, if you'll excuse me." She sidestepped him into the elevator. He got out, but kept his hand against the door. "I'm chalking up wins. Come November," he winked. "The big win. I'm afraid you're setting yourself up for a huge disappointment." She punched the elevator button for the 5th floor. "This time round, you won't have Judge Waters shoehorning you in." They were monopolizing one of 3 elevators. People were becoming impatient, shooting them dirty looks. Besides the fact they were inconveniencing others, she wouldn't be goaded into defending either herself or her mentor to Greg Sanders. "I'm due in court in 15 minutes. Please let go of the door." By now, Sanders was fighting the automation to keep it open. Speaking for her ears alone, he said, "Now what would a pretty young lawyer like you have been doing for old Judge Waters to get him to go to bat for you with the governor?" The pretty was belittling, not complimentary. She smiled, but with exasperation. "Really, Mr. Sanders? If you're resorting to innuendos suggesting sexual impropriety between the revered Judge Waters and me, you must be feeling terribly insecure about a successful outcome in November." Without a please this time, she enunciated, "Let go of the door." He raised his hands in surrender and backed away. "You'll mess up, matter of time." The door closed on his grinning face. Holly entered her chambers to find her assistant, Mrs. Deborah Briggs, eating a carton of yogurt at her desk. "Want one?" "No, thanks." "I just had a face-to-face exchange with my opponent. If that won't spoil your appetite, nothing will. He reminds me of an old mule that my grandpa had when I was a kid." "I can see the resemblance. Long face, big ears, toothy smile." "I was referring to the other end of the mule." Holly laughed. "Messages?" "Marilyn Vidal has called twice. Get back to her and tell her I'm due in court. I'll call her after this hearing. She won't like being put off. Marilyn, the powerhouse orchestrating her campaign, could be irritatingly persistent." "No, she won't, but she'll get over it." Holly went into her private office and closed the door. She needed a few minutes alone to collect herself before the upcoming custody hearing. The encounter with Sanders, and she hated herself for this, had left her with an atypical uneasiness. She was confident that she could defeat him at the polls and retain the judgeship to which she'd been temporarily appointed, but as she zipped herself into her robe, his parting shot echoed through her mind like a dire prediction. Crawford. Having arrived early, he'd been trying to empty his mind of negative thoughts while staring through the wavy glass of a 4th-floor window of the venerable Prentiss County Courthouse. His name brought him around. Grace and Joe Gilroy were walking toward him, their expressions somber, as befitted the reason for their being there. "Hi, Grace." His mother-in-law was petite and pretty, with eyes through which her sweet disposition shone. Outside corners tilted up slightly, a physical trait that Beth had inherited. He and Grace hugged briefly. As she pulled back, she gave him an approving once-over. "You look nice." "Thanks. Hello, Joe." He released Grace and shook hands with Beth's dad. Joe's hobby was carpentry, which had given him a row of calluses at the base of his fingers. Indeed, everything about Joe Gilroy was tough for a man just past 70. "How are you doing?" he asked. Crawford forced himself to smile. "Great." Joe appeared not to believe the exaggeration, but he didn't comment on it. Nor did he return Crawford's smile. Grace said, "I guess we're all a little nervous." She hesitated, then asked Crawford if he was feeling one way or the other about the hearing. "You mean whether I'll win or lose?" She looked pained. "Please don't think of the outcome in terms of winning or losing." "Don't you? We only want what's best for our granddaughter," Joe said. Interpreted, that meant it would be best for Georgia to remain with them. "I'm sure that's what Judge Spencer wants, too." Crawford held his tongue and decided to save his debate for the courtroom. Talking it over with them now was pointless and could only lead to antagonism. The simple fact was that today he and his in-laws were on opposing sides of a legal issue, the outcome of which would profoundly affect all of them. Somebody was going to leave the courthouse defeated and unhappy. Crawford wouldn't be able to congratulate them if the judge ruled in their favor, and he wasn't about to wish them luck. He figured they felt much the same way toward him. Since both parties had agreed to leave Georgia out of the proceedings entirely, Crawford asked Grace what arrangements she'd made for her while they were in court. "She's on a play date with our neighbor's granddaughter. She was so excited when I dropped her off. They're going to bake cookies." Crawford winced. Her last batch were a little gooey in the center. "She always takes them out of the oven too soon," Joe said. Crawford smiled. "She can't wait to sample them. She needs to learn the virtue of patience." In order to maintain his smile, Crawford had to clench his teeth. His father-in-law was good at getting in barbs like that, aimed at Crawford's character flaws. That one had been a zinger, also well-timed before Crawford could respond. The Gilroys' attorney stepped off the elevator. They excused themselves to confer with him. Within minutes, Crawford's attorney arrived. Bill Moore's walk was as brisk as his manner. But today, his determined stride was impeded by dozens of potential jurors who had crowded into the corridor looking for their assigned courtroom. The attorney plowed his way through them, connected with Crawford, and together they went into Judge Spencer's court. The bailiff, Chet Barker, was a courthouse institution. He was a large man with a gregarious nature to match his size. He greeted Crawford by name. "Big day, huh?" "Yeah, it is, Chet." The bailiff slapped him on the shoulder. "Good luck." "Thanks." Crawford's butt barely had time to connect with the seat of his chair before Chet was asking everyone to rise. The judge entered the courtroom, stepped onto the podium, and sat down in the high-backed chair that Crawford uneasily likened to a throne. In a way it was. Here the Honorable Judge Holly Spencer had absolute rule. Chet called court into session and asked everyone to be seated. "Good afternoon," the judge said. She asked the attorneys if all parties were present, and when the formalities were out of the way, she clasped her hands on top of the lectern. "Although I took over this case from Judge Waters, I've familiarized myself with it. As I understand the situation, in May of 2010, Grace and Joe Gilroy filed for temporary custody of their granddaughter, Georgia Hunt." She looked at Crawford. "Mr. Hunt, you did not contest that petition?" "No, Your Honor, I did not." William Moore stood up. "If I may, Your Honor?" She nodded. In his rat-a-tat fashion, the lawyer stated the major components of Crawford's petition to regain custody and summarized why it was timely and proper that Georgia be returned to him. He ended by saying, "Mr. Hunt is her father. He loves her and his affection is returned, as two child psychologists attest. I believe you have copies of their evaluations of Georgia?" "Yes, and I've reviewed them." The judge gazed thoughtfully at Crawford, then said, "Mr. Hunt will have a chance to address the court, but first I'd like to hear from the Gilroys." Their lawyer sprang to his feet, eager to get their objections to Crawford's petition on the record. "Mr. Hunt's stability was brought into question 4 years ago, Your Honor. He gave up his daughter without argument, which indicates that he knew his child would be better off with her grandparents." The judge held up her hand. "Mr. Hunt has conceded that it was in Georgia's best interest to be placed with them at that time. We hope to persuade the court that she should remain with them." He called Grace to testify. She was sworn in. Judge Spencer gave her a reassuring smile as she took her seat in the witness box. "Mrs. Gilroy, why are you and Mr. Gilroy contesting your son-in-law's petition to regain custody?" Grace wet her lips. "Well, ours is the only home Georgia has known. We've dedicated ourselves to making it a loving and nurturing environment for her." She expanded on the healthy home life they had created. Judge Spencer finally interrupted. "Mrs. Gilroy, no one in this courtroom, not even Mr. Hunt, disputes that you've made an excellent home for Georgia. My decision won't be determined by whether or not you've provided well for the child, but whether or not Mr. Hunt is willing and able to provide an equally good home for her. I know he loves her," Grace said, sending an uneasy glance his way. "But love alone isn't enough. In order to feel secure, children need constancy routine. Since Georgia doesn't have a mother, she needs the next best thing, her daddy." Crawford's mutter drew disapproving glances from everyone, including the judge. Bill Moore nudged his arm and whispered, "You'll have your turn." The judge asked Grace a few more questions, but the upshot of what his mother-in-law believed was that to remove Georgia from their home now would create a detrimental upheaval in her young life. She finished with, "My husband and I feel that a severance from us would have a damaging impact on Georgia's emotional and psychological development." To Crawford, the statement sounded scripted and rehearsed, something their lawyer had coached Grace to say, not something that she had come up with on her own. Judge Spencer asked Crawford's attorney if he had any questions for Mrs. Gilroy. "Yes, Your Honor, I do." He strode toward the witness box and didn't waste time on pleasantries. "Georgia often spends weekends with Mr. Hunt, isn't that right?" "Well, yes. Once we felt she was old enough to spend a night away from us, and that Crawford was trustworthy enough, we began allowing him to keep her overnight. Sometimes 2 nights, when she's returned to you after these sleepovers with her father. What is Georgia like? Like, what's her state of mind? Her general being? Does she run to you crying, arms outstretched, grateful to be back? Does she act intimidated, fearful, or traumatized? Is she ever in a state of emotional distress? Is she withdrawn and uncommunicative? No, she's fine. Crying only when her father returns her to you. Isn't that right?" Grace hesitated. "She sometimes cries when he drops her off, but only on occasion. Not every time. More often crying after a lengthier visit with him," the attorney said. "In other words, the longer she's with him, the greater her separation anxiety when she's returned to you." He saw that the Gilroy's lawyer was about to object and waved him back into his seat. "Conclusion on my part?" He apologized to the judge, but Crawford knew he wasn't sorry for having gotten his point across and on the record. He addressed another question to Grace. "When was the last time you saw Mr. Hunt intoxicated?" "It was a while ago." "I don't remember exactly." "A week ago? A month? A year? Longer than that?" "Longer than that," Moore repeated. 4 years ago, during the worst of his bereavement over the loss of his wife?" "Yes. But, to your knowledge, has Mr. Hunt ever been drunk while with Georgia?" "No." "Lost his temper and struck her?" "No." "Yelled at her? Used abusive or vulgar language in front of her?" "No." "Failed to feed her when she was hungry?" "No." "Failed to secure her in her car seat?" "Not shown up when she was expecting him?" "Has he ever neglected to see to his daughter's physical or emotional needs?" Grace dipped her head and spoke softly. "No." Moore turned to the judge and spread his arms at his sides. "Your Honor, this proceeding is an imposition on the court's time. Mr. Hunt made some mistakes which he readily acknowledges. Over time, he's reconstructed his life. He relocated to Prentice from Houston in order to see his daughter regularly. He's undergone the counseling that your predecessor mandated 12 months ago. A year hasn't diminished his determination to regain custody of his child, and I submit that, except for their own selfish interests, there are no grounds whatsoever for Mr. and Mrs. Gilroy to be contesting my client's petition." The Gilroy's lawyer surged to his feet. "Your Honor, my client's grounds for contesting this petition are in the file. Mr. Hunt has proved himself to be unfit." "I have the file, thank you," Judge Spencer said. "Mrs. Gilroy, please step down. I'd like to hear from Mr. Hunt now." Grace left the witness stand looking distraught, as though she had miserably failed their cause. Crawford stood up, smoothed down his necktie, and walked to the witness box. Chet swore him in. Crawford sat down and looked at the judge in the eye, as Moore had coached him to do. "Mr. Hunt, 4 years ago, some of your behavior brought your ability to be a good parent into question, which is why I didn't contest Joe and Grace being awarded temporary custody of Georgia. She was only 13 months old when Beth died. She needed constant care, which circumstances prevented me from providing. My obligations at work, other issues. Serious other issues. That wasn't a question." He kept his mouth shut. The judge flipped through several official-looking papers and ran her finger down one sheet. "You were arrested and pled guilty to DUI?" "Once." "But you were arrested for public indecency, and I was urinating. Assault. It was a bar fight. Everyone who threw a punch was detained. I was released without. I have the file." He sat there seething, realizing that his past would devastate his future. Judge Holly Spencer was cutting him no slack. After giving him a long, thoughtful appraisal, she again shuffled through the pages of what she had referred to as his file. He wondered how bad it looked with his transgressions spelled out in black and white. If her frown was any indication, not good. Finally, she said, "You went to all the counseling sessions. Judge Waters made clear that each one was mandatory. All 25 of them I made certain not to miss any. The therapist's report is comprehensive. According to her, you made remarkable progress. I think so, I know so. I commend your diligence, Mr. Hunt, and I admire your commitment to regaining custody of the daughter you obviously love. Here it comes, he thought. However, the door at the back of the courtroom burst open and a figure straight out of a horror movie ran up the center aisle, handgun extended. First bullet struck the wall behind the witness box, splitting the distance between Crawford and Judge Spencer. The second one got the bailiff Chet Barker square in the chest. Chapter 2. Shots were fired rapidly, one right after another. Crawford tried to count them, but lost track in the chaos that erupted inside the courtroom. Judge Spencer surged to her feet, shouting Chet's name in alarm. Joe shoved Grace out of her chair and onto the floor, then ducked down beside her. Attorneys scurried for cover beneath the tables at which they sat. The court reporter did the same. Impervious to the scurrying and ear-piercing screams, the shooter, clad in stark white, his facial features distorted by a clear plastic mask, stepped over Chet's still form as though it weren't there, and kept coming, shooting, aiming toward the front of the courtroom. All this registered with Crawford instantly, and he reacted instinctually by vaulting over the railing that separated the witness box from the judge's podium, forcing her to the floor, then landing on top of her. 4 shots? 5? 6? Crawford had recognized the pistol as a 9mm, depending on the size of the clip. Sensing when the shooter rounded the witness box and stepped onto the platform, Crawford whipped his head around. The shooter had a bead on him. Crawford kicked backward. His boot heel caught the guy in the kneecap, hard enough to throw the attacker off balance. His arm went up, and the shot went into the ceiling. Still off balance, he stumbled backward off the platform, then turned and ran for the side exit of the courtroom. Crawford came up onto one knee and bent over the judge. After confirming that she was alive, he launched himself off the platform like a sprinter off the chocks. He knelt down beside Chet, determined instantly that he was dead, and without allowing himself to think about the waste of a good man, unsnapped the bailiff's holster and yanked his service revolver from it. A bailiff from another court barreled in through the rear door, skidding to a halt when he saw Crawford checking to make certain Chet's revolver was loaded. The bailiff went for his own weapon. Crawford shouted, "Texas Ranger Hunt, Chet's down." "Oh, Crawford, geez, what happened?" Civilians were beginning to crowd in behind the nervous bailiff. "Get those people to take cover. Notify officers downstairs that we have a shooter. He's masked, dressed in white from head to toe. Tell them not to mistake me for him." By now, he'd made it to the side exit through which the gunman had disappeared. He opened the door a crack and when nothing happened, banged it open and lunged through, sweeping the pistol from side to side. The long, narrow corridor was empty save for a woman standing in the open doorway of an office, her mouth agape, a hand to her throat. "Go back into your office." "What's happening? Who was that painter? Which way did he go?" She pointed toward the door to the fire stairs. When Crawford came even with her, he pushed her inside the office and pulled the door closed. "Lock it," he said through the door. "Get under your desk and don't come out. Call 911, tell them what you saw." He jogged down the hall toward the fire stairs. A man from another office poked his head out into the hallway, saw Crawford, and his eyes went wide with fear. "Please, listen." Wasting no time on an explanation, Crawford gave him terse instructions about taking cover and staying there until given the all-clear. The man ducked back into his office and slammed the door. Crawford slowed down as he approached the door to the fire stairs, closing the remainder of the distance with caution. He took a quick peek through the square, wired window in the top third of the door. Seeing nothing through the glass, he cautiously pulled the door open and, with his gun hand extended, made a wide sweep of the stairs above and below him. Nothing happened. He entered the stairwell where he paused, waiting for a sound or a motion that would give away which direction the shooter had gone. Then, from behind him, he spun around as a deputy sheriff stepped through the corridor door. Recognized each other, which was fortunate because their weapons were aimed at each other's heads. The deputy was about to speak when Crawford placed his index finger against his lips. The deputy, nodding, understanding, motioned that he would go down. Crawford up. "Careful," Crawford mouthed. Keeping close to the wall, Crawford crept up the stairs to the next landing. He opened the door onto a corridor exactly matching the one on the floor below. Aggregate flooring, walls painted government building beige. Here and there hung a framed portrait of a dour, bygone official. Doors to various offices lined both sides of the hall. About midway down, 2 men and a woman were conferring quietly, their aspects fearful. One of the men, seeing that Crawford was armed, raised his hands in surrender. "I'm a Texas Ranger," Crawford whispered. "Did you see a person dressed all in white?" Remembering how the first woman had described the shooter, he added, "A painter?" They shook their heads. "Lock yourselves in an office. Stay clear of the door and don't open it to anyone except police." Crawford slipped back into the stairwell. He heard footsteps coming up from below and figured the deputy sheriff had picked up a few reinforcements on their climb up from the first floor of the building where the Prentiss County Sheriff's Office was located. Obviously, they hadn't encountered the shooter going down the stairs. If they had, there would have been considerably more noise, likely gunshots echoing in the stairwell. Crawford continued up. When he reached the sixth-floor landing, he stepped to the door and looked both ways through the window into the corridor. Another group of courthouse personnel was huddled together, looking frightened but not hysterical, which they would have been had the masked gunman just raced past them. He cracked the door and, staving off their questions about the gunshots they'd heard, identified himself and whispered instructions about taking cover, which they were quick to act on. He eased back into the stairwell and proceeded up to the next landing, which was only half a flight. It ended at the door that opened onto the roof. In the corner adjacent to the door lay a pair of white coveralls, white cap, a pair of latex gloves, and shoe covers. Probably beneath the heap he'd find the mask, but he didn't touch anything. Noticeably missing from the pile of cast-off items was the gunman's pistol. Leaning over the railing and looking below, he saw the deputy and several other uniformed officers stealthily making their way up. Crawford hitched his head toward the door to the roof. One of the officers backed down to the next landing and spoke quietly into the mic, clipped to his epaulette, then gave Crawford and the others a thumbs up. Crawford knew that by now the rehearsed emergency response would have been implemented. The courthouse would be surrounded by policemen. Exits would be sealed off. Anyone trying to leave or enter would be stopped. A SWAT team would have been deployed. Sharpshooters were no doubt already taking up positions on the roofs of neighboring buildings. The gunman hadn't thought this out very well. The only way it could end for him was badly, unless he could fly. He wasn't going to leave this building a free man. And as soon as he realized that, he might decide that he might just as well take out a couple more people before his inevitable capture. He'd already killed Chet in front of witnesses. Why not go for broke and make a name for himself as a mass murderer? Crawford shrugged off his sport jacket and dropped it to the floor, then pushed open the exit door a crack. "Hey, buddy," he called through it. "Let's talk." He half expected bullets to pepper the metal door, but nothing happened. He opened the door another inch or two. "I'm a Texas Ranger, but I'm not in uniform. I can show you my badge. I'm coming out, okay? I'm unarmed. I just want to talk to you. You cool with that?" By now, the other officers had joined him. One whispered, "Crawford, you sure about this?" He gave the guy a wry grin to acknowledge the danger he faced, then stuck Chet's pistol into his waistband at the small of his back, opened the door wide enough to squeeze through, and stepped out onto the gravel roof, arms raised. It took several seconds for his eyes to adjust to the blazing sunlight. Then he immediately saw the guy. He wasn't even trying to hide. He was standing near the low wall at the edge of the roof. He was Hispanic, late 20s or early 30s, average height, pudgy in the middle. He didn't look like anybody to be afraid of except for the pistol that he was aiming at Crawford with a shaky hand. In the other hand, he held a smoldering cigarette. Crawford kept his hands raised. "I'm going to show you my badge, okay?" He eased his right hand down toward the leather holder clipped to his belt, but when the man dropped his cigarette and ordered, "No," Crawford put his hand back in the air. "This is a bad idea, pal." The man jabbed the pistol forward several times. "You don't want to shoot me," Crawford said. "Put down the weapon. Why don't you? Then nobody else will get hurt, including you." In spite of Crawford's calming tone, the man was becoming increasingly agitated. He rapidly blinked trickles of sweat from his eyes, which darted from side to side. When they came back to Crawford, he motioned again with the pistol for him to back away. It occurred to Crawford that he might not speak English. "Habla inglés? Sí?" Then more forcibly. "Sí." The reply had sounded angrily defensive. Leaving Crawford to doubt the man's command of the language, he took a step forward and made a patting motion toward the ground. "La pistola! Down!" "No!" He brought his other hand up to cradle the pistol and thrust it at arm's length toward Crawford. "Shit! Come on, buddy. There's no good way out of this if you don't." "No." One of the officers must have come out another door accessing the roof because he had suddenly appeared in Crawford's peripheral vision. The gunman saw him at the same time. He whipped the firearm toward the deputy and pulled the trigger twice. He missed, but the sharpshooters in place on the neighboring roof didn't. The gunman's body jerked with the impact of each bullet, then crumpled and went entirely still. Crawford, deflating, backed up to the wall and slid down it until he was crouching on his heels. He watched as officers in various uniforms swarmed through the stairwell door and surrounded the body, leaking blood onto the gravel, feeling a hand on his shoulder. Crawford looked up into the face of the deputy, who'd expressed concern about his going out onto the roof. "You hit?" He shook his head. "You got lucky." He pressed Crawford's shoulder, then left him to join the other officers grouped around the fallen man. Crawford's head dropped forward until his chin touched his chest. "You dumb son of a bitch." Anyone overhearing his castigating mutter would have assumed he was addressing the dead man. They would be mistaken. "Hunt?" Crawford, who'd been staring sightlessly at the floor, looked toward the homicide detective holding open the interrogation room door and motioning with his head for Crawford to go in. Crawford had to forcibly exert enough energy to stand up. He dreaded this like hell, but was eager to get it over with. Inside the room, another man in plain clothes, whom Crawford didn't know was standing with his back to the wall, noisily cracking his knuckles and giving a wad of chewing gum a workout. Crawford wondered what he had to be nervous about. Sergeant Neil Lester, the senior detective who'd laconically summoned Crawford into the room, motioned him into one of the chairs at the small table and took a seat opposite him. Between them on the table were a legal tablet and a video recording setup. Neil Lester withdrew a pen from his shirt pocket and clicked the retractor at the end of it several times as he fixed an unfriendly gaze on Crawford. Classmates from primary school, they'd never liked each other, and the mutual dislike had intensified when, in high school, Crawford had dated Neil's younger sister. The attraction had been short-lived and had never amounted to anything, but apparently Neil still had a burr up his butt about it. "Want something to drink?" He made the question sound obligatory. "No thanks. You know Matt Nugent? Recently made detective." He nodded toward the younger man who was still fidgeting. Crawford acknowledged the quasi-introduction by hitching his chin in the detective's direction. He grinned, showing crooked teeth. "How's it going?" A ridiculous greeting under the circumstances. Crawford didn't reply and returned his attention to Neil Lester, who had continued the infernal pen clicking. "You know the drill?" he said. Crawford nodded. "This interview will be recorded." Crawford nodded. "You ready then?" "When you are, Neil, let's keep it official. No first names." Crawford barely kept himself from rolling his eyes. One reason he'd never liked Neil Lester was because he was such a tight ass. Even as a kid, he'd obeyed all the rules and tattled on kids who didn't. What galled Crawford now? Neil Lester was eating this up. He was enjoying having Crawford in the hot seat. However, personal feelings aside, the bottom line was that two men were dead, and Crawford had been within feet of both when they died. As a law enforcement officer, Neil and his nervous sidekick had a duty to perform, and that included questioning him. He shifted in his chair, trying but failing to better fit his tall frame into the preformed plastic. "Fair enough, Sergeant Lester. Where do we begin?" Inside the courtroom. With a decisive punch of his index finger, Neil started the recorder, stated the date, time, and who was present. "Why were you in family court today?" "You know damn well why." The detective's eyes narrowed. "Just answer the question, please." Crawford drew a deep breath, then released it as he stated, "I was there for a custody hearing." Neither detective responded to that, only continued to look at him. He folded his arms across his chest. "My little girl's custody hearing. Judge Spencer was just about to hand down her decision when the shooter busted in. We have a transcript of the court proceedings up to that point." "Then you don't need me to recount who said what?" "I'm curious, though," Neil said. "How do you think Judge Spencer would have ruled?" Crawford was about to say that what he thought regarding that had no relevance to the matter at hand, but he withheld that, shrugged, and answered, "I was hoping for the best. Fearing the worst?" Fine, Crawford thought. If Neil was going to be a prick, he could be one back. Well, I sure as hell didn't expect the worst, which was seeing Chet Barker gunned down right in front of me. The statement had the squelching effect Crawford had intended to cover the awkward silence that followed. Neil repositioned the camera a quarter-inch closer to Crawford. Matt Nugent cleared his throat behind his fist. "Talk us through it," Neil said. "Be as detailed as possible." Crawford covered his face with his hands and slowly dragged them down until only his fingertips were touching his jaw. Then he dropped his hands and leaned forward, propping his forearms on the edge of the table. "I was in the witness box. The guy came through the door at the back of the room shooting. All hell broke loose. Nugent asked him to describe the gunman, and he did, even though the painter's garb and mask had been collected as evidence, so they already had a basic description. Cap covered all but a rim of his hair. He was wearing the gloves, and they extended up under his sleeves. That mask was scary as shit. Barely had slits for his eyes. 2 small holes for his nostrils. It mashed all his features flat. Total distortion." He thought about it for a moment, recapturing his initial impression of the figure coming up the center aisle of the courtroom with such obvious intent. "But even without the disguise, I think I would have picked up a bad mojo from this guy. He was focused on what he was doing, determined." Neil nodded. "You said he was shooting when he came through the door?" "Soon as he cleared it, he fired the first shot." "Wild shot? Or did he aim?" The pistol was pointed toward the front of the court. He was holding it shoulder high, arms straight out. He demonstrated, pulling the trigger as fast as he could. Bam, 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 Chet. He paused and made a remorseful sound. Chet rushed forward and raised his arms like this. He thrust his hands in front of him at arm's length, palms out. He shouted at him, "Stop." Something like that. Maybe he just made an exclamation. Then he went down. "He died with valor doing his job," Neil remarked. "Yeah," Crawford sighed. "He'll be honored for doing so, but I doubt he'd ever drawn his service weapon. Not in the whole of his career. Then to get shot dead by some whack job in a freak show mask, it sucks." Chet hadn't gotten up this morning foreseeing his death, nor could Crawford have anticipated the wicked curveball. Fate had hurled at him. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he sat back in his chair. After a moment, Nugent asked if he'd changed his mind about something to drink. "I'm fine. Carry on." Neil clicked his pen and made a notation on the legal tablet. "So, Chet's down. What happened next?" Crawford focused his thoughts on the scene in the courtroom. Chaos, noise, screams. Joe moved like lightning, got him and Grace under cover. Everyone was scrambling, panicky. "Not you," Nugent said. "People in the courtroom at the time have told us that you hurdled the railing of the witness box. Do you remember doing that?" He shook his head. "Not really. I just reacted. I pushed the judge to the floor and sorta." He hunched forward, posing to demonstrate how he'd used his body to shield hers. "I heard bullets striking. I didn't feel anything, but I was so jacked up on adrenaline that for all I knew, I'd been hit."
What, with the robe? I couldn't tell if the judge had been struck or not. When he rounded the witness box and stepped up onto the platform, he continued, I turned to look at him. He had the pistol pointed straight at us. I remember holding my breath, thinking, this is it. I guess my survival instinct kicked in. I let him have it in the knee with my foot. He described the gunman's backward topple off the platform. Maybe that panicked him. I don't know.
In any case, he ran like hell and disappeared through the side exit. Neil nodded as though that jibed with what others had recounted. Then I went after him. Neil glanced at Nugent, then came back to Crawford and repeated, "You went after him." "That's right. Just like that. I didn't think about it, if that's what you mean. I just did it, like you hurdled the witness box railing." He shrugged. "I guess you acted without thinking or weighing the consequences of your actions." "Like you would," Crawford fired back. "If you were any kind of lawman, well, we know what kind you are." Crawford lunged to his feet, sending his chair over backward. He glared down at Neil, but instantly realized that a show of temper would only confirm what the bastard had implied. He turned and righted the chair, then sat back down. He looked at Nugent, who was swallowing convulsively as though his chewing gum had slipped down his gullet and gotten stuck. When he came back around to Neil, Neil said, "You left out a step." Realizing what Neil was getting at, he said, "I stopped long enough to take Chet's revolver. Even jacked up on adrenaline, you had the presence of mind to identify yourself to the first officer into the courtroom. His hand was on his holster. I didn't want to get shot. You gave him a description of the gunman, a very basic one. You asked for backup, but without waiting for it, you took Chet's revolver and charged after the shooter. Why? Why? Well, considering your history, you might have exercised more discretion. Discretion could have got people killed, so could indiscretion, like in Halcon." Chapter 3. So, Holly's attention was drawn to the end of the hallway when a door was opened and Crawford Hunt strode through. Looking disheveled and angry, he glanced at her but said nothing as he walked past on his way to the men's room. "They'll be wanting to talk to me now," she said to her assistant, who had refused to leave her alone while waiting her turn to give her statement. "Thank you so much for staying, but go on home. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be a circus, I'm afraid." "But, Holly, there's no telling how long they'll keep me. I can stay indefinitely. You shouldn't be alone tonight." Marilyn Vidal had been of the same mind when she was notified of the shooting. She'd been prepared to drop everything and make the drive from Dallas to be with Holly, who had discouraged her from coming. "I'll call when and if I need you. Right now it's rather chaotic. I thrive on chaos." That was true enough, but Holly won the argument. Marilyn stayed put, but had ordered Holly to keep in touch, particularly if she was required to issue a statement to the media. "Before you say anything into a microphone, run it past me." Dennis, her former boyfriend, had also called on the office line. Mrs. Briggs had spoken to him, assured him that Holly was bearing up well, and agreed to notify him in the event her status changed or if there was anything he could do for her. However, Holly hadn't been without a coterie of supporters. In a town of only 20,000, word of the shooting had spread rapidly. Judge Mason, the administrative judge of the district, had been in the neighboring courtroom at the time of the shooting, so he was immediately at Holly's side. A few friends she had made since moving to Prentice had rallied around her, aghast over what had happened and eager to help in any way they could. Most of the time they had been left waiting while she was being interviewed by police, but it had been a comfort just knowing they were accessible if she needed them. Eventually, they'd seen the futility of hanging around and had made their departures. Mrs. Briggs was the last holdout. "I'll be fine," Holly assured her now. "But if it makes you feel better, I'll request a police escort home." "You absolutely should, and call me if you change your mind. I'll come over at any hour." Before leaving, she got Holly's promise to do that, although Holly knew she wouldn't be summoning help. It had been a horrific experience, but the culprit was dead. All that remained for her to do was to give her formal statement, and then the ordeal would be over. In the coming days, Greg Sanders would be watching to see how she responded to the crisis situation and how quickly she recovered from the trauma of it. If she showed any signs of cowardice or weakness, he would gleefully expose it. Following Crawford Hunt out of the interrogation room, Matt Nugent and Neil Lester made their way down the hallway toward her. They had interviewed her in the family court immediately following the shooting, but to record her formal statement, they had asked that she come downstairs to the ground floor where, like the SOO, the city police department was also headquartered. She stood up. "My turn?" "I'm afraid not, Judge Spencer," Neil Lester said. "We're only taking a break. We've got a lot more to cover with Mr. Hunt." "I see. I know this is a hardship after what happened today. We'll get you out of here as soon as possible. I understand. One question, though. The suspect's name hasn't been released because we're having trouble locating next of kin, but his driver's license identifies him as Jorge Rodriguez. Ring a bell?" "No." "Not surprising," Nugent said, looking happy to have something to contribute. "He had a Texas driver's license, but it's a fake. Fairly good one, but still phony. He was an illegal?" "We're looking into it," Lester replied. "But even if he was, that doesn't mean he hadn't wound up in your court sometime before today." "It's a possibility. I've only been on the bench for 10 months, you know, but the docket has been full. I've presided over a lot of trials and hearings since my appointment." "Maybe Rodriguez was a holdover from Judge Waters," Lester suggested. "Held a grudge of some kind." When her mentor, the Honorable Clifton Waters, was diagnosed with terminal cancer, he had enticed her to resign from a law firm where she had practiced for several years, relocated Prentice, and apply for the bench he would be vacating. It had been a chancy career move, but she'd taken a leap of faith, and it had paid off. Acting on Waters' recommendation, Governor Hutchins had appointed her. Judge Waters had lived long enough to see her sworn in. It had been a proud day for both of them. Nugent said, "We'll send somebody over to your office tomorrow to look through court records, see if Rodriguez turns up. I'll make sure Mrs. Briggs knows you're coming and has everything ready." "What about before you came here?" "I was with a law firm in Dallas." Lester jotted the name down in a small spiral notebook he took from his shirt pocket. "We'll ask them to run Rodriguez's name through their files, too." She gave him a contact name. "The firm will help any way they can, I'm sure." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Crawford Hunt emerge from the men's room. His hair was damp and had been pushed straight back off his forehead as though he'd washed his face and then had run wet fingers through his hair. He seemed intent on walking past her again without speaking. She stepped into his path. "Mr. Hunt, may I have a word with you?" Neil Lester held up his hand. Judge, I won't compare notes with him," she said to the detective. "I wouldn't interfere with your investigation or breach ethics by discussing his custody case. I just need to tell him." Her breath caught as she turned and looked up into the other man's face, which conveyed all the warmth of an ice carving. "Thank you for saving my life." The flinty gray eyes registered surprise, but the involuntary reaction lasted for only a millisecond. The guy was a lousy shot. Emotion welled up in her throat. He was accurate enough when he fired at Chet Barker. Implacable eyes flickered again, and this time one corner of his mouth tensed. At that range, he couldn't have missed. "He couldn't have missed me either, if you hadn't done what you did." "How do you remember it, Judge Spencer?" She turned to Neil Lester, who'd asked. "When I saw Chet fall, my first instinct was to run to him, but I froze when the man continued up the aisle toward me. The mask made his face look grotesque, terrifying. Mr. Hunt came over the railing and sort of tackled me. I confess that the next few moments are a blur. The shots continued in rapid succession. I remember thinking that he would surely run out of bullets eventually, but I thought for certain that I would be killed before he did. His last shot must have gone into the ceiling. I've still got plaster dust in my hair." She tipped her head down to show them. "The shot went wild when Crawford kicked him in the knee," Nugent said. She looked at Crawford Hunt. "You kicked him?" Reflex? Absently, she nodded. "The next thing I remember, you were patting down my back. I don't remember what you said. I was feeling for blood. I asked if you'd been hit. You said you didn't think so. Did I?" He gave a curt nod. She turned to the detectives. "Mr. Hunt pushed off me, but not before telling me to stay down." "But you didn't, did you?" she replied to Lester's question with a rueful shake of her head. The courtroom was in chaos. People who'd heard the shots were rushing in through the rear door. Mrs. Gilroy was crying hysterically, as was the court reporter. Mr. Hunt bent over Chet. He took his gun and shouted to another bailiff to summon officers. Then he ran out the side door. Lester asked how much time had transpired between when the gunman ran off and Crawford charged after him. A minute, maybe a little more. Not long. What happened next? I can only speak to what was going on inside the courtroom. Glancing up at Crawford Hunt, she added, I don't know what happened beyond that side exit. The senior detective said, we don't either. Not everything. We were just getting to that when we decided to take a break. A taut silence followed. Matt Nugent was the first to move. He dug into his pants pocket for change and started walking toward the row of vending machines at the far end of the hall. Anyone else want a Coke? Judge Spencer? No, thank you. Mr. Hunt? No, nothing for me. Neil Lester's reply coincided with the chirping of his cell phone. He pulled it from his belt and checked the readout. Excuse me? He moved a few yards away and turned his back, seeking privacy to take his phone call and leaving Holly essentially alone with Crawford Hunt. Besides that being inherently awkward, his physicality was intimidating. His boots added at least 1.5 inches to his height, which was well over 6 feet. He had appeared in court wearing well-pressed blue jeans, a plain white shirt, black necktie, and a sport jacket. At some point since then, he'd discarded the sport jacket, loosened his tie, unbuttoned his collar, and rolled up his sleeves to just below his elbows. His hair was defying the slick-back treatment he'd given it only minutes ago. Straw-colored and thick, it seemed to have a will of its own. He went to stand on the other side of the hallway where he leaned with his back against the wall and glared at her. In her view, his animosity was unwarranted. Trying to break the ice, she said, Are the Gilroys all right? Your mother-in-law was terribly upset when she was finally allowed to leave the courtroom after being questioned. She was shaken up pretty bad. Last I talked to Joe about an hour ago, she still hadn't stopped crying. How traumatic it must have been for them. He gave a grim nod. And how is your daughter? Visibly he tensed. She's on a sleepover with a neighbor lady and her granddaughter. I thought it would be best if she spent the night there. She wouldn't understand why Grace and Joe are so upset, and I was tied up here. Holly didn't miss the deliberate implication that the sleepover had been approved by him, as though he was the decision-maker where his daughter was concerned. The angle of his chin challenged her to dispute that. But at least she had gotten a few words out of him, even if they had been cursory. Believing their conversation was over, she turned her head aside. What about you? Surprised by the question, she looked back at him. He said, You okay? She was about to respond with the polite lie she'd been giving her colleagues and friends. I'm fine, thank you for asking. That's probably what he expected her to say, but, surprising herself, she gave an uncharacteristic burble of nervous laughter. Not really, no. Perhaps because they'd shared the experience, she felt she could be honest with him. His eyes were the only animate part of him as he took her in from head to toe. Meeting her gaze again, he said, I landed on you hard. Did I hurt you? No. She accompanied her quick answer with a shake of her head. What about that? He hitched his chin. What? The bruise. Oh, tentatively she reached up and ran her fingertips over the tender spot just above her eyebrow. When you pushed me down, my head hit the floor. Sorry. No apology necessary. You have a goose egg. Until my assistant called my attention to it, I didn't realize it was there. It'll hang on for a while. No lasting harm done, though. When I think about what could have been, I begin to lose it. Then stop thinking about it. Easier said. She held her hands in front of her at waist level, parallel to the floor. I've tried to keep it from showing, but they won't stop shaking.
That happens.
Not to me? No? No. Typically, I don't scare so easily. Today's scare wasn't typical. I can't get the image of him out of my mind. He was freaky, all right. Honestly, Mr. Hunt, I was terrified. He hesitated a beat, then, speaking barely above a mumble, said, You held it together when it counted. It was a veiled compliment, delivered grudgingly, so it seemed inappropriate to thank him for it. But she held his gaze for several seconds, and understanding was established. Then he made a sound of impatience and gestured toward her hands. It may be a couple of days before you lose the shakes. That's a normal delayed reaction to a crisis situation. Obviously, you have more experience than I do with crisis situations. The moment the words were out of her mouth, she realized how ill-chosen they were. The taut skin over his high cheekbones seemed to stretch even tighter. Mr. Hunt, I didn't mean. Forget it. He cut off her apology in a clipped, cold voice. Pushing himself away from the wall, he turned to Nugent, who was walking toward them carrying a soft drink can in one hand and a package of peanuts in the other. Crawford Hunt frowned at him. Are we going to finish this, or what? As they resumed their places around the table in the interrogation room, Matt Nugent asked him, Is that awkward? What? You and the judge, facing off in court today. Now finding yourselves on common ground, survivors of a catastrophe. We're not on common ground. And despite the catastrophe, I'll be real pissed off if she doesn't award me custody of my daughter. One has nothing to do with the other. Neil punched the record button on the video camera. I wouldn't count on that if I were you. Crawford let the remark pass without comment. He wasn't going to be spurred into talking about his custody petition with Neil Lester. Nugent relaunched the interrogation. You told us earlier that when Rodriguez busted in, I said when the shooter busted in? Same difference. The hell it is, Crawford said. As Sergeant Lester here will tell you, the devil's in the details. It's my statement you're recording, so let's keep it accurate, please. For the record, I didn't know his name until just now. Rodriguez, you said? Jorge, Nugent supplied. Neil shot a glare at the younger detective, silently rebuking him for the gaffe, then came back to Crawford. That information doesn't leave this room. Like, I didn't know that. It seemed to rankle Neil that Crawford was also a law officer. His tone remained brittle. Do you recognize the name? No. Ever seen him before you two met on the roof? No, he wasn't even vaguely familiar. Have you asked the judge? The name mean anything to her? She says no, Nugent replied. But we're going to check her court records and those of the late Judge Waters. Could be he held a grudge against her, or Waters, or maybe Rodriguez had a beef with the U.S. justice system in general. Have you checked? We're on it, Neil said tightly. Crawford got the hint. It wasn't his case. A Texas Ranger had jurisdiction anywhere in the state. He could join an investigation or initiate one without invitation of any other agency, local, state, or federal. But Neil was making it perfectly clear that from where Crawford was sitting tonight, he was to answer questions, not ask them. Neil continued. You said that when the shooter busted in, you were on the witness stand. Accurate enough? Yes. What issue were you and judge addressing? You told me you have a transcript of the hearing. We do. So? He looked over at Nugent, who was shaking peanuts into his mouth. What's unclear, Sergeant Lester? The judge commended you for keeping all your appointments with a therapist. Right. She did. What's that got to do with anything? It could have a lot to do with how you reacted to the unfolding situation. I don't see how. Don't get your back up. I'm just doing my job here. Right. He gave Neil an icy stare, then shrugged. Ask away. Neil appeared all too happy to oblige. Why were you mandated to get counseling before being granted another custody hearing? Did you ask Judge Spencer? Not yet. We plan to. Good. I'd like to know the reasons myself. Take a wild guess, Neil grinned, but it wasn't friendly. Crawford divided another look between the two investigators, letting his irritation show. But what would be gained by stonewalling? They would only conclude that he was ashamed of the required therapy sessions, and he was to some extent. But he didn't want them to know that. I didn't cope well with the sudden death of my wife. That was 4 years ago. Last year I petitioned to regain custody of Georgia. Judge Waters was the presiding judge. He wanted to make certain that I could provide a stable home environment and required a year of therapy in order to determine that I was past all that. Define all that. Drinking more than I should. There were days when it was hard for me even to get out of bed in the morning. Classic depression. Classic grief. Asshole. Crawford was tempted to tack that on, but didn't. You shirked your responsibilities at work. The Rangers removed you from the Houston office and placed you here. Actually, I requested the transfer. Since the Gilroys lived here and Georgia was with them, I made the move to be closer to her. Neil looked skeptical. Your transfer had nothing to do with the incident in Halcon. By incident, I gather you're referring to taking out 6 of the Fuentes drug cartel, including the Big Cheese himself, plus 2 law enforcement officers and several bystanders. Your actions there came under careful review. Nugent stopped munching his snack. The only sound in the room was the soft electronic whirring of the recording equipment. Crawford ground his jaw, letting his glare speak for him. He'd be damned before he'd go on record defending himself to Neil Lester, the self-righteous jerk. Eventually, he picked up the thread. You were eventually cleared of any wrongdoing. That's right. But since then, you've stuck mostly to computer work. Credit card fraud, insurance fraud, kiddie porn rings, things like that. Crawford had requested to be moved apprentice for the reasons stated, and he was assigned to work in conjunction with the law enforcement agencies of several surrounding counties. However, Neil was correct. If there was field work involved, he let another ranger assume it, while his investigations were more often confined to his desk. He refused to comment on it, though. Neil persisted. Nothing to say about that? You more or less covered it. Neil gave a non-committal grunt. If I deem it necessary, I may subpoena the therapist's record of your treatment. That got Crawford's attention. Heat crawled all over him. That's privileged. I could appeal to the court. No judge would force her to hand over her record of our sessions because it's irrelevant. If it's irrelevant, why not tell me what's in it? I haven't seen it. Take a crack at what it contains. It was difficult to be reminded of the darkest days of his life, to have past transgressions publicly aired. It had happened twice today. It was especially hard to sit and take this shit from Neil Lester. But he forced himself to assume a nonchalance. I think the therapist would tell you that I had learned to control my anger over losing Beth, that I had gotten a grip on the alcohol abuse, the depression, etc. I wouldn't be asking, Neil said smoothly, except that it's germane to this investigation. His abuse of authority angered Crawford as nothing else could have. Germane my ass, Neil. You're trying to humiliate me, that's all. What I think you're still pissed off because I felt up your sister. Nugent gulped with astonishment. Neil said nothing, but his eyes shot daggers. Instantly regretful, Crawford sighed as he pushed his fingers through his hair. That was a cheap shot. You're a prick, Neil, and you deserved it, but your sister didn't. To his surprise, Neil actually smiled, but nastily. I would expect no less from you. Besides, you're sitting there and I'm sitting here. I've been placed in charge of investigating this fatal shooting incident, and it's up to you to convince me. His tone set Crawford's teeth on edge. Convince you of what? That you were in a sound and stable state of mind when you confronted Jorge Rodriguez on the roof of the courthouse, and that your actions in no way contributed to his getting killed. Chapter 4. The front door was open before Crawford could ring the bell. Mrs. Amberson? Hello, Mr. Hunt? Joe called. I was watching for you. Come in. Thanks for this. I'm sorry to bother you so late. No bother, and please call me Susan. The Gilroy's neighbor looked younger than the title grandmother implied. Susan Amberson was trim, attractive, and smiled cordially as she stood aside and motioned him into the cheery entryway of her home. She said, After what happened today, I can understand why you'd want to see Georgia. Experiencing something like that? When he trailed off, she finished for him. Makes you want to touch base with people you love. She smiled at him with complete understanding. I've watched the news stories about it. Tragic. I don't know if Grace will ever recover. I haven't seen her yet. I came straight here after Joe said you'd agreed to let me stop by. I apologize for keeping you up. Frank's already in bed, but I'm a night owl. No problem at all. Crawford assumed the referred to Frank was her husband. He was glad he wouldn't be required to make small talk with anyone else, and was grateful to Susan Amberson for not pressing him for details about the events of the day as she led him down a center hallway toward the back of the one-story house. Thank you for watching Georgia all day, he said. I hope she wasn't any trouble. None at all. She's a darling girl. Use is her manners. Good to hear. What's your granddaughter's name? Amy. I tuckered the two of them out. He followed her into a bedroom illuminated by a small lamp on the nightstand between twin beds. His heart constricted when he saw Georgia's mop of blonde curls and her sweet face. Her lips were bowed. She was breathing through them. She snores, he said, his voice rough with emotion. Sensing his embarrassment, she touched his arm briefly. Take all the time you like. She withdrew, and Crawford moved to the bed where Georgia slept. In the other was a little girl of similar age and size, but his attention belonged entirely to his daughter as he gingerly sat down on the edge of the bed. Mr. Bunny, the stuffed toy she wouldn't sleep without, lay in the crook of her elbow. For several moments he simply stared into her face. Then he reached for a lock of hair and rubbed the curl between his fingers. Her lips made a sucking motion, then she swiped her cheek with the back of her hand and opened her eyes. Sleepily she blinked him into focus. Daddy? Shh! Don't wake up your friend. She sat up to receive his hug and return it. Have you come to get me? Is it tomorrow yet? Not yet. I just wanted to stop in and see how you were doing. Good. Yawning broadly, she lay back down and nestled the back of her head into the pillow. You like your new playmate, Amy? Huh? She's nice. We had a tea party and got to dress up in Miss Susan's hats. I wore beads, too. Yeah? How'd the cookies turn out? We sprinkled sugar on top. Mine were pink. She yawned again. Do you want to sleep with me? I don't think we would fit on this bed. You're too big? Me? You and Mr. Bunny are taking up all the space. He poked her lightly in the belly, and she giggled. I'll see you tomorrow. Go back to sleep. But give me a kiss first. He leaned down. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the cheek. Good night, Daddy. I love you. Night, sweetheart. I love you too. She rolled onto her side and closed her eyes. He waited until she was softly snoring again before reluctantly tiptoeing from the room. 5 minutes later, he joined his father-in-law in the Gilroys' kitchen. Even at this late hour, Joe was fully dressed and spit-polished. He had served 3 tours in Vietnam flying F-4s. At the end of the war, he'd left the Air Force. But the Air Force had never completely left him. He motioned toward the coffee maker on the counter. "Help yourself." "No, thanks. Since I know I won't sleep anyhow, I thought I had just as well have some." They sat down across from each other at the dining table. Crawford said, "Grace went to bed?" "Finally. I had to slip her a Mickey. I ground up a pain pill she had left over from that ear infection, spiked her chamomile tea with it. Can't hurt. Knocked her out. That's what she needed. Did you go by the Ambersons' house?" "Just left there. Georgia woke up only long enough to kiss me good night. I'm not sure she'll remember that I was there, but it did me good to see her." "You meet Frank?" "Just Susan. Nice lady. They're good people." The conversation stalled there. This was the way it had been since Beth had first introduced him to her dad. Once he and Joe exhausted chit-chat about the weather and everyone's health, they never seemed to have anything else to talk about. While married to Beth, Crawford had gone out of his way to be friendly and easygoing around Joe, even pretending an interest in his hobby of carpentry. But eventually he'd accepted that he and his father-in-law would never be chums, and he was fine with letting their relationship remain civil and neutral, certainly for as long as Georgia had been in the Gilroys' custody. Crawford had done nothing to provoke Joe to tip that delicate balance between them, to give Joe a reason to limit his access to her. But now, sitting in the homey kitchen without Grace's diplomacy acting as a buffer, he felt the brunt of Joe's hostility toward him. "You talk to your cop friends?" Crawford wanted to disabuse him of the notion that he would receive preferential treatment because he was a law enforcement officer himself. "As you know, Neil Lester is the lead investigator. He and a guy new to me, named Nugent, took my statement. They knew most of it already and only wanted details from my perspective." "Like what?" "Like I didn't know you could move that fast." "Excuse me? When the guy came in shooting, you reacted with remarkable speed and agility." "I guess my 2-mile walk every day keeps me limber." "Guess so. Lucky for you and Grace. He wasn't aiming at us." Joe pushed back his chair and got up to pour himself a refill of coffee. He returned to the table, but once he'd set the mug on it, he didn't touch it again. "What happened up there?" Crawford knew that "up there" referred to the roof of the courthouse. "I haven't been near a TV, but I suppose it's been a big news story." "Your neighbor Susan remarked on it." "What's being reported?" "That you were trying to talk the guy into surrendering, but that when he realized he was surrounded and fired at a deputy sheriff, SWAT team snipers took him down." "That's pretty much it. The TV people are playing up the fact that you're a Texas Ranger. I'm a computer geek with a Ranger's badge. To hear them tell it, you're a hero. I don't look at it that way." "Neither do I." Joe had gradually been working up a lather, so that by the time he said those last 3 words, he was seething. He turned his head, listened for a moment, as though to make sure that Grace was still in the bedroom asleep, then came back around to Crawford. But before his father-in-law could speak, Crawford went on the offensive. "Since I came through the door, you've been building up to something, Joe. Let's have it. You took it upon yourself to play John Wayne." "I went after a man armed with a semi-automatic pistol who threatened the lives of everybody inside that building. Was I supposed to just stand by and let him walk out of there? That building is crawling with officers of every kind, all day, every day. Well, the only officer immediately on hand was Chet, and he was dead." "What did you say to the shooter?" Crawford had spent the last several hours answering Neil's questions about that encounter. He resented getting the 3rd degree about it now from his father-in-law. On the other hand, he hoped to avoid creating a rift with Joe and recognized the value of treading lightly. "I'll be happy to recount it for you later, Joe. But right now I'm bushed. Thank you for arranging my visit with Georgia. I needed to see her. I also wanted to check on Grace. Now that I know they're tucked in and all right, I'm going home to my own bed." When he pushed back his chair and stood up, so did Joe. He said, "It's time we took the gloves off." Crawford raised an eyebrow. "You know what I'm talking about?" Joe said. "Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but you've had years to get things off your chest, and you chose tonight? Now? Lousy timing, Joe. Can't your grievances keep for at least 1 more day?" "No, because I don't want to be blamed later for not giving you fair warning of," the older man propped his hands on his hips in the stance of a victor. "You played my ace for me today. You scored a goal for the opposing team?" He gave a short laugh. "I've been trying to come up with a way to beat you on this thing, and damned if you didn't do it for me. This thing being the custody dispute." "What dispute?" he sneered. There won't be a dispute after your grandstanding today. I wasn't grandstanding. I was trying to prevent. What you did was take a loaded weapon off a fallen officer and chase after a crazy man.
Those courthouse employees that you encountered on your way up to the roof, they interviewed 2 of them on TV. Neither saw the man in white, but both said you scared the bejesus out of them. Crawford turned toward the door. Tell Grace I'll check on her in the morning. Hear me out. Crawford came back around. I didn't like you from the minute Beth brought you to meet us. That's not exactly a news flash. I disliked you on sight. On sight? Why?
You didn't even know me, so what did you have against me? That I was younger and stronger than you? Mr. Top Gun suddenly had competition for Beth's affection. I saw right off that you weren't a man I would want to command. No, Crawford said. What you saw right off was that I was a man you couldn't command. That's why you formed an instant dislike. Beth saw dashing and daring. I saw reckless, and I was right. Your recklessness got her killed. Crawford had said as much to himself during booze-fueled self-analyses. More recently, he'd confessed his corrosive guilt to the therapist. But it was devastating to hear the words from his father-in-law's mouth and to know with certainty that, although he and Grace hadn't openly condemned him, they held him responsible for the loss of their only child. Joe aimed his index finger at him. Your daring do robbed me of my daughter, but it's going to win me custody of my granddaughter. Permanent custody this time. I'm going to fight you tooth and nail, and after your antics today, I'm sure to win. By the time the detectives finished interviewing Crawford Hunt, Holly was already exhausted just from sitting and awaiting her turn. Then she was in the interrogation room for an hour, giving her official statement and providing detailed answers to their questions, many of which related to Mr. Hunt's actions. It was nearing 2 a.m. when she finally arrived home. As she'd promised Mrs. Briggs, she requested a police escort home, and actually she was grateful for the pair of officers who followed her in their patrol car, then walked her to her back door and saw her inside. She lived in the guest house of a secluded 2-acre estate belonging to a friend of the late Judge Waters. The cottage was quaint, charming, and surrounded by lush landscaping. Tall azalea bushes and dense evergreen hedges separated it from the main house, partially screened it from the street, and kept her backyard completely obscured. Ordinarily, she relished the privacy the place afforded, but as she bade the officers goodbye, she would have preferred for tonight only having neighbors close by. Feeling on edge and vulnerable, she shot the bolt on the back door, then went through the rooms, checking closets and behind interior doors to ensure that no masked man in white coveralls was lying in wait. Her search yielded nothing, of course, and she ridiculed herself for being such a fraidy cat. He's dead, nevertheless. No matter how many times she repeated that to herself, the image of distorted features behind a clear mask stayed with her, and she knew it would for a long time. Still nervous, she reconsidered calling Mrs. Briggs, but talked herself out of it. She would insist on coming over, and that would make Holly feel like a ninny. Calling Marilyn was another option. Even at this hour, she would probably be up. But Holly lacked the energy to engage with Marilyn tonight, who was overbearing even at the best of times. In the end, she didn't phone anyone. Her fear was unrealistic. Nevertheless, she showered with the stall door open, even though it was made of clear glass. Dressed for bed, she went into the kitchen and found a bottle of whiskey in the cupboard. One Dennis had left behind. Ordinarily, she didn't drink anything as strong as bourbon, but she couldn't think of an occasion that better called for hard liquor. After making certain that all the windows and doors were locked, she took the tumbler of whiskey to bed with her, where she propped herself against the pillows and gratefully sipped it. Jorge Rodriguez. She searched her memory for even a spark of recollection. It would be a relief to attribute the man's shooting spree to a grudge over a ruling that either she or Judge Waters had made. Finding even a tangential connection between her and Rodriguez, any fragmented reason for retribution would have provided some closure. As of now, however, the motive for the attempted assassination remained unknown, and that was unsettling, even if her own peace of mind didn't require an explanation. The voting public would. Her constituents would wish to know what was behind the courthouse tragedy, and if it related to her. She had little doubt that Sanders would use it, twist and manipulate it, to discredit her. Tonight, he was probably awake too, preparing his onslaught of open criticism and innuendo. He would want to attack while the incident was fresh, possibly launching it as early as tomorrow. With that in mind, she finished the last of the whiskey, set the glass on the nightstand, and reached for the lamp switch. But she hesitated and momentarily considered sleeping with the light on. Just for tonight. Then, chiding herself for the silliness, she extinguished the light with a decisive snap. But as she did so, she noticed that her hands were still shaking. The bourbon hadn't soothed her, but rather seemed to have magnified her memories of the gunman, made the images of him more distinct and frightening. She lay tense and wakeful. her senses highly attuned, so that when she heard the noise coming from the backyard, she sprang upright, heart racing with fear. Chapter 5. Zay, a curtain was pushed aside, and her face appeared in the window. Automatically, she reached for the switch plate. "Don't turn on the light." He spoke only loud enough to make himself heard through the window pane. "What are you doing here? Open the door." "Are you insane?" The court-appointed shrink didn't think so. Now unlock the door. Crawford waited with diminishing patience while she wrestled with the decision. Finally, she slid the bolt, flipped the button on the knob, and opened up. He slipped inside, closed the door behind him, and pulled the curtain back into place. When he turned toward her, she took a cautionary step back. "Relax, Judge?" "I don't think so, Mr. Hunt. If I was here to do you bodily harm, would I have knocked?" Behind her was an open doorway, through which he could see into the living room. On the far side of it was a short hallway that he figured led to the bedrooms. A nightlight glowed from the baseboard in the hall. It cast only enough light into the kitchen to keep them from bumping into the furniture. "Are you here, alone? It's 4 o'clock in the morning." He brought his gaze back to her. "Are you alone?" She hesitated, then bobbed her head once. "Who lives in the main house?" "An 80-something-year-old widow." "By herself? 3 cats? No caregiver? Nurse?" "She insists on living alone, but having someone nearby is a comfort to her as well as to her family. She was a friend of Judge Waters. Knowing I needed a place to live, he suggested the arrangement, and it's worked out well for both of us." He couldn't see a reason for her to lie about the occupant of the stately Southern Greek Revival house. A genteel but independent widow living out her days with 3 cats was too cliched not to be the truth. He relaxed somewhat and took a closer look at the judge. Gone was the severe ponytail she'd worn in court. Her hair was hanging loose to her collarbone. Under his scrutiny, she self-consciously hooked it behind her ears. "I'll ask again, what are you doing here? Were you asleep?" "Yes." Knowing she was lying, he just looked at her. After several seconds, she sighed. "I tried to sleep, but couldn't keep my mind off the shooting. Whose whiskey?" "What?" Following his line of sight, she looked over at the bottle on the counter. "Mine." "I doubt it." "All right, a friend left it. What friend? And I'm glad he did. He, because I needed it tonight." With asperity, she straightened her spine. "I don't have to explain a damn thing to you, Mr. Hunt, but you've got a hell of a lot to explain to me. Like what you're doing here and how you knew where I live. I'm not a Texas Ranger for nothing. Don't be cute." "Wasn't trying to be." "Took me 8 years as a trooper before I could even apply." While she fumed, he took a more thorough look around the kitchen. There were the usual small appliances on the counter, an African violet in the window above the sink, a small dining table with only 2 chairs. Compact and scrupulously tidy, nothing fussy about what he would expect. "How long have you lived here?" he asked. "Since the day I came to town. From Dallas, right?" He cocked an eyebrow. "City girl gone country." Annoyed by that, she said, "I'll ask you one more time. What are you doing here?" "That was going to be my next question to you. Why here? I told you. The widow. I mean, why Prentice? Why our humble burg here on the edge of a swamp? When Judge Waters' health forced him to step down from the bench, he encouraged me to apply to be his replacement. Out of all the legal eagles vying for that appointment, he encouraged you. Why?" When she hesitated to answer, he realized he'd tapped into a touchy subject. With obvious reluctance, she said, "He'd known me since I was born. He and my father were good friends." "Huh? What does that imply? Favoritism?" "You should be campaigning for Greg Sanders." "That loudmouth? No thanks. He does like to crow. His credentials are unimpressive and his platform shaky, so he's resorted to mudslinging. According to him, I'm too young and inexperienced." "Well, he does have 20 years on you." "Then his record should outshine mine." "It doesn't." He started ticking off her accomplishments. "First in your class in law school. Straight out of it, you were snatched up by that high-dollar family law firm in Dallas, made partner in no time flat. Won notoriety for handling that hockey player's divorce. Got his ex a bundle in the settlement. You did your homework. Did I leave out anything? I was hall monitor in 7th grade. I missed that. But it doesn't surprise me. You personify overachiever. Still, Sanders and others are thinking you only got that gubernatorial appointment because you were Judge Waters' fair-haired child." Again, his gaze wandered over the light strands framing her face. Stating the obvious would be too easy. She stiffened her backbone again. "The governor made up his own mind. In any case, I'm not going to debate this with you, Mr. Hunt. In November, I'll be elected on merit." Their encounter earlier tonight in the hallway of the police station had been the first time he'd seen her without the black robe she'd worn into court. She'd been dressed in a gray pantsuit and a blue blouse, a tailored, no-frills outfit in keeping with her profession, something a sober lady judge would wear under her robe of office. But for all the severity of her suit, he'd been surprised then by how much smaller she looked without the robe. Now, barefoot, wearing a faded, oversized t-shirt and an unbelted cotton robe, she looked even more diminutive. Without the trappings of judgeship, there wasn't much to her, but there was no shortage of authority in her bearing or tone of voice. "You still haven't told me why you came here, Mr. Hunt." His gaze was reluctant to leave the hem of the t-shirt that didn't quite reach her bare knees, but he forced it to. "I want to ask you some questions, and I don't trust phones, to say nothing of phone records." "Records or not, you and I shouldn't be speaking privately." "Why not? Afraid we'll get in trouble with Neil? Or are you intimidated by Nugent, a hard-nosed detective if ever I saw one?" Ignoring the insult toward the younger officer, she said, "They're conducting an investigation. We could unintentionally influence each other's account of what happened today. They took your statement, right?" "Yes, and I gave them mine. We told our stories, and we didn't compare notes beforehand. It's okay for us to talk about it now." "Possibly. But in regard to your custody hearing, it's unethical for us to talk privately. Don't you realize that by coming here, you've compromised? How are you going to decide today, me or my in-laws?" She looked him in the eye for several seconds, then lowered her gaze to somewhere in the vicinity of his collar button. "I don't know. Bullshit." Her reestablishment of eye contact was sudden and angry. "Not bullshit, Mr. Hunt. I was going to give everything said in court today careful review before rendering a decision." He placed his right hand over his heart. Lady Justice is nothing if not fair. With obvious vexation, she took a firmer stance, which was hard to pull off with bare feet. "Precisely, I am fair. I wouldn't want to make a decision that could possibly damage your daughters. Her name is Georgia. Georgia's welfare. She is my main concern, not you, not her grandparents, Georgia. My hope is that your relationship with the Gilroys will remain amicable, that both parties will graciously accept the outcome of the proceedings. Any resultant animosity could have an adverse effect on Georgia. Everyone, especially the court, wants to avoid that, which is why arguments for both sides should be carefully weighed, looked at from every angle, and deliberated long and hard before a ruling is handed down." He didn't say anything for a time then. Rousing speech, Judge. A real rah-rah. You should save it for a campaign fundraiser, but I'm not buying a damn word of it, especially the part about deliberating long and hard. You had made up your mind about my petition before you came into that courtroom today, hadn't you? "No," he made a skeptical sound. "Fine. Believe what you want," she pointed toward the door. "But do it somewhere else. Please go." "Or what?" "Or I'll call the police." Technically, he was the police, but he huffed a laugh. "Not a chance. Bad publicity. Bad for your campaign. More negative attention drawn to you after today?" He shook his head. "Uh-huh. Your rival Sanders, Governor Hutchins, people in general are already speculating on whether or not the shooting was your fault. As though he'd literally struck her below the belt, she protectively crossed her arms over her middle and tucked her hands beneath her elbows." "Don't say that." Clearly, she'd already considered the possibility that she was somehow responsible, and it bothered her greatly. But he couldn't soft-soap this to spare her feelings. The stakes for him were too high. When the investigation into the shooting incident was laid to rest, he wanted there to be no misgivings about the action he'd taken today. If there were, he didn't have a chance in hell of getting Georgia back. So he pressed. "Did Jorge Rodriguez have a beef with you?" "Not that I'm aware of."
Come on, Judge. It's just you and me now. You're suggesting that I lied to the police?
"Everybody lies to the police. I don't. I had never heard of Jorge Rodriguez until tonight. Why would I lie about it? That's easy. In November, you want to be elected on merit. If there's something really ugly, you wouldn't want it exposed when we're coming up on voting season. Out. No scandal involving an illegal, then no." Nugent had disclosed that she claimed not to recognize the suspect's name, but Crawford had wanted to gauge her truthfulness for himself. If she was lying, she was damn good at it. He didn't detect any of the classic giveaways. She was, however, raging mad, and despite his chest thumping of a few minutes ago, if she ordered him to leave, he would have to go. "Okay then," he said, "you didn't know Rodriguez, so why'd he do it?" Some of the starch went out of her. Warily, she shook her head, dislodging the hair that she'd hooked behind her ear. She took a deep breath, which shifted the topography under her t-shirt, making him aware of it. "I have no idea," she said softly. "I wish I did." Dragging himself back on track, he said, "According to Neil and Nugent, they questioned dozens of people, and nobody claims to have seen Rodriguez before he entered your court. Even without the mask, he would have been noticed roaming the courthouse dressed in painter's overalls." She raised her hands at her sides to indicate that she was clueless, he continued. It's reasonable to assume that he was familiar with the building. For starters, he knew there are no security cameras except at the entrances and exits. He also knew he could bring a pistol in with him. Dryly, he added, I'll bet the budget for heightened security will be approved now. I was surprised when I moved here and learned that there wasn't a metal screening at the entrance. It's always been voted down in favor of spending on something else. Unfortunately for Chet, yeah. Could he have been the intended target, she asked. I seriously doubt it. I've known him since I was a kid. He was the first black deputy in this county. Did you know that? She shook her head. Spent most of his career serving as bailiff. Reflecting on the man, he heard himself say, he winked at me. What? I just now remembered after swearing me in, as he was turning away, he gave me a little wink. She smiled. That sounds like him. Although strictly speaking, as a court official, he shouldn't have been showing any partiality. No, but it meant a lot to me. They said nothing for several moments. Then, shaking off the melancholy that had settled over him, he said, Anyway, I can't imagine Chet Barker having an enemy in the world. I think he just got in the way. Of me, she said in a quiet voice. You think I was the target, don't you? Her doleful expression implored him for an honest answer, but he let his silence speak for him, and the logical conclusion noticeably upset her. She turned her head aside and pulled her lower lip through her teeth in obvious distress. Look, he said, it's all conjecture at this point. Even if you were his target, for whatever twisted reason, he can't hurt you now. All the same, I would like to know what I did or didn't do that made him want to kill me. What did I do to provoke payback that extreme? Could be you had nothing to do with it. You just said you thought I was the target? No, I didn't. You did. But maybe Rodriguez, or whatever his name was, wasn't motivated by you, the court, or anything that we can put a label on. Maybe he was just a head case whose hobby was killing small animals. It was only a matter of time before he graduated to human beings, and the courthouse made for good theater. Especially the final act, he got the attention he sought. Which is why local politicians, the media, and the public will be asking questions, and the police will be scrambling to provide satisfactory answers. They'll have to justify taking him out the way they did. Was it justified? I had identified myself as a law officer and ordered him to put down the weapon. He not only refused, he fired 2 shots at a uniformed officer, and he probably would have gone on firing if those SWAT officers hadn't stopped him.
No, Judge. It went down the way it had to. It's just he thought back on those fateful moments. Although measured in time by mere seconds, it had been a history-changing, life-ending event. He'd been there, he'd witnessed the whole thing. Yet he still didn't understand why that young man had placed himself in such a near-perfect situation to get killed.
His consternation must have been apparent, because the judge's expression invited him to share what was on his mind, and before he knew he was going to, he did. I wish I could have had a few more seconds with him, you know. Maybe I could have talked him into putting down the pistol. Or I could have convinced the deputy to back away and let me handle it, or you could have been killed. That statement snapped him back into the present, and to her and to the reason he'd come here in the first place. Right, I could have been killed, which makes me sorry I went after him in the first place. But I did, and because I did, I'm in the big, thick middle of it, and I don't want to be. I've been through a mess like this once before. He paused for emphasis. As you well know, she looked down at the floor. It's an unfortunate circumstance for you, and I'm sorry over it. Oh, I'm sure you're all torn up. Hearing in his tone that he meant just the opposite, she raised her head and looked at him. Why do you doubt it? Because my being gung-ho today gives you the perfect out. I don't know what you mean. Sure you do. He advanced on her a step. If you had to rule on my petition right now, this second, would you award me custody of Georgia? She parted her lips to speak, but nothing came out. That's what I thought, he said with a snicker. After today, you can deny me custody of my little girl and walk away with a clear conscience. His conclusion angered her. After this, she said, passing her hand back and forth between the two of them, I won't even be deciding your case. I'll have to recuse myself and give it over to another judge. Even better, you can wash your hands of the whole thing. He made a show of dusting his hands. While I will have to start all over with a new judge, more therapy probably, more bullshit, definitely, and more time without Georgia. Which is no fault of mine, she said, raising her voice to match the level of his. You were the one who dictated all that inconvenience to yourself when you showed up at my back door. She was right, of course, but he'd be damned before conceding. Okay, since you're out of it, you can tell me what your decision would have been. I told you before that you don't know. That's right, like hell you don't. While you were flipping through my file, pretending to ponder your decision, you already knew what you were going to say, right? right? I don't know what my decision would have been, and how dare you come here demanding to know? I'm demanding it because I've been put on notice by my father-in-law. That brought her up short. She paused long enough to take several quick breaths. Notice? Joe told me tonight that he plans to fight my petition in earnest. He's proclaimed us enemies. We're no longer, how did you put it, amicable? Screw that. It's gloves off. War officially declared. If that's the way he wants to play it, fine. But I want to know from you if I'm going to be wasting my time, to say nothing of attorney's fees, engaging in a battle that I've already lost. I'm sure he was just overwrought. Jet? Jockey Joe? He doesn't get overwrought. He would today, mister. Hunt, anything said in the aftermath of what we experienced this afternoon should be tempered. Damn it, I hate that. What? You talking to me like you're sitting behind a podium, robe zipped up, a goddamn gavel in hand. Tell me straight out, no fancy talk, no legalese, just one person to another. Were you going to rule in favor of them or me? We'll discuss it. Now. Now is when we're going to discuss it. Was I going to win or lose? I can't. Tell me. Stop bullying me. Her voice cracked on her shout, and it shocked him into silence. You weren't the only one affected today, she cried out in that same creaky voice. I'm sorry for your situation. Truly, I am. I'm sorry that my kind, genial, and well-meaning bailiff, who you knew since you were a kid and winked at you, died protecting me. I'm sorry that your mother-in-law can't stop crying. I'm sorry that I don't know what prompted that man to do what he did, and if his motive has some connection to me, I'm even sorrier about that. She leaned back against the counter and used both fists to wipe tears off her cheeks. Then she opened her hands and stared down at her palms. I'm also sorry that I can't stop shaking, and that I seriously considered sleeping with the light on tonight, showing a cowardly streak I didn't even know I had. Choking up entirely, she paused to swallow several times, taking hard gulps of air. But the man in the mask was horrifying, and it was awful to see Chet die, and she covered her face with her hands and began to sob. "Aw, shit," Crawford muttered. He slid his hands into the back pockets of his jeans and left her to wallow in several moments of heavy crying. Finally, he said, "Hey, don't do that. I can't help it." "Yeah, you can." "No, I can't. I was so afraid." "Not just for me, but for, come on now, stop crying. For all of us." He was so scary. I know. I was scared, too. "No, you weren't. Hell, I wasn't." She continued to cry into her hands. "Try not to think about it anymore, okay?" She nodded, but she didn't stop weeping. Removing his hands from his pockets, he pulled a paper napkin from the holder on the dining table. "Here, wipe your eyes." She didn't see the napkin he extended her, so he walked over and gently nudged her arm. "Use this." Blindly, she groped for the napkin with one hand, then held it against her eyes. But her crying didn't abate. In fact, the racking sobs increased. Uncomfortable with the situation, Crawford shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "Come on now, this isn't helping anything. Get it together. I'm trying. I can't. Everything's okay." He moved a step closer and lightly placed his hands on her shoulders. Patting them, he said, "It's all right, I know, but you're safe. We're all safe. Hear me? Safe." His soothing words must have reached her, because a few seconds later, her neck went boneless and her head dropped forward. She hiccuped into the damp napkin, used it to blot her eyes and wipe her nose, then lowered her hands from her face. "I'm sorry. No problem. Better now?" She nodded, and when she did, her forehead brushed against his chest and then rested there. His hands stilled on her shoulders, then moved to encircle her neck, his fingertips gently kneading the back of it. She set her hands at his waist and leaned into him. A deep inhale caused her whole body to shudder. "Shh." He hugged her closer and sent his fingers up into her hair until he was cupping the back of her head in his hand. His other slid down her back and began stroking her spine. On one downward trip, it slid past the small of her back and settled on the curve of her hip, and stayed there. Suddenly, neither of them was breathing. After what seemed an endless time of absolute stillness, she tilted her head up. Crawford looked down into her brimming green eyes and thought, "Oh, fuck." Chapter 6. Crawford growled into his cell phone. "Yeah? It's Neil Lester. I need to talk to you." Crawford pried open his eyes only wide enough to read the clock on his nightstand and was surprised to see that it was after 10. "About what? Were you asleep?" "That's what you called to ask me? Don't be a smart-ass." Crawford rolled onto his back and placed his forearm over his eyes. "I had a rough night. That happens after seeing 2 men gunned down. I'm funny that way." All of yesterday's events came crashing into his mind. The last in that pileup of disturbing recollections was of him having carnal knowledge of Judge Holly Spencer. He pressed his thumb and middle finger into his eye sockets and stifled a groan. Christ. Neil asked, "How soon can you be up and dressed?" "Depends. Why?" I'll tell you when I get there." An instant later, Crawford was holding a dead phone. Swearing, he struggled to sit up and swung his feet to the floor, propped his elbows on his knees, and held his face in his hands as he prayed that he had only dreamed that erotic interlude with her honor. But then memories of it began to crystallize, taking on shape, sound, and substance. Her, him, ignition, blast-off, his doorbell pealed. He dropped his hands between his knees. "You've got to be kidding me." The bell rang again. He pulled on his underwear and stamped through his house to the front door, jerked it open, scowled. I was parked at the curb when I called. Neil hitched his thumb over his shoulder at the unmarked sedan. "May I come in?" Crawford turned his back and stalked away, but left the door standing open. Neil asked, "Where are you going?" "To pee." Crawford didn't look back, leaving his unwelcome guest to his own devices. He used the toilet and splashed cold water on his face. He picked up yesterday's jeans from off the floor beside the bed where he'd shucked them in the wee hours. He was still buttoning up when he re-entered the living room. Neil had closed the door but had remained standing just in front of it. In stark contrast to Crawford's rumpled appearance, he was a paragon of neatness, hair carefully parted, clothes wrinkle-free. Shoes shined, so closely shaven his face reflected light. Crawford said, "Kitchen's this way?" By the time Neil joined him, he had the coffee-maker's water tank filled and was scooping grounds into the filter. Rudely, he asked, "What, Neil?" "The me said if we want to view the body before he performs the autopsy, we'd better get over there." Crawford's hands were momentarily arrested in motion. Then he dumped the last scoopful of grounds, clicked the filter basket into place, and punched the start button on the machine. Only then did he turn around. He gave Neil a once-over. "Huh? What? You don't look like a man who's lost his mind. But I think you spent hours last night doing everything you possibly could to piss me off. Then you show up this morning and pretend we're partners? Get out of my house." Neil's mouth formed a thin, grim line that barely moved as he said, "It wasn't my idea to bring you in. The request came from the chief himself. If he wants a ranger, have him call the Tyler office. See who's available. I requested a few days off, and my major said I could take all the time I needed." "I know, but the chief said, 'You got the perp. All that's left to do is ID him, and you don't need me for that. I'm going back to bed, or maybe I'll go for a long run or a swim. I'll clip my toenails. The one thing I'm not doing is accompanying you to the morgue to look at your dead guy.' I figured you would say that." "You figured right. Hear me out before you refuse." "I already refused. The chief thought maybe you'd recognize Rodriguez if you got a better look at him. He was a total stranger to me until our standoff on the roof. I didn't recognize him yesterday. I won't today. Bye. The chief says it won't hurt for you to look at him again." "Won't help either. We won't know that for certain until you do. You didn't see Rodriguez close up. If you do, it might joggle a memory. It won't. And I've got other things to do. Actually, he didn't. He had an outing with Georgia planned for later this afternoon, but until then he was at loose ends. But under any circumstances, he wanted nothing to do with an investigation under Neil Lester's direction. If the local PD wanted the Texas Rangers' help, they could get another one. Sooner he distanced himself from yesterday's incidents, the better. However, true to form, Neil was taking his job as the police chief's messenger boy seriously. He remained standing in the center of the kitchen, looking pained but stubbornly duty-bound. Crawford turned away to take a mug from the cabinet. "Want coffee?" After an abrupt "no thanks," Neil said, "We've been unable to confirm that Rodriguez is his real name." "That's a problem, all right. His prints weren't flagged."
No priors then. No. But he had a fake ID. No green card, work visa. Nothing like that in his wallet. He had less than $30 cash. No credit cards. No cell phone in this day and age. It's practically unheard of not to have a cell phone. Unless you're someone who doesn't want to be captured by police with one in your possession. You said you didn't think he spoke English very well. That was only a guess. He might have been fluent and was just pretending not to understand me.
Maybe he was so jumpy that his knowledge of English deserted him. A man trying to pull off such a boneheaded stunt wouldn't be thinking clearly or intelligently. "Why do you think it was a boneheaded stunt?" Crawford cocked his eyebrow. "You don't." "Of course I do, but I'd like to hear why you think so. You haven't got that much time. Look, be an asshole. That's what I expect from you. I'm not here because I want to be, believe me. Oh, I believe you, Neil. You look downright constipated. But as long as I was sent on this errand, you could give me something to take back to the chief." Crawford was about to tell him that he didn't care if he had only his dick in his hand when he returned to the chief. But the coffee-maker was just now beginning to burble. As long as he had to wait on it, he thought, what the hell, and decided to air something that had been puzzling him. "The guy has just gunned down a man in front of witnesses." Right. He's fleeing the scene of a capital crime. Right? Why go to the roof? Because 2 law enforcement agencies are located on the building's first floor. The matching annexes for the PD and sheriff's office were connected to the first floor of the courthouse, extending back from each side of it to form a large letter U, Crawford said. Even so, going down is a much better option than the roof, where there's only one means of escape. And another thing, he lights up a smoke. Camel unfiltered. Neil shrugged. He needed a jolt of nicotine. No doubt, but I don't know. Crawford idly scratched his bare chest and turned his head to gaze out the window above the sink. It looked like rain. He might have to change what he had planned for Georgia that afternoon. What else? Neil probed. The guy virtually guaranteed that he would be either captured or killed. Those were his only 2 options. Suicide, also after which he would be dead. What are you getting at? Neil asked. Why the costume? Musing out loud, he elaborated. If escape was all but impossible, if he was doomed to wind up either in handcuffs or a body bag, why bother with the disguise? For the scare factor? Possibly, Crawford murmured. If so, it worked. His thoughts shifted back to Judge Spencer's meltdown. For hours, she had managed to delay her reaction to the fright she'd experienced in the courtroom. She'd contained it well until his bullying, as she'd called it, had cracked her restraint. Emotions had burst out of her and the overflow had been unstoppable. His attempt to comfort her had been awkward because, up till then, they'd never touched, not even to shake hands. Then, from that tentative, consoling pat, they had proceeded at warp speed to desperate, clutching, grinding fucking. You with me? Crawford cleared his throat and turned back to Neil. Sorry, what? Are you sleepwalking?
No, I was just mulling over what you were saying. Which part?
Neil posed the question like a snotty know-it-all, which was the way he'd been as a kid and the way Crawford continued to regard him. Look, Sergeant, if you don't like the way I'm conducting the conversation, feel free to get the hell out of my house. Neil stood his ground. I repeat, none of the government agencies in the courthouse, city, state, or federal, had an appointment scheduled with the Jorge Rodriguez. He had no outstanding traffic ticket to pay, no tax bills. Maybe he was there to get married. Neil didn't so much as blink at the quip, much less smile. Think before you rule it out, Neil. JP's office is on the 5th floor. Some men will go to great lengths to avoid tying the knot. Although badgering the detective felt good, Crawford's heart wasn't really in it. He was remembering the purpose with which Rodriguez strode toward the judge's podium. He was there to kill. He looked at Neil and stated with unqualified conviction, I don't know who he was or why he went about it so stupidly and suicidally, but he meant to kill. The coffin maker hissed and spat one last time. Crawford filled his mug and leaned against the counter, sipping thoughtfully, though he told himself to shut up about the incident and to tell Neil to go take a flying leap. He heard himself ask, You get him on security camera coming in. He entered through the main entrance at 141. Here's something interesting. He wasn't carrying anything. Damn it, that was interesting. No gym bag, sack, backpack. Neil shook his head. So either he'd stashed his costume on a previous visit in preparation for yesterday, or he was wearing the painter's garb under his street clothes. No way, Crawford said. He didn't have time to switch back into street clothes after leaving the painter's stuff in a pile. He would have gone out onto the roof wearing very little, or in the buff. Damn, you're right. Neil thought it over. I suppose the cap, gloves, shoe covers, and mask could have been stashed in his pockets when he entered the building. Maybe, Crawford said, but he wasn't convinced of that. Anything else? Neil shook his head. Once through the door, he got lost in the shuffle. One of many flowing into the building around that time. Prospective jurors. Yeah, Crawford said. I was waiting at the end of the hall for our 2 o'clock court time. All of a sudden, the 4th floor corridor was crawling with people. The jurors were on their way to Judge Mason's court, 2 doors down from Judge Spencer's rape case, with extenuating circumstances. Both attorneys had asked for a large jury pool from which to select. Must have been 50, 60 of them, Crawford recalled. Most came up on the atrium stairs instead of using the elevators. Rodriguez could have blended, then easily slipped into that closet unnoticed. Cameras on the roof got him coming out that door at 2:28. No disguise, but he's carrying the pistol, which he set on the wall at the edge. The security cameras had verified the sequence of events as Crawford remembered and had related them in his statement, but they failed to enlighten him as to Rodriguez's purpose. In fact, when Neil finished talking through it, Crawford was left with even more gnawing questions. It was second nature for him to want to plug up the holes of missing information, but mentally he slammed shut the door on his curiosity. Answers will come with a positive ID, he said. In the meantime, you'll have to keep playing the guessing game. He raised a toast with his mug. Good luck. The chief wants no. He's cleared it with your major lieutenant in Houston. I'll talk to him and unclear it, which should make you happy. We wouldn't be simpatico changing a flat tire together. Wasn't it you, just last night, who took issue with my tactics? I was out of line, Crawford snuffled over the detective's stilted apology. Never mind, Neil. My feelings aren't hurt. I don't give a shit what you think of me. Then I won't play diplomat here. I don't like you or your Dirty Harry brand of cop. But, he said, taking a breath, it's not up to me, and others hold you in high esteem. Crawford knew what it had cost the guy to say that. He almost felt sorry for him. But he remained unmoved. Thank the chief for the vote of confidence, but you'll ID Rodriguez without me. If you feel like you need another ranger, that's not the point. Then what's the point? You were the only person on the roof with this guy, the only one who exchanged words with him. You have everything in my statement, including my admission that I responded instinctively, and, as you were quick to point out, I did so without weighing the consequences of such a rash action, which I now regret. He could tell Neil was shocked to hear him say that. Not for the reason you think, Crawford said. I took the correct action. I stand by that. I regret it for an entirely selfish reason. Want to share? He saw no reason not to. Charging after that gunman has almost certainly scotched my chances of getting Georgia back at the next hearing. My father-in-law is going to remind the judge of my reckless disregard for my own safety. What judge is going to entrust a little girl's future to Dirty Harry, especially a judge who's been slam-bam thank-you-ma'amed by him? Thinking back on those moments in her kitchen, he wondered if maybe he had read Holly Spencer all wrong. When she raised her head from his chest and looked up into his face, what if her watery-eyed, parted lips expression wasn't evidence of lust but revulsion? Hell, maybe she hadn't been telegraphing, "Take me and take me now." Instead, that look might have been a warning that if he didn't remove his grubby paw from her ass, she was going to scream the house down. But she hadn't. He'd acted on the signals as he'd read them, when he'd crushed her against him and lifted her off her feet. She hadn't protested, when he'd lowered her onto the living room sofa and she'd raised her hands toward him. It wasn't to stave him off, but to fight with him for ownership of his belt buckle to see who could get it undone faster. But in the glaring spotlight of retrospection, he doubted that she would remember it quite like that. He hadn't had the crying jag. She had. He wasn't the one who'd been in desperate need of a comforting hug. She was. If he'd stopped it there, he might have been okay. But so much for that. The best thing he could do now was to stay the hell away from her and leave the unanswered questions about Rodriguez for someone else to answer. He didn't need to get in any deeper. Irritably, he wiped away the sweat trickling down his torso, a byproduct of his memories of their tussle on her small sofa. Grumbling, he said, "I'll call your chief and square it, but even he can see how this creates a conflict of interest for me. If I want my kid, it's best I sit this one out. You know your way to the door." He turned to the sink and tossed the dregs of his coffee down the drain. "So that's a no? Between you and me, that's a fuck no. Then how should I rephrase it to Mrs. Barker?" Crawford came around. "Who? Chet's widow?" Neil reached into the breast pocket of his sport jacket and took out a letter envelope. This was hand-delivered to the department this morning by one of her relatives. It's addressed to you, but sent in care of the chief, who took the liberty of reading it before asking me to pass it along. He extended the envelope toward Crawford, who actually recoiled from it. Neil laid the envelope on the dining table. Basically, it says how highly Chet thought of you. He felt you were unfairly criticized over. Well, you know, Neil's expression turned sour. She goes on and on for several paragraphs, reiterating how highly Chet praised you. Your skills, courage, blah, blah. You get the idea. Anyway, she appeals to you to get to the bottom of the courtroom shooting and provide her with an explanation for her husband's death, which came about here only a few months away from of his retirement. Crawford looked down at the pastel blue envelope. His name was written on it in a fine script. He closed his eyes and mumbled a chorus of swear words. Neil said, "I'll help myself to coffee while you're getting dressed." Chapter 7. Z. The morgue was in the basement of the county hospital. The medical examiner, Dr. Forrest Anderson, was a 50-something bachelor who loved forensics and French cooking. When he wasn't busy pursuing one interest, he was elbow-deep in the other, which explained why he was almost as wide as he was tall. In addition to being obese, he had high blood pressure and diabetes, and often joked that his autopsy would be one for the textbooks, and that he regretted he wouldn't be around to observe it. As he waddled toward the table on which the cadaver lay covered, he said, "One bullet entered his back, burst through his heart. He never felt it." Matt Nugent had been waiting for Neil and Crawford when they arrived. The three of them lined up along one side of the table. The May moved around to the other, the cadaver's left, and folded back the sheet as far as the navel over the course of his career. Crawford had seen a lot of bodies, but the dispassion of death never ceased to shock him. It was the ultimate equalizer, whether one died violently or peacefully in his sleep. Death left the remains cold, gray, and eerily motionless. He took a few seconds to bolster himself, then looked at the dead man's face. This one would also have been fatal, Dr. Anderson continued. It went through the neck from the back, severed the spinal column, exited here. He pointed to the area where the Adam's apple should have been. Crawford's ears had begun to ring. His blood seemed to have come to a boil. He forced himself to breathe evenly through his nose. The third shot entered the torso from the back, lower right side, exited through the gut on the left. Until I look inside, I won't know the damage it did, but I'm guessing it was extensive. Those SWAT guys don't mess around when it comes to saving a fellow officer. Standing beside Crawford, Neil maintained a stoic professionalism. No one acknowledged that Matt Nugent was swallowing noisily. Anderson said, "Good thing none of them went for a headshot, or his face might not be intact." He looked across at them. "No one's come forward to ID him?" Neil answered for the group. "Not yet. Autopsy may shed some light on his last few hours," the doctor said, rocking back and forth on feet that were comically small compared to the rest of him. "Contents of the stomach, drugs and alcohol in his system. I haven't found any needle marks yet, but heavy users can be clever. I'll be thorough. We count on that." Neil took a step back and motioned for Crawford to take his place nearer the head of the table. Crawford did so and bent over Jorge Rodriguez to closely examine his face. Needlessly. The instant he'd looked at him, he'd seen all he needed to see. He straightened up and stepped away from the table. "I don't know him." The younger detective stopped swallowing long enough to ask, "You're positive?" "Positive. I'd never seen this man before yesterday." Then, backing away, he said, "I'll be outside." Crawford was pacing the length of Neil's car when the two detectives exited the hospital a few minutes later. Neil told Nugent that he would meet him at the police station after he drove Crawford home. They rode in silence for several blocks. Finally, Neil said, "It was worth a shot." Crawford stared out the passenger window. He had aimed the AC vents directly at himself, and they were blasting cold air. But it wasn't enough. He felt hot and itchy from the inside out. As I was leaving, I heard the ME ask what time you were coming back. I asked Judge Spencer to take a look at him, too. Crawford looked over at him. "Is that necessary?" Neil shrugged. His name wasn't familiar to her, but she may recognize his face. Worth a shot. "You're repeating yourself," Neil said querulously. "I didn't want you along any more than you wanted to be there, but you have the chief's size 12s up your anus, because the city leaders are up his. Already the department's been put on notice that the Hispanic community is gearing up for a full-fledged protest crying racial profiling, even though 2 of our SWAT guys are Hispanic. And then there was that appeal from Chet Barker's widow, which is the only reason I agreed to come with you. Mrs. Barker wants answers. We all do. Everyone was hoping that when you saw Rodriguez up close, you'd say, 'Oh, that guy. Now it all makes sense. I know why he did it.' But you didn't, so your services are no longer needed. You did Mrs. Barker a personal favor. You're off the hook." Neil stopped at a traffic light and turned toward him. "So what's eating you?" Under his breath, Crawford said, "Nothing." Neil continued to scrutinize him until the light turned green. No more was said until he pulled the car to the curb in front of Crawford's house. Crawford pushed open the door, eager to get out. "Good luck." He closed the car door and tapped the roof twice, hoping that Neil would consider the matter closed and drive away without asking any more questions. If anyone pressured Crawford now, he feared he would implode. Holly arrived at her office later than usual, having stopped by the Barkers' house to hand-deliver a condolence card for the recent widow. She had intended to drop it with whomever answered the door and promptly leave, not wanting to impose on the family's grieving. But Chet's daughter had invited her to come inside. "Mama will want to see you, Judge Spencer." For the next hour, she had shared remembrances of Chet with members of his family, including Mrs. Barker, and had been touched in view of their personal tragedy that they expressed concern for her safety and well-being. By the time she reached her office, 2 policemen sent by Sergeant Lester were set up at a portable table, searching through her court records and case files for any mention of Jorge Rodriguez. "Nothing so far," Mrs. Briggs told her, "and I myself ran a search of his name before they even started. Judge Waters put all his records on thumb drives before he retired," Holly told her. "Be sure they see those, too. I've already handed them over. I also spoke with someone in the Dallas firm and brought them up to speed. Everyone there's worried about you. Frankly, so am I. Forgive me for saying so, but you look completely done in. I just came from a visit with Mrs. Barker." She knew her eyes must still be red from crying. "Why don't you go home? Why did you even come in today? Actually, I prefer being here and staying busy to sitting at home dwelling on yesterday. I'm fine." The older woman looked skeptical, but didn't argue. "You've had numerous calls from media, as instructed. I referred them to Sergeant Lester." Thank you for everything, and Ms. Vidal has called here 3 times. She's left messages on my cell phone, too. I'll call her now." Holly went into her private office and closed the door. Once seated behind her desk, she fortified herself with several swallows of water straight from the bottle before using her cell phone to call Marilyn Vidal. In her gruff smoker's voice, Marilyn answered after the first ring. "Why haven't you returned my calls?" "I'm calling now. The local Dallas stations carried the story this morning, the full story. You underplayed it when you called me last night." "For God's sake, Holly, that maniac could have killed you. I didn't want you to worry. The truth is that I was very fortunate my life was spared. I can't overstate how horrible it was to see my bailiff killed right in front of me. It was ghastly." "I'm so sorry. Do you feel like talking about it?" She didn't, but Marilyn was orchestrating her campaign. It was only fair that she understand her present state of mind. She talked Marilyn through it, starting with the appearance of the gunman in the courtroom and bringing her up to the moment. She omitted any mention of Crawford Hunt's visit to her home, of course, having placed that subject off limits even to herself. She refused to think about it. Jorge Rodriguez might have been seated in the gallery during a proceeding, but he was never a principal in any case I presided over. At least none has been found under that name. Marilyn, never one to mince words, said, "That's both good and bad." Holly understood exactly what she was driving at. "No direct connection between us has been established. Therefore, no fingers are pointed at me." "Which is the good part," Marilyn said. "The bad part? Cook's motive is left wide open to wild speculation." She mulled it over for several seconds, then said, "I'll have to give some thought to how we address that. In the meantime, how are you holding up personally?" "I'm all right." "Pull the other one, Holly." "I have some residual shakiness," she admitted. "I've been told that might hang on for several days. I didn't sleep well. Not one wink after her guest's departure." He'd left her sprawled on the sofa, covered by little more than an orgasmic blush and suffering from acute mortification. "Do you have someone staying with you?" Yanked back into the present by Marilyn's question, she replied with a subdued no. "Have you considered calling Dennis?" "No." "Maybe." "No, Marilyn. You're probably right. That might be perceived as a sign of weakness, and we can't have that." Holly had made that determination on her own last night. She envisioned Marilyn grinding out her cigarette, sympathetic but unfailingly pragmatic. "Let me think about how best to handle this." "It's not up to us to handle it, Marilyn. The police are handling it. They have their agenda and we have ours. Have you been approached by the media for a statement?" She told her what Mrs. Briggs had reported. "But last night, before I left the police station, the lead investigator discouraged me from discussing the incident publicly until the culprit has been positively identified and his next of kin contacted. As of now, to my knowledge, that hasn't happened. Again, good and bad, you need to be out there, visible, courageously carrying on. But I had just as soon you not be photographed while you still have the shakes." "They're not that bad, Marilyn. It's just that you don't get over something that traumatic in a few hours. At least I don't. Of course not. I understand. Take today. Get a grip. I'll be in touch." With that, she was gone. No sooner had Holly disconnected than Mrs. Briggs came in carrying a large vase of red roses. "These just came for you." Holly opened the small envelope attached. "Greg Sanders," she said without inflection, expressing his concern and sending best wishes. Mrs. Briggs snorted her disdain. "Did you see this morning's paper?" Where he advocated tighter courthouse security and cited all the times he's made personal appeals to the county commissioners for funding. "Yes, I saw that." "And the other part?" her assistant asked in a softer tone. Holly left her desk chair and walked over to the window. "Could yesterday's tragedy have been spawned by some deep, dark secret in my past?" He didn't come right out and pose the question, but that was the gist of it. He's too clever to say anything libelous. But the thought has been planted in the general public's mind. "In yours too, I think?" Holly continued to stare at nothing out the window. "Until I know better, I'll continue wondering if I was responsible for it. If I learn I was, it will haunt me forever. Despite what you say, you're not fine. Please go home. Pull the covers up over your head," and Mrs. Briggs was interrupted by the telephone on Holly's desk. She answered on the second ring. "Judge Spencer's office." "Yes, she's right here." Extending the receiver toward Holly, she said, "Sergeant Lester." Holly returned to her desk and took the receiver. Mrs. Briggs left, pulling the door closed behind her. Holly said, "Hello, Sergeant Lester. I told her it was him so you'd take the call." Her stomach dropped. She closed her eyes, but the image persisted of him looking down at her while standing beside the sofa, hastily buttoning up his fly. He'd walked out before taking time even to tuck in his shirt tail or buckle his belt. Neither of them had spoken a word. "I'm hanging up," she said. "Wait, don't. Never pull another trick like this. Listen to me. There's nothing to say." Little you know, Judge. There's a lot to say. Goodbye. We've got to talk. No, we don't. We definitely do not. Don't call me again. She hung up before he could say anything else. With a cold and clammy hand, she replaced the receiver on the phone. Then, folding her arms on her desktop, she laid her head on them and tried to control her breathing, which was as difficult to do as it was to block the memory of her and Crawford Hunt tugging at their clothing, clumsily adjusting limbs as they sought purchase on the narrow sofa, of her groaning with frustration, of him swearing with impatience until he was moving deep inside her, when the tenor of their groans and swearing had changed entirely after one solid rap on the office door. Mrs. Briggs pushed it open. Holly sprang upright. From the threshold, her assistant looked at her with a mix of puzzlement and concern. But Holly's expression must have looked like a silent order for her not to pry, not even to inquire what was the matter. Mrs. Briggs cleared her throat. "I hate to disturb you, Judge Spencer, but you asked for a half-hour's notice before you were due at the morgue." Chapter 8. Crawford kicked aside an empty paint can as he made his way up the weed-choked path, wondering what had happened to the paint that belonged to the can. It hadn't been applied to the house, which looked more ramshackle than it had the last time he was here. As he stepped onto the porch, the rotting planks bowed beneath his weight. Through the screen door, he saw Conrad waving for him to come inside. "Make sure to pull that screen closed all the way so flies don't get in." Crawford went in. "Sure wouldn't want flies spoiling this place." The older man cocked his head to one side. "Was that intentionally snide?" "Nothing gets past you." Crawford motioned behind him. "Why are you leaving the door open? Is your AC busted?" An oscillating fan was circulating moisture-laden air through the cluttered living room. The man in the recliner had stripped down to dingy white briefs and a wife-beater with stained armholes. His feet were bare. "Compressor started making a funny racket yesterday, so I cut it off." "Did you call a repairman?" "Thursday's the soonest he can come." "It's stifling in here. Well, nobody invited you or is insisting that you stay." Conrad aimed the remote control toward the TV and ramped up the volume. Crawford took the remote from him and punched the off button. "Hey, I was watching that. How many times have you seen it?" Conrad was fond of World War II movies, especially the ones filmed in black and white where granite-jawed GIs smoked Lucky Strikes and referred to the enemies as Krauts and Japs. Crawford tossed the remote onto a stack of old suitcases that passed for a coffee table. "The ending never changes. Our side wins. Now you've gone and spoiled it." As Crawford pulled a chair from beneath the dining table and dragged it closer to the recliner, he discreetly looked around for empty liquor bottles or other signs of binging. But he hadn't been exaggerating when he'd remarked that nothing got past the old man. 62 days and counting, Conrad boasted. "In case you were wondering, I wasn't." Crawford sat down and tilted his chair back until it was supported by only two legs. He stacked his hands on top of his head. "Too many times to count. You've climbed on the wagon only to fall off again. So if I'm skeptical, tough, I'm staying sober this time." Crawford made a scoffing sound. "Did you find Jesus?" Snide, skeptical, and blasphemous. "You're on a roll." "Conrad, you wouldn't know how to function sober." "I'm sober now, and I'm functioning passably well." "But drunk is your norm. How many years did you stay soused?" Conrad screwed up his face, which was much more lined than it should have been for a man of 68. "Let's see, what year is this?" Crawford rolled his eyes. "That was a joke," Conrad said. "Hilarious. I remain gainfully employed, too. Still out at the sawmill, sweeping up hot and dusty work, but it's wages. Why aren't you there now? It's my day off." The old man took a moment, during which he eyed Crawford up and down. "You've been keeping yourself busy. You heard about yesterday's shooting?" "Couldn't help but," he gestured toward the TV. "Dominated the news. Tuning in between my movies, I caught most of it." He made a rueful sound. "Sorry as shit about Chet. I knew him from the time he was a rookie deputy sheriff. Sent him a box of cigars when he got appointed bailiff. I saw him just about every time I went into the courthouse. Did I ever tell you about the time he caught me and some other boys sneaking in the exit door of the movie theater?" "No. What'd he do?" "He let the others go. I was the only one he called out. Just stood there staring for the longest time, then said, 'You go that route, get in trouble. You got nobody to blame but your own self.' Straightened you out? Worked better than jail, and I guess he knew it would. He was a good man." "Yeah, and if he hadn't taken that bullet yesterday, I might not be here." "Ah," Conrad wheezed. "Survivor's guilt? That why you dragged your butt out here? You want me to convince you that Chet's time was up? That's all there was to it, and that you can stop feeling bad about it." The front legs of Crawford's chair landed hard on the floor when he got up and moved to the open window. ostensibly to try to catch a breath of breeze, when, in fact, he needed to speak frankly, and that was difficult to do when looking directly at Conrad. Oceans of whiskey had left his eyes threaded with red lines, but they were windows into a mind with the snapping precision of a steel trap. In his prime, Conrad had been a feared and respected state prosecutor. His future brimmed with promise. Then his wife left him and moved to California with her lover. To blunt the pain of her desertion, Conrad turned to drink, but he could never consume enough to ease his heartache. Soon, drowning his sorrow became his occupation, and he worked at it full time and to the exclusion of everything else. With absolute apathy, he watched his life unravel. He squandered his career and future to become the town drunk, an object of ridicule. Old alcoholic nursed no delusions about himself. With brutal candor and abasement, he owned up to his personal failures, which made him as ruthlessly candid about other people's mistakes and misjudgments. He took no prisoners, he cut no slack. While Crawford scorned the old man for wasting his life any time he sought an unvarnished assessment of a dilemma, he knew he'd get it in this run-down house. "Well?" Conrad prompted. "I was in the middle of a bloody beach assault. Did you interrupt all that excitement only to stare out the window? What's going on? Why the sad sack face? What I did yesterday could screw me royally." "Going after the shooter, you mean?" "Yes." "How so?" "For starters, with my in-laws." Crawford told him about the confrontation with Joe Gilroy. "I went over to their house late last night to check on Grace. Joe was polite for about 2 minutes, then he let me have it. He's never been a big fan of mine. Now I've given him an excuse to make me out a hothead. Oh, and we all know better." His sarcasm brought Crawford around to face him. "Why I bothered coming out here to talk to you." "You bothered because you know that I won't coddle you, that I'll tell it to you like it is." "Then stop editorializing and get on with it." "Happily. Based on what I know of Joe Gilroy, I wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire. I despise judgmental hard asses like him. But in this instance, much as it pains me to say it, he's right. Going after that gunman, you could have gotten yourself killed, and that would have made your daughter a double orphan." "I thought of that," Crawford admitted. "But not until later, after it was over. You acted in the heat of the moment." "Conditioned reflex." "Conditioned, my ass," Conrad snorted. "You were born with it. You agree with Joe, then? I'm reckless by nature. Let me finish, will you?" "On the other hand," Conrad said with emphasis, "what were you supposed to do? Let a madman with a pistol run amok in a building full of people? You're a Texas Ranger, for God's sake, even off duty. You're not off duty? No lawman worth his salt is. Am I right?" The answer being obvious, Crawford saw no need to respond. The former prosecutor continued, "By all accounts, you saved Judge Spencer's life. No matter what your father-in-law does to try to color her opinion of you, he'll be peeing into the wind. The judge isn't going to forget how you shielded her with your own body. Stop worrying on that score. You've won her favor." Speaking in an undertone, Crawford said, "Don't be so sure. There was nothing wrong with the old man's hearing, either." He perked up and fixed on Crawford the shrewd stare that had cowed lying defendants. "What's that mean?" "Nothing. Then why'd you say it?" "Forget it? Has the judge got some reason to dislike you?" "No." His overly loud denial caused Conrad's eyebrows to climb up his wrinkled forehead. Gesturing impatiently, Crawford said, "All I meant was, don't be fooled by the soft packaging. She's tougher than she looks. She was raking me over the coals, but good when the guy rushed in with pistol blazing." Conrad sighed. "Lunatics on shooting sprees are going for records these days, trying to outdo each other. If you hadn't reacted as you did, he would have killed the judge, and more than likely you and many others." Crawford turned back to gaze out the window. "Maybe? Everybody's saying?" "Everybody's saying a lot of shit. Doesn't make it true." Conrad waited several moments, then asked, "Does your little girl know that her daddy's a hero?" "She doesn't care. It's enough for her that I'm daddy. Anyway, I'm not a hero. That's arguable. You risked your life protecting others." "You confronted the guy up on the courthouse roof?" Crawford said nothing to that. "Have they figured out who he was?" Crawford shook his head. "Well, that's not your problem. It wasn't until about an hour ago." Conrad made a snuffling sound. "I get the feeling we're just now getting to the heart of the matter." Coming back around, Crawford told him about Neil's visit to his house that morning. He delivered a message from the police chief along with a letter from Chet's widow. He related the gist of it. "Next thing I know, I'm accompanying Neil to the morgue when what I should have done was to kick him out of my house." "Why didn't you?" "Because of the letter from Mrs. Barker, besides." "Ha! Figured there was a besides. I've been waiting for it. I watched Chet die," he said tightly. "I watched the guy on the roof get blown to hell. Naturally, I wanted answers to all the questions left open. Naturally. Conrad waited, then asked softly, "You find any answers in the morgue?" Crawford said nothing, just looked back at him, and Conrad immediately read meaning in his expression. His rheumy eyes narrowed to slits. "I see. Well then, that breakthrough was worth you making the trip downtown? Neil Lester must be happy." I didn't share. Without breaking their eye contact, Conrad lowered the footrest of his recliner, sat up straight, and scrubbed his bristly chin with his hand. "You didn't tell, or even let on about it." Conrad eyed him, finally saying, "Usually when someone withholds information from the authorities, it's to protect something or someone." He waited for Crawford to address that. And when he didn't, he went on, "I won't ask what it is you know, because I don't want to hear anything that I might have to testify to in court at a later date. But whatever it is, you need to tell the police immediately." "Why? Duty? Justice? Or obstruction thereof?" "Just a few of the reasons that spring to mind. If I keep it to myself, no one will ever know." "You will. Can you live with the secret, whatever it is?" Crawford looked aside, cursing under his breath. "I didn't think so," Conrad said. "If I cough up what I know, I'll be placing myself in the epicenter of a shitstorm. You're already at the center. A bigger shitstorm," Crawford said, "an F5 shitstorm. Which could prevent you from getting custody of your kid?" Damn fucking straight. Conrad took a couple of moments to assimilate that. "Okay, I get that. But what happens if you don't tell?" Crawford drew in a deep breath and released it slowly. Potential for an even greater disaster. How much greater? Life or death greater? Then he said, "Never mind. It's written all over you. Somebody else could die." "Could," Crawford stressed. "Maybe not. I don't know. But that's what you're scared will happen." This time, when Crawford didn't respond, Conrad gave him a cagey grin. "Now I get why you came out here today. You want me to do the dirty work for your conscience?" Crawford placed his hands on his hips. "Does what you just said actually make sense to you? Because to me that sounds like the rambling of a drunk. I'm a drunk, I admit it. But I'm not the one impeding a police investigation. I'm not impeding anything. That's splitting hairs, and you damn well know it." He leveled a hard look at Crawford. "As a peace officer, as a law-abiding citizen, you know what you've got to do. You knew before you walked through that door. You just want me to be the angel on your shoulder who whispers it in your ear." "Angel? That's a laugh. Why would I come to you asking about matters of conscience? So that when things go south, you'll have me to blame for dispensing rotten advice."
Soon as that shitstorm starts swirling around you, you'll curse me for being a drunken fool who you had the bad judgment to listen to. You'll get to hate me for being the one who urged you to do the right thing." He paused, then added, "Not that you need another reason to hate me. You got that right."
Crawford turned abruptly and pushed so hard on the screen door that it swung wide and banged against the exterior wall. "Son, come back here." As Crawford thumped across the porch, he called over his shoulder, "Thanks for the fatherly advice." Most of his visits with Conrad, who even in his private thoughts he referred to by his given name, certainly not Dad, ended badly, which was why they were few and far between, and only when Crawford initiated one. A condition of him acknowledging Conrad at all was that Conrad was never to contact him. He'd lost that privilege years ago. Once his mother had obtained a divorce and was free to remarry, she'd retrieved Crawford and taken him to live with her and her new husband in California. He'd resented that he hadn't gotten a vote in the matter, and it had hurt even more that Conrad hadn't put up a fight to keep him. The severance had been permanent, the father-son relationship destroyed. But as he sped away from Conrad's place, their conversation kept repeating in his mind like an earworm. And, damn the derelict, he had been right in every respect. Crawford had needed to hear the old man advise him to do what he already knew he had to do, which was why it rankled so badly. The reprobate had taken the moral high ground ahead of him. Fortunately, he was due to pick up Georgia, who would neutralize his anger. She always put things into perspective. Her giggles could reduce the importance of even the most serious problem.
"It looks like rain,"
Grace remarked when she met him at the front door. Crawford agreed, but wasn't going to let the weather cancel his and Georgia's outing. Instead, he helped her into her rain gear. Now, as they walked hand in hand toward the swing set, she said, "This is silly, Daddy. I promised you a trip to the park playground, and do I ever break my promises? No, no, so here we are. But it's raining. Naw, this is barely a sprinkle. Besides, even if you get wet, you're not going to melt." He lifted her onto the seat of the swing and began pushing her. Her squeals and laughter were like music to his ears. Because of the inclement weather, they had the playground to themselves. They moved from one piece of equipment to another until they'd made 3 circuits. As he carried her back to his SUV, she looked down at her bright pink rubber boots. "I got them muddy." They're made to get muddy. Grandma might get mad. You can blame me, Grandpa says. You're to blame for everything. Crawford never criticized George's grandparents within her hearing because he never wanted to be accused of trying to drive a wedge between them. Nor did he ever try to fish from her what they said about him when he wasn't around. Now, however, he was about to make an exception because Joe had vowed to fight him, and it could be a dirty fight. As he helped Georgia buckle the straps of her car seat, he asked, "When did Grandpa say that?" Today, while we were eating lunch, he was talking to Grandma. How did he sound? Loud? Like he was mad? Kinda. Grandma shushed him and said they would talk about it later. "What are we going to do now, Daddy?" Pinching the tip of her nose. He proposed an ice cream treat. At McDonald's? They have a playground inside. Mickey D's. It is. While she played, he shot video of her on his cell phone. It pierced his heart every time she called to him, "Daddy, watch me," before going down the slide or climbing the rungs of the jungle gym. He had a vague memory of a skinny gawky toe-headed him standing on the end of a diving board, toes curled over the edge of it, staring down into the deep end of the pool and hollering, "Dad, watch me," as he took the leap. He wasn't certain if that blurred image and others like it were actual memories of him and Conrad or childish yearnings that had gone unfulfilled. He and Georgia played a game of I Spy while they ate their gooey sundaes. He returned her to the Gilroys supercharged on sugar, damp from being rained on, mud-spattered and tired, but happy. "Promise to eat your supper even though you had ice cream. I will. And don't argue with Grandma when she says it's bedtime. Okay, you're a good girl. Give me a kiss." She hugged his neck especially tight. "I love you, Daddy," clutching her to him. He whispered into her hair. "I love you too," and renewed his determination to get her back, no matter what. At dusk, Crawford wheeled into the courthouse parking lot, found a vacant spot, and turned off his motor. Then for the next 2 hours, he sat there staring through his rain-streaked windshield at the employee exit while his restless fingers beat out an impatient tattoo on his steering wheel. His butt had grown numb by the time Holly Spencer emerged from the building. He quickly got out of his SUV and splashed through puddles to intercept her between rows of parked cars. She was walking head down against the rain, fiddling with her key fob, so she nearly walked into him before she saw him. She drew up short. He said, "You'll have to do better than hang up on me. I don't give up easy." She tried to sidestep him, but he made a countermove and blocked her path. "Get away from me."
I told you that we need to talk.
"And I told you that we don't. Look, it's got nothing to do with that." He didn't need to spell out what that referred to. She winced before saying, "If it's about your custody case, it isn't. It's about the shooting." The gravity of his tone stopped her two-stepping attempts to go around him. Unmindful of the rain, she raised her head and looked into his face. "It's serious, and I kid you not, Judge. We gotta talk." She hesitated, then said, "All right. If it's that important, call me tomorrow. I'll be in my office by 9. Tell Mrs. Briggs." "Not good enough. We need to talk tonight now." She glanced over her shoulder at the looming red granite structure of the courthouse as though wondering who might be watching them from any of the dozens of windows. When she came back around, she said, "Out of the question, Mr. Hunt. We shouldn't even be seen. I get it, Judge. It's unethical. And after last night, it's also not easy to look each other in the eye." He took a step closer and spoke in an undertone. "But what we did on your couch pales in comparison to this." He stared into her wide gaze, trying to impress on her how imperative it was that she hear what he had to tell her. He started backing away. "I'm in the black SUV 2 rows over. Follow me, okay?" "Aye, follow me." His insistent tone coaxed from her a small nod of reluctant acquiescence. Chapter 9. He drove to the same park where he and Georgia had played that afternoon. With nightfall and rain combined, he had counted on no one else being there. The parking lot was empty, but a single pole-mounted vapor light shed a sickly yellow glow over it, so he parked at the edge of the lane beneath the trees where the darkness was deeper. She pulled in behind him. He got out of his SUV and walked to her car. She unlocked the passenger door and he slid in, rapidly closing the door to keep out the rain. He raked back his wet hair. As he ran his hands up and down his thighs, drying them on his jeans, he caught her watching him with a wariness that was unflattering and irritating as hell. "I'm not going to jump you, if that's what you're worried about." The meager light shone through the rain that trickled down the windshield, casting fluid patterns across her face. Her eyes looked like those of a lost child trying to put up a brave front, a blend of apprehension and defiance. "What's so important that we needed to talk tonight, Mr. Hunt?" "Stop calling me Mr. Hunt. We're not in court besides." He broke off before saying anything more, but both knew why using last names was now ludicrous. The last time they'd seen each other, he'd been tucking himself back into his jeans while she was trying to cover herself with the hem of her t-shirt, which he remembered well proved inadequate. "I'm waiting," she said coldly. We'll get to it in a minute, he gestured toward her forehead. The swelling's gone down, but the bruise has spread. It only hurts when I touch it. Any others show up today? A doozy on my shoulder. He didn't apologize a second time for tackling her to the floor. Otherwise, how are you? I'm all right. You don't look it. With exasperation, she said, I'm as all right as a person could be under the circumstances. Which circumstances last night, or going to the morgue? First time for you? Yes, and I hope my last. I didn't think it necessary, but Sergeant Lester was insistent. He relayed a message from the chief of police? How'd you know? I got one too, along with a hand-delivered letter from Chet's widow. He gave her the broad strokes version of the note's contents, leaving out the accolades to himself. I wanted to distance myself from the shooting and the resulting investigation, but it was impossible to refuse an emotional appeal from her. I went to see her today. The house was overflowing with her children and grandchildren friends. She has a staunch group of supporters, but her husband is dead, murdered. She nodded and didn't speak for several seconds, then returned to talking about the morgue visit. It was a wasted trip. I didn't recognize Rodriguez. Sergeant Lester told me that you hadn't either. Crawford shook his head, but left it at that, not quite ready to address the subject. He needed to win her trust first. Right now, she was backed against the driver's door, her body language telegraphing that she didn't trust him as far as she could throw him. Look, he said, I know I told you that we wouldn't talk about last night. And we won't, we. If that's what you brought me here to discuss, you've wasted this cloak and dagger setup. She gestured toward the surroundings beyond the car windows. If we don't clear the air about it, it's always going to be there. Not if we cancel it? He gave her a look. Sorry, but unless you know a trick I don't, it's not something you can take back. We rid our minds of it. Deny it happened.
Not deny. Beyond deny, it never happened, period. By an act of will, we cancel it.
Yes, okay, so you agree. Yeah, fine, but he didn't believe that was a workable plan, and obviously she didn't either. Under his stare, she lowered her head and massaged the space between her eyebrows with the pad of her middle finger. What about the whiskey drinker, he asked. He's not a factor. He's an ex? Yes. Husband? Significant other? How significant? We were never officially engaged, but we had an understanding of marriage in the future. So what happened? She raised her head, looking piqued. What difference does it make to you? It makes a difference because I don't want a jealous ex coming after my ass with criminal intent. He isn't like that. If he's got a pair, he is. When it comes to a woman, all men are like that. Not Dennis. Dennis. The name left a bad taste in his mouth. What sets Dennis apart from the rest of us? He's not a caveman, she said. He's reasonable, refined. Huh. In other words, right there on the borderline with Wimpy, her angry breathing was beginning to fog up the windows. I'm done talking about this. I'm not. In fact, it's just now getting interesting. Get out of my car, Mr. Hunt. Is Dennis local? Frisco? She said tightly. It's a community outside. Dallas, I know. Did distance break you up? She seemed disinclined to answer, but he waited her out, and finally she said, When I accepted the job with Judge Waters, Dennis and I were aware of the strain the distance might impose on our relationship. Plain English, please. I'm not the Law Review Board. Do you want to hear this or not? He spread his hands apart, inviting her to continue. Dennis and I were committed to making it work. Except it didn't. No, the separation began to widen, and in more ways than geography. We saw less and less of each other. It was a long drive to make just for a weekend. Depends on the weekend, catching the innuendo, her eyes snapped to his. But before she could take exception, he pressed on. Dennis couldn't have relocated here when you did. He has a senior position with a medical supply company, high-tech surgical equipment. I never would have suggested that he leave it. You never considered passing on the chance of getting the governor's appointment? Absolutely not. Huh. An unequivocal no. She couldn't have loved Dennis all that much, which gave Crawford a misplaced feeling of satisfaction, as he'd said when it came to a woman. Apparently he was of a baser bent than Dennis. How long ago was the breakup? A few months. Do you keep in touch? No. Was the split hostile? No. Very civilized and congenial. Right. Dennis isn't a caveman. She took a deep breath, he believed, in order to control her vexation. As I told you at the start of this inane and totally unnecessary conversation, Dennis is no longer a factor in my life. Okay. Crawford had heard what he needed to hear and was willing to let the subject drop there. Then she asked, What about you? Regarding what? Are you in a relationship? No. Have you been since your wife died? No. She held his gaze until he relented with a shrug. None that lasted longer than 20 minutes. He waited a beat before adding, but until last night they lasted longer than 90 seconds. Angry, possibly embarrassed, she turned her head aside to look through the windshield, feeling rather like a heel for having said that. He said, "Since Beth, no involvements. I've seized on a few random opportunities. Never when Georgia is around, never in my house, and never without protection," at that last. She turned and gave him a pointed look. He sighed, "Right. Don't fret. You're safe." The pill? A small nod, then she looked forward again. Possibly a whole minute passed before she spoke. "Sergeant Lester told me that you had loved your wife very much. That goosed him. You and Neil talked about Beth and me? In passing? When?" "Today at the morgue while we were waiting for the me to conclude a call. Crawford hated the thought of Neil and her talking behind his back, analyzing that dark period of his life and forming unenlightened opinions. What was the context of this little chat? Did it make for stimulating conversation? Not in the way you're implying. Sergeant Lester didn't disclose anything I didn't already know. I'm aware of how deeply you were affected by your wife's death." "Of course you are. You've got a whole file on my bereavement. Beth died, and I became drunk and disorderly. Just like my old man did when my mom left. It had been on the tip of his tongue to add that. Fortunately, he caught it just in time, and in fact decided he would be better off closing the subject. He tapped down his anger and turned his head to look out the passenger window. In the rainy darkness, he could barely make out the shapes of the playground equipment. Wettest day in recent history, and I've come to the park twice. Twice? Earlier today, I brought Georgia here to play. In the rain. He turned back to her and gestured that it hadn't mattered. We had fun anyway. She has this little rain outfit. Pink, of course. She likes all things pink. Anyhow, she fretted about getting the boots muddy. That's what they're for. That's what I told her. They exchanged a private smile which put him right back in her kitchen when his arms were around her and he could feel her against him from knees to collarbone, feel her unbound breasts against his chest, and that perfect fit at the notch of her thighs that had stopped their breathing but sparked white-hot sex. Her thoughts must have revisited that moment, too, because there was a sudden shift in the atmosphere inside the car. The air became denser. Every raindrop striking the windshield sounded extraordinarily loud and emphasized the awkward silence that descended over them. Finally, she said, "If that's all, it's not. Then what?" "Your visit to the morgue." He paused. "You took a good look at the body?" Grimacing, she nodded. And nothing. I didn't recognize his face any more than I did the name Jorge Rodriguez. He watched her closely for several seconds, then said, "Will you do me a favor? Within reason? Close your eyes and describe the shooter to me." "Why?" "I want to hear your description in your own words, in detail. Every single thing you remember about him." When she hesitated, he said, "I know it's a bitch of a favor to ask. Last night you were urging me to put him out of my mind. If this wasn't vitally important, I'd still be urging you to do that. But it is important." She regarded him with puzzlement, but he must have conveyed the seriousness of the request. She closed her eyes and took her time to conjure up the image. When he barged through the door, the first question that flashed through my mind was, why is that person dressed like that? But then he fired the pistol and it registered with me what was happening. Which hand was the pistol in? His right? Hair color? Dark, but only a mashed down fringe of it showed beneath the cap. Straight hair? Curly? Straight? What kind of shoes was he wearing? There were disposable covers over them. Good, so far. What else stands out in your memory? Such as? Any detail? She gestured with frustration. There weren't any details to be seen. He was completely covered. Was he wearing a wristwatch? I don't know. The gloves extended up beneath his sleeves. His facial features were indiscernible because of that horrible mask. Nose, lips, everything was pressed flat. What about his neck? She thought on that. Only an inch or so of skin was exposed between the high collar of the coveralls and the cap. The cap was pulled so low it covered the tops of his ears. But the lobes were visible. Yes, the right one was pierced. She frowned and opened her eyes. Was it? I didn't notice that. Crawford's heart skipped. You didn't? No. With quiet emphasis, he said, you didn't notice because his ear wasn't pierced, but the man in the morgue, his was. Her lips separated on a soft gasp. It was, oh my God. She raised her fingertips, her lips. But that would mean, yeah, he sighed. The man killed on the roof wasn't the shooter. Chapter 10. What the fuck happened? Joseph Patrick Connor, known to his friends as Pat, wiped greasy sweat off his forehead. Listen, I'm listening. Count on that. The other man's voice was like a rumble of distant thunder that warned of the violence packed into an approaching storm. It originated from a wide chest over which were folded arms as sturdy as sticks of firewood. His stare could have peeled paint, wilting beneath it, Pat said. Most of it worked out just like we planned. Not even close to most of it. Your target is still breathing, and so am I. The fact that he was alive was a priority to Pat, but he didn't want to say that out loud and risk a swift change of his breathing status, which he figured was flimsy at best. He glanced over his shoulder at the two men posted on either side and just behind his chair. He was seated at a small table on which were a half-empty bottle of ketchup and a weapon restricted to law enforcement and military maneuvers, in most states anyway. A half-hour earlier, he'd been pouring himself a Jack and Coke when the two bodyguards, for lack of a better word, shouldered their way through his back door into his kitchen. He recognized them from previous meetings, but he'd never been introduced to them by name, which was of piddling significance, because it became immediately obvious that they weren't paying him a social call. With each claiming one of his arms, they'd marched him out of his house to a waiting car and put on the blindfold he'd come to expect. They rode in silence, henchmen programmed to carry out a duty. No discussion, no questions asked. Pat didn't think he had a prayer, and was actually surprised when they arrived at their destination. His clothes were completely sweated through by then, but perspiration was proof that he was still alive. For the time being, anyway. Abduction wasn't entirely unexpected. He'd known he would be summoned sooner or later, and he dreaded the inevitable face-off. But the real deal was even worse than his imaginings. He'd been brought to this place a few times before, but he hadn't developed a liking for it. In fact, it gave him the willies. He could have used at least one belt of the sour mash he'd been pouring when roughly escorted from his house. "Well," the man boomed, startling Pat into remembering that he hadn't responded to the last statement. He made another swipe across his forehead, but by now his palm was as damp as his hairline. He squirmed in his chair, muttering under his breath. "I don't know why I agreed to do it in the first place. Do you need me to remind you, Pat?" Distrusting the steadiness of his voice, Pat shook his head. No, he didn't need a reminder of how desperate his situation had been. Was still... The man was waiting for an explanation for his failure. For one thing, that mask was for shit. It distorted my vision. You didn't try it out beforehand? Sure I did, but I don't know. I think my breath must have steamed it up or something. Then, all the way around, it was a lot harder than I thought it would be. It was harder than you thought it would be. How many times had we gone over it? I know. But shooting Chet Barker wasn't part of the plan. You didn't want a bloodbath, you said. But he was blocking my path. I didn't have a choice. Having to kill him threw me. Put me off my stride, you might say. He paused, waiting for a reaction, a murmur of understanding, a grunt of agreement. Something, but the other man gave him nothing to hang a hope for longevity on. He might never get back to that Jack and Coke. He'd made a bargain with the devil, and he hadn't held up his end. He wanted to cry. He didn't. But he developed a stutter. B, but I stepped over Chet and carried on. Marched right up to the podium. They're saying Crawford Hunt saved the judge's life. True? Or does that just make good press? It's true. When I rounded the witness box, he was on top of her, shielding her head and upper body. Then he levered himself up just a little and looked over his shoulder at me. I aimed, but the shot went wild when he hauled off and kicked the crap out of my left knee. Not hard enough to displace it, you could still run on it. Which is what you did, you gutless slob. You ran before you finished the job. The two brutes behind him moved in a bit closer. He halfway expected to get a stiletto between his shoulder blades. Maybe he'd be lucky and feel nothing more than a slight sting. But nothing happened, so he continued. I guess I did panic there for a second or two. I didn't want to get caught. Last thing you wanted to. I'm sure I needed to get the hell out of there and strip off the costume. So I regained my head and stuck to the plan. Did exactly what we'd talked about. The guy, the one killed by the police, how did he wind up with the pistol? He must have come along as soon as I dumped the stuff and slipped into the 6th-floor hallway. I never saw him, but he might have seen me. We'll never know. Anyway, the pistol was there for the taking, and he couldn't resist. He paused, and then rushed on, hopefully. Which worked out better for us, right? He swiveled his head around to consult the stone-faced man looming over his left shoulder. Right? Coming back around to his inquisitor, he said, the PD thinks they got their man, and that dead Mexican ain't gonna sit up and tell them any different. The man across the table from him barked a laugh that was so unexpected, it was like a karate chop across Pat's windpipe. That's the only reason I haven't killed you already. This does work out better. Pat nearly swooned with relief. He might get to have that drink after all. So then, we're square? The laugh might never have happened. In fact, the man across from him had never looked more menacing. No, we're not square, Pat. Leaning across the table, he brought them nose to nose. I wanted to tell you straight to your face that you're still living only because I need your lousy ass. To do what? Try again? To heap on some misery first, and then when I say so, finish it. Chapter 11. The person in the morgue wasn't the gunman, Crawford said, speaking slowly, eliminating any lingering uncertainty on Holly's part. She was staring at him, aghast. How can that be? He exhaled heavily and dragged his hand down his face. I don't know. Wish to hell I did. She covered her mouth with her hand and kept it there for at least half a minute. He gave her time to try and think through the unthinkable. Finally, she said, if you're right, I am right. Ripple effect will be. The big bang of fuck-ups, wetting her lips anxiously, she said, maybe you're mistaken. Maybe I am. He had a pierced ear and I just didn't notice. Believe me, I've been grasping at straws too, trying to convince myself that I'm wrong, but you just proved I'm right. Immediately when I mentioned his ear was pierced, you questioned me. You didn't do that on a single other feature. But listen to me, Holly. Her eyes went wide. He didn't know whether it was because of the tone he'd used or because he'd called her by her first name, but he had her undivided attention. I was closer to him than anybody, that nanosecond before I kicked him. I was looking straight at him. I would swear on George's head that there was no hole in his right ear. On the roof, you didn't notice the discrepancy? The sun was in my eyes. Besides, I was too far away from Rodriguez to notice his pierced ear. He wasn't wearing an earring? No. And my focus was on that twitching gun hand, not his earlobe. After he was down, others crowded around him. I didn't look at him again until this morning at the morgue and instantly realized the mistake. I thought I was going to hurl. She gave him a searching look. You can't blame yourself. Can't I? Rodriguez, or whatever his name was, didn't kill Chet. He didn't do anything wrong except pick up a pistol that didn't belong to him and carry it out onto the roof when he went to smoke. He brandished the pistol at you, even after you had identified yourself as a lawman. He fired the gun at the deputy twice, and it's a miracle that he missed. You're right, but it's clear to me now that everything he did because he was scared. He'd been caught with a pistol that didn't belong to him. When I told him to drop it, it was stupid of him not to. Then that deputy appeared, and he panicked. Looking aside, he added under his breath, stupidity and panic are lousy reasons to get yourself killed. You didn't kill him. I didn't fire the bullets, but I set him up as the target. You did your best to help him. It wasn't your fault. Crawford would be arguing that point till they sealed his own casket. But for right now, he had to deal with the problem, which had far-reaching repercussions to him personally, as well as to Holly Spencer. How it affected her was more urgent. What scares me, he said, is that this has given the Joker a high, boosted his confidence, and he was brazen as hell to begin with. She gave a small shake of her head. I'm not following you. He looked at her for a moment, realized her perplexity, then said in a quiet voice, one of those ripple effects you mentioned obviously hasn't reached you yet, and it's a Sumani. Whoever came into the courtroom yesterday wanting to kill you is still unknown and at large. As that sank in, he watched her changing expressions and knew before she spoke that she would negate it. 2 detectives spent hours today combing through the records and transcripts of all my cases. Also went through Judge Waters's dating back to 2012 and all my records from the Dallas firm. They didn't find anything, because they were looking specifically for a connection to Jorge Rodriguez. Even so, nothing raised a red flag, which only means we've got to dig deeper, and this time we won't have a name to go on. That could take weeks, or longer. Before we turn up even a lead, he stopped to amend what he'd been about to say. You should assume that your life is in danger and act accordingly. That's a lot to assume. Be smart. Assume it. Act accordingly doesn't sound like something you would ordinarily say. It isn't. That's official jargon. I'd rather give it to you a little more hardcore, but I'm afraid you'd take offense. I only hope the message came across. She looked away from him and for a time said nothing. Then, you've thought all along that the shooting was an act of revenge. I haven't changed my mind. This wasn't random. It was carefully planned. Calculated. He had the painter's outfit stashed somewhere inside the building, probably in the closet across the hall from the courtroom. He put it on over his clothes and waited until court convened. Then came in shooting. But not willy-nilly. If he'd been a nutcase just wanting to kill people, he'd have sprayed the gallery with that semi-automatic. He could have taken out 6-8 people in seconds, but he didn't. He was determined to get behind that podium, even if it meant going through Chet. He didn't expect you to protect me. Maybe. But in any case, he figured out real quick that his only safe option was to flee. He ran from the courtroom into the stairwell and made it look like he'd gone up to the roof. After dumping the disguise, he slipped back down that half flight to the 6th floor, went into the corridor and blended in when all hell started breaking loose. It was either a brilliant plan or the dumbest I've ever heard of, he went on. But the bottom line is that someone bore you a grudge so deep he was determined to kill you, even at great risk to himself. Any ideas? I told you last night, none. Think. She whipped her head around to face him again. I have, that's all I've been thinking about. But I swear to you, there hasn't been any drama in my life, not on that scale. What about your political opponent, Saunders? I had an unpleasant exchange with him yesterday. Where? About what? She described their brief encounter at the elevator. I suppose you could read a threat into his parting remark. It sticks in his craw that I got that appointment over him. Wait, he was a contender for that judgeship? There were several applicants, but Greg Sanders was my most challenging rival. And you're just now telling me this? It wasn't relevant till now, she said, matching his annoyance. Right, okay. Sanders goes on the list. What list? The short list of possible suspects. He wasn't the shooter, she exclaimed. Greg Sanders has at least 6 inches height on him. He could have contracted somebody. She thought about that but shook her head. I think you're wrong. That isn't his style. He wants to defeat me crushingly, but he wants to take credit for it. He wouldn't do it anonymously. He would rather his victory get live TV coverage on Election Day.
Okay, but he still goes on the list.
So does Dennis. I told you our breakup was friendly. No hanging up on each other, no harsh words or threats, no hostility, nothing like that. Crawford intended to check him out anyway. Her ex may not be as reasonable and refined as she believed. There's nobody else you've crossed swords with, professionally or personally. She shook her head. Even going back a few years? Parents? Siblings? No siblings. Both parents are deceased. Friends you've had a falling out with? No. To my knowledge, I don't have an enemy who would make an attempt on my life. He tried to stare a contradiction out of her, but she didn't flinch. He had to take her word for it. All right, he said. Our culprit remains a question mark, so first thing tonight, in fact, we've got to find a place to stash you for a few days. Excuse me? Is there some place you can lay low, keep out of sight? What are you talking about? I can't go into hiding. Hell, you can't. Hell, I will. If you feel security is warranted, I'm sure the police will provide it. The Prentice PD, he asked, or the sheriff's office? She still wasn't seeing the big picture. Holly, anyone within the Prentice PD or sheriff's office is a suspect. Everybody who was in the courthouse when the shooting occurred is a suspect, and that includes dozens of law enforcement officers. Anyone who was ostensibly trying to apprehend the shooter could have been the shooter. She pulled her lower lip through her teeth. How many police personnel were off duty yesterday? Doesn't matter. Anyone on the payroll could still provide a plausible explanation for being in the building. Yes, but Neil Lester would carefully screen. Neil's included. What? He's the lead investigator. Who better to pull off something like this? At her horrified look, he gave a soft laugh and instinctively reached across and squeezed her thigh. Relax? Bad joke. It wasn't Neil. He's not nearly that creative, wrong body type. Wrong hair color. Besides, what motive would he have? Reluctantly, he lifted his hand off her thigh. All the same, I wish someone else was investigating this thing. Neil's a political animal, more bureaucrat than cop. He's a suck-up because he wants to be in the chief's chair one of these days, and until then he wants to be in the chief's lap. His priority will be to cover his ass first, not yours. How do you think he'll react when you tell him? He'll have to wash his underwear. Then he'll take it to the chief, and knowing how the grapevine works within the department, it'll be all over the place in no time, which means that the perp will get wind of it and he'll go underground and will be screwed in terms of catching him. Lowering his voice to a murmur, he said, until he tries again. She hugged her elbows. It hasn't been established that I was the target. He wasn't going to argue that point again. Whoever he was and whatever his intention, he killed Chet. I want the son of a bitch, and I'll get him. I thought you wanted to distance yourself from the investigation. I did. I do. But my chances of getting Georgia went to shit the moment I ran after that gunman. Don't bother, he said when he saw she was about to counter. We both know it's true. I'm in. Even if I didn't choose to be, Neil won't like it. But if he balks, I only have to remind him that I don't need his sanction. And anyway, his chief solicited me. First order of business is to see that you're protected. I can't put my work, my life on hold indefinitely. Your court is still a crime scene. You couldn't go about your routine anyway. I could use another courtroom temporarily. You could. But you'd be placing not only yourself in danger, but everyone around you. Her shoulders slumped. Like Chet. The statement subdued them and nothing was said for a moment. When Holly spoke again, she reverted to argument mode. I can't disappear from the public eye. I'm running for office. Your life was threatened. Everyone will understand if you take a few days off to regroup. And have Greg Sanders paint me a coward? That would only reflect badly on him." She lowered her head. "I could drop out of the race altogether. Then you'd really look like a coward." "It wouldn't be solely because of the courtroom shooting," she said quietly. "What other reason do you have for even considering it?" She gave him a look that said he knew the reason. And he did. He shifted in his seat, looked away, came back to her. "I thought we'd canceled it. As you said, it's not something you can take back." "No, but it doesn't have to dictate your future. I'm not going to rat you out. Nobody will know. We will." Her tone was disturbingly reminiscent of Conrad's "you will," which prompted him to argue all the harder, "You'd be crazy to throw away your career over it." At a stretch it lasted for all of 2 minutes. "We didn't even kiss. For Chris' sake. Like that excuses it?" "No, but it's not like you languished in lust. It doesn't matter whether it lasted a few minutes or all day. You can't breach ethics just a little." "Sure you can." His flippancy annoyed her. "You're a principal in one of my pending court cases. It was a no-no for us to even talk privately, much less." Then she paused, and when next she spoke, it was barely audible. "Is that why you did it?" "Pardon?" She took a deep breath and looked him straight in the eye. "Is that why you came to my house? Is that why you did it?" He had hoped she wasn't leading up to that, but by repeating it, she'd made herself perfectly clear. He began to simmer. "Is that why I did it? Well, you knew that was the one compromise I couldn't possibly get beyond. Not if I had a grain of integrity. I couldn't preside over another custody hearing after screwing me on your sofa." He snuffled a laugh and nodded his head knowingly. "I wondered when you'd get around to it." "To what?" "To laying the blame on me for laying you," he said, seething now. "I could turn it around and ask you the same question, Judge. Why'd you do it? To let yourself off the hook, maybe?" He sputtered a bitter laugh. "I can hear your ruling now. The court can't award this man custody of his daughter. He's reckless, unstable, and immoral. He can't control his impulses, his temper, or his dick. That is so unfair. No, I'll tell you what's unfair. When you go all weepy and clingy, it's unfair to blame a guy for acting on your please fuck me eyes." They glared at each other with such intensity. They didn't see the man's approach and nearly jumped out of their skins when he knocked loudly on the driver's window. Holly slapped her hand over her chest as though to keep her heart from leaping out. She reached for the button to lower the foggy window, but then realized she had to start the car engine first. When the window went down and Neil Lester's face appeared, Crawford swore viciously. Neil, wearing his sternest expression, looked at Holly first, then across at Crawford. "Well, this is interesting." Chapter 12. Zay, caravan to an all-night cafe on the outskirts of town. Crawford was in the lead. Holly behind him, Neil bringing up the rear. Neil had dictated the order, so they couldn't peel off and avoid the meeting, although neither had any intention of doing so. Customers consisted mostly of long-haul truckers, seated on counter stools, hunched over platters of deep-fried food. Crawford, still in the lead when they filed in, claimed a booth, motioned Holly into one side of it, slid in beside her, and tried not to look peeved when she put the maximum amount of space between them. Neil sat across from them and, after ordering 3 coffees from the indifferent waitress, said, "I'll listen to your explanation for the tete-a-tete, then decide if I need to bring Nugent in and relocate us to an interrogation room at headquarters." Holly took umbrage. "It wasn't a tete-a-tete. I'm the lead investigator of a murder investigation. You're material witnesses. What were you doing together in the park?" "I get the feeling you didn't come upon us by accident," Crawford said. "No. I saw the 2 of you talking on the courthouse parking lot." Refresh my memory. What's the maximum sentence if convicted of talking on a public parking lot?" Crawford's taunt had an effect. Neil had to unclench his jaw to speak. "When you left one behind the other, I followed." "Why didn't you just flag us down?" Holly asked. "Because, Judge, your conversation had looked covert, and I wanted to know why." He was forestalled from saying more when the waitress returned with their coffees. They declined menus. She ambled away. The coffee mugs went untouched as Neil began speaking low and angrily, now addressing Crawford. "I followed you as far as the entrance to the park. But just as I got there, I had a series of calls that I had to take and respond." He stopped suddenly. "I don't need to explain myself to you, but you need to explain yourselves. You slipped away under cover of darkness," and Crawford laughed. "Sorry. It's just that I've never heard anyone actually say under cover of darkness with a straight face." Neil went on doggedly. "Yesterday you 2 were adversaries. Tonight you were fogging up car windows, for 33 minutes, to be exact." He shot a glance at Holly. It's unethical for you to be discussing his custody petition, and the only other thing you have in common is the shooting. Back to Crawford, he said, "If your clandestine meeting pertained to that, I need to know." He sneered. "Or were you just trying to get under her skirt?" Holly's body jerked as though he'd shot her. "How dare, your dead guy in the morgue wasn't the shooter in the courtroom." Crawford's blunt statement overrode Holly's outrage, and, as he'd intended, it completely defused Neil. It robbed him of wind and left him looking like a guy who just realized that his solid footing was in fact a trapdoor. Crawford kept his expression implacable, doing or saying nothing to ease Neil's shock or to help him absorb it. The detective looked over at Holly. "What's he talking about?" "Precisely what he said," she replied tightly. "And I'm afraid he's right." Neil brought his attention back to Crawford. "When did you make that determination?" "The instant I saw him in the morgue." "How?" Crawford told him. Neil appeared moderately relieved. "A pierced ear?" he guffawed. "That was your big voila?" "Small detail." "Big voila!" Neil began to look more concerned, and as Crawford and Holly had done, began trying to construct an explanation. Amid all the confusion, you just didn't notice the hole in his ear before. Crawford explained how he could have missed seeing it when on the roof. "But I'm as sure as I can be that the man in the courtroom did not have a piercing. Your cadaver does. They're two different men." Remembering kicking the gunman, he said, "Look at Rodriguez's left kneecap. If it has a bruise, I'll admit to being wrong. If there's no bruise—" He raised his hands, palms up. "It wasn't Rodriguez who had a bead on me." Neil wet his lips, cut his eyes back and forth between Crawford and Holly, and ended on her. "You said you're afraid he's right. That means you're not sure." "Mr. Hunt tested my memory of the shooting from the time the gunman barged through the door." She gave him a brief rundown. "I was spot on regarding every other detail. When he mentioned a pierced ear, it prompted an immediate response which substantiates what Mr. Hunt had discovered." "It was a trick question," Neil argued. "You can't back him up with 100% certainty?" She maintained her chilly tone. "This I am 100% certain of. If I didn't believe he was right, I wouldn't be sitting here." Even if Neil was unwilling to take Crawford's word for it, he seemed to regard the judge as unimpeachable. His face paled under the fluorescent lighting that hummed from the water-stained ceiling. He pulled a paper napkin from the table dispenser, blotted a sheen of perspiration from his upper lip, then wadded up the damp napkin and tossed it aside. "Why didn't you tell me when we were in the morgue?" he asked Crawford. "On the outside chance that I was wrong?" "I wanted Judge Spencer's confirmation. I contacted her by phone, but she hung up on me. I had no choice except to ambush her tonight on the courthouse parking lot and insist that she listen to what I had to tell her. That was the reason for our secret meeting." He paused, then said, "You owe her an apology." Looking a bit sickly, Neil said, "I apologize, Your Honor. The insult was aimed at Crawford, not you." "Then you also owe Mr. Hunt an apology." He knew Neil would rather have his tongue cut out, but the judge had pulled rank and given him little choice. His eyes not quite meeting Crawford's, he said. The remark was uncalled for. "Your sincerity is overwhelming, Neil. Not that I give a damn about winning your approval. The only thing I'm after is Chet's murderer. And it wasn't Jorge Rodriguez. When I inform the chief that our SWAT team fatally shot the wrong guy, he'll demand to know why. Can you give me any kind of reasonable explanation for your screw-up?" "Hold on, Detective," Holly said before Crawford could speak. "The man we know as Rodriguez threatened Mr. Hunt with a loaded pistol. He opened fire on a deputy sheriff. Whether or not he was the gunman in the courtroom, he had to be stopped." "Thanks, Judge, but I don't need you to defend me," Crawford said, his eyes fixed on Neil. "I don't know what happened between the courtroom and the roof. But you saw the videos from the security cameras up there. Rodriguez was acting squirrely. He paid for bad choices with his life, and that's a goddamn shame. But it's history. Can't be undone. Your job now is to figure out, kindly don't tell me what my job is, where the switch was made, why it was made, and how. Was Rodriguez a dupe set up to take the fall? Or did he just pick a bad time to lift a pistol that didn't belong to him, and then panic when confronted? And the really looming question is, since he wasn't the shooter, who was? Until you have answers to all those questions, Neil, you're going to have an outraged public plus every cop in the long chain of command straight up to the chief gnawing on your ass. Now, throw me under the bus if it makes you feel better. Have at it. I've survived worse, but until you solve this thing, it's your butt that's going to be dog chow. How's it feel to be lead investigator now, asshole?" He hooked his hand around Holly's elbow. "Let's go. Wait." Crawford paused in the act of sliding from the booth and dragging Holly with him. Neil's pride was wrestling with his better judgment, and the latter won out. "What do you know?" "Not a damn thing." "Then what do you think?" Crawford hesitated, then scooted back into the booth. When he and Holly were resettled, not as far apart, he noticed. Neil gestured to him that he had the floor. I think the shooter had the painter's outfit stashed inside the closet across the hall from the courtroom. He put it on in there and waited until court convened. How long he waited, I don't know. We figured he slipped in undetected among all those jurors, but he could have been hunkered down in there for hours. CSU has gone over that closet? It's a custodial closet. Dust cloths, push brooms, mop buckets. In other words, trace evidence out the wazoo, bags full. We might not be able to put him in the closet, not conclusively enough to satisfy a jury. But we won't have to. His DNA will be all over the painter's outfit. Of course, we need a suspect before that does us any good, he added grimly. Have you tracked down the supplier of the painter's clothes? Didn't seem necessary. We thought we had our perp. I'll put Nugent on that. Crawford wondered if Nugent was competent to handle the assignment. He didn't believe he was clever enough to qualify as a suspect. Wherever our shooter is tonight, he's second-guessing leaving all that stuff behind. Why did he? Holly asked. Crawford thought it through. Maybe he heard me in the stairwell and realized I was making my way up. Better to leave the disguise and hope for the best than to be caught with it. Same with the pistol. He risked being apprehended unarmed. But he knew there would be a shakedown of everyone evacuated from the building. Looking at Neil, he said, I'm betting there were no fingerprints on the gun. Neil shook his head. Clean. Serial number filed off. We're waiting on ballistics. I doubt you'll get a link to any other crime, Neil nodded glumly. Anybody who'd file off the serial number. What about Jorge Rodriguez? Holly addressed the question to Crawford. Do you think he was somehow involved? My gut tells me no. You? Neil, to whom he'd addressed the question, looked back at him with perplexity. I thought we'd determined that he was in the wrong place at the wrong time and made a fatal error in judgment, but had nothing to do with it. That's one possibility, but we haven't determined a damn thing. Maybe you should start thinking outside the box, Neil, like maybe the poor son of a bitch was set up as a dupe, a decoy. There's absolutely nothing to support that theory. There's nothing that nullifies it either. We should at least test every theory, don't you think? I thought you couldn't wait to get away from this investigation. I've got Mrs. Barker to answer to, Crawford said, as well as your chief, remember? You want to complain about my participation? Take it up with him. Neil squirmed with dislike over the reminder, but he couldn't dispute it. Crawford said, you still need to ID Rodriguez ASAP, so you can either eliminate a connection to the perp or establish one. And something else? You're telling me how to do my job? I wouldn't dream of it. But you need to put everyone who was in the building at the time of the shooting under a microscope. Thoroughly question every person who was evacuated. And you can't use Prentice PD or Sheriff's Office personnel to conduct the questioning? That's disqualifying over 100 officers. Plus one who? Where were you at the time of the shooting? Neil glared at him. Only kidding. But in addition to visitors and people who work in the courthouse, you have to question every law officer and public official, every damn body. Do you have any idea the fallout this is going to create? That's the least of my concerns. It should be the least of yours. Well, unlike you, I don't like the hot seat and do everything I can to protect my reputation. That's one point you don't have to sell me on, Neil. Ordinarily, I wouldn't give a rat's ass what your priorities are, but Chet's killer is at large. To say nothing of the threat our unsub poses to Judge Spencer, I'd say that's more important than fallout, but that's just me. That sank in. The detective no doubt had more words for Crawford, but he pulled himself together and addressed Holly. You'll be under police protection until the perp is captured. As I've told Mr. Hunt, I won't go into hiding, first because of the message it would send to my opponent and constituents, but primarily because I don't want to give my attempted assassin the satisfaction of seeing me afraid. Neil heard her out, then said, I'm sorry, Judge, but I know the chief, mayor, all your colleagues, and especially the governor will agree that you should keep a low profile and have round-the-clock bodyguards. I'll get Matt Nugent on that immediately. I've handled it. What? Neil and Holly had responded in unison, but Crawford directed his explanation to Neil. I called our Houston office on the drive between the park and here. 2 Rangers have already been dispatched. Neil looked like he could have bit a nail in two. On whose authority? Mine, which is the only one required, but figuring you'd get your back up about my interference, I got clearance from my major lieutenant, who, along with the lieutenant and Tyler, happily agreed to your chief's request that I work the case. We're back to that, Neil. Sorry, you got me out of bed this morning? He continued before Neil could form a comeback. Anyway, it's done. Rangers will be posted to guard her house.
What about inside?
Forget it, she said succinctly. Nowadays, public officials in major cities, including judges, have guards with them constantly, Crawford said. This isn't a major city. We're not arguing about this, Judge. She backed down, but only to an extent. All right, but I draw the line at having officers in the house. I made a call on the way here, too. A friend is coming to spend a few days with me. What friend? She replied coolly to Crawford's brusque question. Someone I trust implicitly. He wanted to ask who that implicitly trusted individual was, but Neil spoke first. That's good. He glanced at his wristwatch and winced when he read the time. Before it gets any later, I have to go ruin the chief's night, Crawford said. I'll see Judge Spencer home and stay with her till I'm no longer needed. He sensed her disapproval of that plan, but didn't give her an opportunity to object, effectively settling the matter. He got out of the booth. One thing before you go, Neil said. Crawford looked down at him, and the smug tilt at one corner of the detective's lips signaled that he wasn't going to like what was coming. Your father-in-law called me this afternoon. Even braced for something bad, Crawford was shocked to hear that. However, he kept his expression as uninterested as possible. Mr. Gilroy told me that you had refused to talk to him about your confrontation with Rodriguez up on the roof. He asked if I thought that was odd. Do I think it's odd? Neil shrugged. A bit. Trying to keep his anger under control, Crawford said, I was under no obligation to talk to Joe about it, but the reason I declined to discuss it last night was because I had just wrapped up with you. I was beat and wanted to go home. That's the only reason you didn't share? Crawford tipped his head to one side. Something on your mind, Neil? I more or less wrote off Joe Gilroy's call because of the bad blood between you two. But if what you say is true, and Rodriguez wasn't the gunman, then how you handle the situation takes on graver importance. Your reckless chase might have cost an innocent man his life. Holly had factually cited all the reasons that Rodriguez was responsible for his own tragic death, and Neil was goading him because it was within Neil's petty nature to do so. But his implication went straight to the heart of Crawford's misgivings about the swift action he'd taken. However, he'd be damned before he gave any indication of it. He said, you can cover the tab. By the time Neil caught up with him and Holly outside the diner, Crawford was giving her instructions. Check your back seat before you get in the car. Don't leave the parking lot until I'm behind you. I'll be right there. Holly said a terse goodnight to Neil, then turned and headed for her car. As Neil was about to leave, Crawford halted him with a raised hand. Glancing toward Holly's retreating back, he said softly, This is sensitive. I didn't want her to hear it. He hitched his head toward the corner of the building. They fell into step. As soon as they rounded the corner, Crawford hauled off and slugged Neil in the mouth. The detective reeled backward, barely managing to stay on his feet, his hands cupped over his gushing split lip. Crawford shook blood off his right hand. You make another crack like that one about her skirt ever, and I'll make stew meat out of your balls. When they reached Holly's house, Crawford stepped out of his SUV, giving the surrounding shrubbery careful scrutiny. They met at the back door. She unlocked it. As they went in, he stepped around her. Wait here. Sliding his pistol from the holster at the small of his back, he went into the living room and made a visual sweep of it, avoiding looking directly at the sofa. He took the short hallway to her bedroom, which was traditional and tidy. He checked the closet and beneath the bed. One glimpse into the bathroom told him there was no place in it for a grown man to hide, but he went in anyway because the compact space smelled deliciously of her. Hanging on a hook on the back of the door was the robe she'd been wearing last night. On his way out, he brushed his hand across it, the texture sending a shaft of desire through him. When he re-entered the kitchen, she was standing at the open refrigerator. Water? Please. She passed a bottle to him and took one for herself. As he tilted his toward his mouth, he caught her looking at the fresh blood on the knuckles of his right hand. I barked them on the door of my truck. She looked doubtful of that, but didn't question him. He moved to the sink and washed his hands with hot water and liquid soap. After drying them on a paper towel, he took off his jacket and draped it over the back of a dining chair. He pulled the holster from his waistband and set it on the table. She followed his motions, her gaze lingering on the holstered pistol. Goes with the job, he said. So does a uniform. I wear it sometimes, but I can be plain clothes. Do you always wear that? She asked, nodding down at the pistol. It's always handy. I keep it out of George's reach when she's at my house. Thoughtfully, he ran his fingertips across the elaborately decorated butt of the official issue pistol. I wasn't wearing it when I went to court yesterday, but if I'd had my weapon, I wouldn't have had to waste valuable time getting Chet's. Chet might in fact be alive. Maybe I could have apprehended the shooter, and Rodriguez would have finished his cigarette in peace. The perp would be behind bars tonight, and Rodriguez would be somewhere besides the morgue. She breathed deeply and let it out slowly. I think we'll always be asking ourselves how things might have gone if only, he nodded, but discovered he didn't have anything further to contribute to that train of thought. So he said nothing as they stood there looking at each other, a few cubic feet of kitchen space separating them, just like the night before, with apparent unease. She clasped her hands at waist level. Marilyn should be here soon. Marilyn Vidal.
My campaign manager.
Your trusted person? She nodded. He was greatly relieved to learn that it wasn't Dennis who was on his way to spend the night with her. Admitting to that would be admitting to inappropriate feelings of jealousy. Instead, he aimed for professional objectivity. You explained the circumstances to her?
I didn't go into all of it over the telephone. She wanted to rush right here last night. I told her it wasn't necessary.
But when you began talking about guards, I called her back and told her that I would appreciate her company and offered her my guest room. What's she like? A steamroller. She didn't quail at the threat of danger. Holly gave a soft laugh. She's tougher than anyone you could have placed in here, besides me. Marilyn and I have a good working relationship, she was saying. I doubt we'll make ideal roommates. She glanced at the wall clock. She should be here soon. You said that already? Anxious to get rid of me? I didn't mean it that way. I think you did. Exasperated, she said. All right, maybe I did. This is awkward. Like returning to the scene of the crime, she glanced guiltily toward the living room. Crawford said, You let what Neil said get to you. He isn't stupid. He knew we didn't have to conduct our conversation about Rodriguez in a parked car. Nothing we told him was a lie, Holly. No, but in terms of spin, it was a tilt-a-whirl. He thinks. Doesn't matter what he thinks. It does if he thinks we've slept together. We haven't. She gave him a withering look. Your language is just more vulgar than mine and much more accurate. Whatever you wanted to call what they'd done, he was ready for an encore, which said a lot about his character. Neil's crude remark had pissed him off, but mostly because it came so close to being the truth. He wanted under her skirt, and he wanted her under him. She was all buttoned up again in her judge's clothes, proper suit and blouse. But he remembered the feel of the comfy T-shirt she'd been wearing last night, how crushable the fabric had been when he took a handful of it and pushed it out of his way. The skin of her inner thighs had been even softer than the cloth, and between them softer yet. I'm hungry, he grumbled as he stepped around her and moved toward the refrigerator. Do you have anything to eat? Help yourself. He inventoried the contents of the fridge and found deli ham and sliced cheese in a drawer. He set them out on the counter. By the time he'd chosen the condiments he preferred, she'd taken a loaf of bread from the pantry. Make a sandwich for yourself, he said. I'm not hungry. Eat anyway, plates. She indicated the cabinet where he could find them, then listlessly removed 2 slices of bread from the wrapper and stacked them on the plate he slid along the counter toward her. You should leave before Marilyn arrives. We've exhausted all the reasons why you should have someone with you. He slapped a slice of ham onto the bread and slathered it with mustard. But it looks like... What? He stopped trying to wrestle a slice of Swiss cheese out of the package and turned toward her. What does it look like, Holly? Like I'm trying my damnedest to keep my hands off you? To keep from thinking about it? To cancel it? Like that's going to happen, he scoffed. But is that what this looks like? Because that's what I'm doing. The other thing I'm doing is trying to protect you from a guy who wants you dead. He stopped, took a breath. Now, for the last time, I'm here because you shouldn't be alone. I shouldn't be alone with you. Too bad, you are. Someone else could have been sent to guard me. They're being sent in the meantime. I was readily available. Because you. Because I don't want another dead woman on my conscience. Chapter 13 is his shouted statement left them in a sudden and tense silence. They continued looking at each other for several seconds, then, cursing under his breath, Crawford turned away and finished building his sandwich. Holly made one for herself and carried her plate to the table. He waited until she was seated before sitting down across from her, then hungrily tucked in. She picked at the crust of bread. You're referring to Beth? I don't want to talk about it. Besides, you know everything. It's in my file. I know that she died in a car crash, a terrible accident. Placing his elbows on the table, he bent over his plate and muttered, Officially? You disagree with that ruling? My father-in-law does. He'll tell you what he thinks about Beth's accident. Ask him. Raising his head, he looked across at her, his eyes cold and hard. Or have you already? Not specifically. Well, save your breath. I can tell you he blames me. According to the accident report, Beth was doing over 80 miles an hour. The car spun out of control and hit a utility pole. His eyes lost focus and seemed to be looking at the gruesome scene. I was told she died on impact. I guess that's something. Speaking barely above a whisper, she said, I'm sorry. Thanks. Georgia was spared. She didn't have a scratch. A miracle, really. Holly asked, what part of the police report do you dispute? None of it. But there's more to an accident than the physics of the collision. There's the human factor, and in this instance, it was huge. Yes, there had been extenuating circumstances surrounding the deadly crash. Holly knew what they were, but she wanted to hear what he had to say about them. He ate the last bite of his sandwich, washed it down with a swallow from his bottle of water, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. When the silence between them stretched out, he gave her a surly look. What? Talk to me about it? Why? Is it too painful for you to talk about? No. Then she raised her shoulders. He exhaled a long breath tinged with impatience. Beth would never have left the house that night, would never have been on the road speeding, plowing into a light pole if she hadn't been frantic to get to me. She didn't even change Georgia out of her pajamas, just took her from her crib, strapped her in her car seat, and split. All that was a matter of record. Court-appointed psychologist report had given the facts nuance. She had assessed that the guilt he felt over the death of his wife, as misplaced as it was, had been as profound and debilitating as his grief. In the counselor's opinion, he had finally forgiven himself, but evidently he hadn't. Not completely. The scars of guilt were permanent. He had merely learned to live with them. Tell me about Halcon. He assumed a thoughtful air and stroked his chin. Well, let's see, what would you find interesting about Halcon? Here's something. Nobody seems to know why the city fathers kept the Spanish pronunciation, but dropped the accent mark above the O. She frowned at his lame attempt to divert her. Irritably, he pushed back his chair and carried his empty plate to the sink. You can read all about the gunfight online. I have. He turned around still surly. I'll bet you have, before or since the hearing. Before? I wanted to know exactly what had happened out there, because everything that's happened since harked back to that showdown between you and Manuel Fuentes. He watched her for a moment, then tilted his head to one side. Why a judge? Pardon? Folding his arms, he leaned back against the counter. I'll trade you one for one, Your Honor. I'll answer a question about Halcon in exchange for an answer from you. When she hesitated, he said, Until Marilyn gets here, we've got nothing better to do. Then he turned his head and looked through the door leading into the living room, and, beyond it, the bedroom. When he came back to her, he asked roughly, Do we? Although she experienced a rush of heat, she assumed her courtroom voice. I get to go first. Fine. It was said that Fuentes had become an obsession with you. Is that true? Were you that determined to get him? No matter what the cost. That's a direct quote from the Houston Chronicle write-up about the shootout, which put Halcon on the map. And me in Dutch. He took a moment to collect his thoughts, then began speaking matter-of-factly. Fuentes had been on the radar for years, pumping drugs into the U.S., pumping weapons into Mexico, and making incalculable profits from both transactions. He was ambitious, audacious, and ruthless, eliminating anyone he perceived as an enemy or competition. His methods of execution were more grisly than you can possibly imagine. Medieval, and he circulated graphic photographs of his handiwork to terrorize and intimidate. We'll never know exactly how many people he and members of his cartel killed. Countless, literally. He had to be put out of business, and you had to be the one to do it. It's my turn. Why'd you go after the appointment when Judge Waters got sick? Why not remain a highly paid attorney like your dad? You've gone online too, I see. He raised his shoulder in a pseudo-admission. Before or after the hearing? I wanted to know who I was coming up against, he replied. Get a sense of the person inside the robe. After a beat, he added. But even having formed a basic profile of Judge Holly Spencer, you were a surprise. Their gazes held until she lowered hers. Dad was a lawyer, yes, a very successful defense attorney in Dallas, a pal of Judge Waters. They had forged a friendship while at Tulane. But you went the way of the judge, not your dad. Why? Actually, it's my turn, she said. Before that day in Halcon, did you ever meet Fuentes face to face? No. Nobody knew where he lived, and I'm guessing he was migratory, too smart to stay in one place for any length of time. I figured he was guarded by a veritable army. I studied him and pegged him as a peacock, an egomaniac. He was a savvy self-promoter who manipulated the Mexican media. He thumbed his nose at law enforcement agencies on both sides of the border. He seemed untouchable, he thought he was. He flashed a malicious smile, his gray eyes glinting. I figured that's how we'd catch him. He would become overconfident, strut one too many times, and when he did, we'd be there. He uncrossed his arms and placed his hands on the counter behind him, bracketing his hips. She tried to avoid looking at the intriguing surface area between, but it was difficult not to look, gauge, recall the feel of him expanding her, filling her. He asked why Judge Waters' footsteps and not Daddy's. She reached for her bottle of water and began playing at twisting the cap off and on. My father lived the cliché. In middle age, he left my mother for a much younger woman. How old were you? 14? How'd that go, the affair? I mean, for him, very well. He and the woman married and stayed married until he died. He frowned. Could she be the secret enemy behind the shooting? She shook her head. I've never even met her. At Dad's funeral, we pretended the other didn't exist. Did they have children together? And ruin her trophy wife figure? No way. What about his estate? Everything went to her, so she isn't begrudging me an inheritance, if that's what you're thinking. His will was airtight. In any case, Mom and I didn't contest it. 6 months after he died, his recent widow relocated to Chicago and linked up with a big-shot hedge fund guy. She gave the cap another twist. Fuentes came out of hiding to attend a party. That's not a question. Humor me. He came to Halcon for his niece's quinceañera, her 15th birthday party. A big deal in the Hispanic culture. A girl's coming out. We figured Fuentes would attend to honor the memory of his late brother, the girl's father. He'd been killed by an El Paso narc officer the year before. You were put in charge of the ambush. I campaigned for it. You'd only been a Texas Ranger a little over a year. But I'd spent 8 years with the DPS, not setting speed traps. His eyebrows shot up. You did a lot of online reading? She smiled. You were in the Criminal Investigations Division, mostly in the drug program. You stopped traffickers. Small-timers, a few middlemen. I wanted to cut off the head of the snake. Soon as we heard about the upcoming party for Fuentes' niece, I moved to Halcon, spent months keeping my head down, eyes and ears open, worked in a hardware and feed store as my cover. Was Beth with you? It's not your turn. She just looked at him. He relented. No, she was pregnant, and the situation was too dangerous. If my cover was blown, Fuentes would have killed her too, probably before he came after me, just to make a point. We were living in Houston at the time. I drove home to see her when I could. Were you with her when Georgia was born? He cleared his throat. Yeah. Lowering his head, he stared down at the toes of his boots and for several moments seemed immersed in the memory. I was right there. Soon as the cord was cut, the doctor handed Georgia to me. He laughed softly. I didn't know something that little could make that much racket. His head came up in time to catch Holly's smile, and he returned it, but he immediately turned serious again. It was hard to leave them, to go back to Halcon. Beth begged me not to. We fought about it. But Fuentes was still wreaking havoc. I had a job to finish. Was Beth ever reconciled to that? No, he said gruffly. I don't think she was. Then, in a sudden shift of mood and topic, he asked her if her mother had ever remarried. She never even went on a date. Dad's leaving had shattered her self-confidence. Until the day she died, she was a very unhappy woman, and her unhappiness wasn't merely from a broken heart. What else? Dad knew all the loopholes and used them unscrupulously in the divorce settlement. Mom didn't have the wherewithal to fight him. I was too young. He walked away without a care. For my mom and me, it wasn't so breezy. When Dad declined to help finance my education, Judge Waters broke off all contact with him and came to your aid. He helped me obtain a scholarship. The rest you more or less know. He gave her a thoughtful look. I also come from a broken home. My mom lives in California with husband number 2. Do you see her? Does Georgia? Every other year or so. Mom's not what you'd call a nurturer, and Georgia doesn't see her enough to know her. By name only, really. Which is fine with me. And your father? He's a son of a bitch. Like mine, worse. She laughed lightly. I've called mine worse, believe me. But, she said, emphasizing the qualifier, he did me a favor. He directed my career choice. Ah, family law. Your specialty. His eyes narrowed to slits. I get it now. You're fighting a personal crusade. You want women to get a square deal out of their lying, cheating, leaving, thieving husbands? I'm fighting a personal crusade for fairness. Neither party should be disenfranchised, especially by lawyers' tricks. When you preside over a divorce or a custody hearing, your experience doesn't bias you in favor of women. No. Come on, just a little. You don't enjoy scoring points against dear old Dad? That's not why I sought the appointment, not why I want to be a judge. He tilted his head as though he doubted that. What happened that day in Halcon? Returning to that subject, his goading smile dissolved. I'd handpicked 6 men from 3 different agencies. These 6 were seasoned officers, badasses in their way, just as ruthless as Fuentes. They were as committed to ending his career as I was. You wanted him dead or alive. That was understood. Either way, he'd be a jackpot. He lapsed into thought, and it was several moments before he continued. One guy was planted inside, working for the party caterer. Rest of us put a net around the town. We waited all friggin' day, and it was hotter than hell. I was beginning to think we'd go home empty-handed, that Fuentes wouldn't show. But then late in the afternoon, a rattletrap panel truck pulled up to the back door of the party hall. It looked like a heap, but under the hood was the souped-up engine of a race car. Fuentes climbed out wearing a suit worth $5,000, 10 times that much in gold and diamonds, and ostrich boots with silver-tipped toes, a peacock. He nodded. 4 bodyguards accompanied him inside. 2 stayed with the truck. We moved into position, planning to take out Fuentes when he returned to the truck. Of course, we didn't expect him or his men to lay down their weapons and surrender when ordered to. We knew there would be a gunfight. We just hoped to neutralize them before they could do too much damage, but things didn't go according to plan. No, the son of a bitch must have figured that if any heat was around, we'd be waiting on him as he left, so he didn't go out the way he'd gone in. He went out the front entrance, the last thing we thought he'd do. Why? The party hall was at the end of a cul-de-sac. I didn't think he would let himself get boxed in. A logical conclusion, he gave a harsh laugh. Yeah, well, Fuentes defied logic. We were in positions behind the building, jazzed, locked, and loaded, when our guy on the inside started frantically whispering in my earbud that Fuentes was heading out the front door. I had a millisecond to decide, scrub it or go after him. But if we missed him then, he shifted his eyes slightly and met hers directly. I didn't even complete the thought. That's all the consideration I gave it before engaging. He'd reacted just as spontaneously in the courtroom, but she kept the observation to herself. I left my cover and ran full out toward the front of the building, he said. When I rounded the corner, I saw Fuentes and his 4 guards walking quickly toward a limo, one of the cortege that had brought the honoree and her family from the church service to the party. I called out to Fuentes by name and identified myself. He spun away like he would duck back into the building. I already had my weapon up. I went for a headshot. He raised his shoulder, letting the gesture speak for him. He was dust, but all hell broke loose. My inside guy came barreling out through the entrance. One of Fuentes' bodyguards shot and killed him instantly. By now, all of us were in an exchange. Fuentes' men inside the panel truck were killed, but not before mortally wounding a DEA agent. He died in surgery. He closed his eyes and rubbed them with his thumb and index finger. Tough as boot leather, but a really likable guy. He had a new joke every day, although he couldn't tell one worth a damn. Always gave away the punchline. He dropped his hand from his eyes, but kept his head lowered, staring at the floor. Final body count, 6 of them, 2 of us. That's not counting the 3 partygoers who were killed in the crossfire. Holly said quietly, they were killed by Fuentes' men, not yours. True, ballistics proved it, but my more outspoken critics dismissed that as a minor detail. The point was that if I hadn't initiated the shootout, there wouldn't have been any collateral damage at all. And they're right. Looking over at her, he added, I was as much of a peacock as fucking Fuentes. I wanted a showdown with him, and I got one, a damned bloody one. You were injured. Wasn't referring to that. I know, but you were shot in the calf, hurt like a mother. Entry near my shin bone, out the back. I didn't know at the time if it was serious or superficial. In either case, I wanted an orthopedic surgeon to work on it, not the hack in Halcon who we figured was on Fuentes' payroll and was likely to cripple me for life. CareFlight took the seriously injured to the nearest trauma center, which was in Loretto. EMTs determined that my injury wasn't life-threatening, so I was ferried by chopper to Houston. Meanwhile, Beth was notified that you had been wounded and requiring surgery, but she wasn't given any details. She must have pictured me barely holding on, bleeding to death, brain swelling out of my skull, something. Anyway, she grabbed Georgia and... He stopped. This is where we came in, Judge. My turn to ask a question. All right. How much of this did you know yesterday when we went into court? She had been expecting a question about herself, not his custody hearing. She took several seconds to form her reply, then quietly confessed to knowing all of it. Not the fine details, but most of it.
He said, as though unsurprised. And how much bearing did Halcon have on your decision?
I didn't make a decision.
If you had?
I can't quantify.
Yeah, you can.
She got up and carried her untouched plate of food to the counter. We're not going to talk about this. I've told you so repeatedly, starting with our first conversation last night in the hallway of police headquarters. Remember? I said then. He interrupted her by moving suddenly to bring them face to face. I remember everything you said, Holly. But mostly I remember wanting to look at you while you said it. The declaration left her speechless, breathless, and later she wondered what would have been said or done next if his cell phone hadn't rung. Without looking away from her, he let it ring 3 times before yanking it from his belt. Yet he listened, then said, I'll be right out. As he returned his phone to his belt, he said, Rangers are here and in place. What kind of car does Marilyn drive? She told him. Where's your phone? She took it from her handbag, handed it over, and gave him the security code. He accessed her contacts and entered 2 names and cell numbers. Under Rangers, don't forget. He returned the phone to her. Keep it with you at all times and call one of them immediately if you see or hear anything. That's what they're there for. If you change your mind and want one of them inside the house, just ask. It won't be necessary. Doesn't have to be necessary. Don't be ashamed to ask if only for your peace of mind. No shame in sleeping with the lights on either. I probably will. They exchanged a quick smile. After reattaching his holster and slipping on his jacket, then he opened the door. Lock and bolt this behind me. I will. You going to be all right? Of course. I won't be alone for long. Okay then. Good night.
Good night. He stood there straddling the threshold for several seconds, then mumbled something as he pushed the door shut and, with some quick maneuvering, managed to cage her against the adjacent wall. His hands pressed flat to it on either side of her head. Don't, she said. Why not? I had just as well. What have I got to lose? After the screw-up with Rodriguez, the whole friggin' mess. I don't have a snowball's chance in hell of getting Georgia back, do I? I can't. Do I? Do I? When she made no further attempt to answer, he nodded. Figured as much. Even if you could get past all the other, you'll never get past what happened on that couch in there. That has no bearing. Bullshit. I'm as much to blame for that as you. That's not what you said earlier tonight. You suggested I'd had an ulterior motive. That was wrong of me. I know you didn't plan it. I know you regret what we did. Hell, I do, he growled. I only regret what we didn't. Keeping his hands on the wall, he pressed into her softness with unmistakable implication, bending his head and claiming her mouth with his. For Crisac, we didn't even kiss, he'd said. He rectified that now, fiercely and possessively, and she let him. Leaving her arms at her sides, she went limp against him and allowed him complete access to her mouth. His tongue was wild and willful, reminiscent of the urgency of last night's coupling, and then it gentled. Passion was replaced by tenderness, and that was even more undoing. The sweeps of his tongue became less aggressive, but much more intimate. Then, with a moan, he withdrew his mouth from hers, but only to bury it in her hair. His arm encircled her waist to secure her more firmly against him. She closed her arms around him and made a corresponding move to the evocative pressure he applied between her thighs. They stayed that way, just holding each other, until he pulled his head up and looked into her eyes for several seconds, then pushed away from the wall and went out the door, pulling it closed behind him with a bang of finality. Pat Connor's hand was shaking as he used the burner phone he'd been given expressly for this purpose to impart bad news should any arise. His call was answered after 2 rings. "What?" The gruff voice alone was enough to make Pat cringe. "I thought you should know." "Starting first thing tomorrow, everybody evacuated from the courthouse yesterday will be questioned again." "How do you know?" "Grapevine came from the chief of police about an hour ago. There's a lot of belly aching in the rank and file. They're going to question all law enforcement personnel, judges, city officials, everybody. The real kicker? They're bringing in outside officers to conduct the interviews." There was a sustained silence on the other end, and when Pat couldn't stand the strain any longer, he said, "I figure there's only one reason they'd be going to all that trouble and pissing people off. They know they got the wrong man." Pat saw the wisdom of keeping his trap shut. He'd done what he had been ordered to do, which had been to keep his eyes and ears open for any further developments. Maybe delivering this heads-up would get the man off his back. That hope was dashed when he was told, "Keep yourself easy to find." Chapter 14. Crawford rolled to a stop alongside a dark-colored SUV similar to his own. The driver lowered the tinted window, and a face like that on a Native American nickel appeared. "Hey, Crawford, thanks for coming. They killed the wrong guy. That's a pisser." "Tell me." "Her judgeship inside, and alone for the time being, so don't blink." In addition to his harsh features, Harry Longbow's name attested to his heritage. He traced his lineage to the Comanche, the fierce horseman tribe of the Texas plains, whose raids on settlers had kept them at odds with early Texas Rangers. The Rangers had endured. Harry joked that he wouldn't hold that against the agency if the agency wouldn't hold his gene pool against him. He'd been one of Crawford's hand-chosen few in Halcon. "Is that Sessions?" Crawford nodded at the other vehicle parked at the far end of the street. He was itching to come along. "Wife's redecorating and has him looking at wallpaper and carpet samples. Wayne Sessions was just as seasoned an officer as Harry, with whom he often partnered, but he was also a whiz on the computer and was never without his laptop. Both were good men to have at your back." Crawford alerted Harry to Marilyn Vidal's imminent arrival and gave him the make of her car. "Any other vehicles, consider suspicious.
Nobody lives on this lane except Judge Spencer and an elderly lady in the main house. Oh, she's got 3 cats. Pass that along to Sessions. Don't mistake a prowling feline for our perp. Last thing you need, us blowing away an old lady's cats." Crawford saluted him as he drove off. The streets of Holly's neighborhood were empty. Nothing appeared even remotely threatening, but the farther he got from her house, the more powerful his urge to turn around and go back. As reliable as the other rangers were, he wanted to be the one watching over her, protecting her. "Professional objectivity, my ass," he muttered. Not since Beth had he kissed a woman like that. Not since Beth had he wanted to, which was exhilarating and troubling in equal measure. For the past 4 years he'd been paying self-imposed penance for the role he'd played in the fatal accident that took Beth's life. When he got lonely, he figured he deserved to be. But what he knew now that he hadn't known 24 hours ago was that self-denial was easy only if you were indifferent to what you denied yourself. Denying yourself something you wanted like hell was torture, after he'd stopped the excessive drinking and getting into bar fights. Well-meaning friends began encouraging him to date and offering to set him up with suitable women, saying things like, "Beth wouldn't want you to live the rest of your life alone?" To which he usually responded, "How the hell do you know what Beth would want?" Although it was a quarrelsome comeback to a banality, it was also a valid but unanswerable question. No one, not even he, knew what Beth would want for his future without her. But whatever, self-denial seemed key to his atonement. As he'd admitted to Holly, he'd taken women to bed, but only when a convenient opportunity presented itself, and on those occasions his involvement had ended with his climax. He'd never bothered to follow up with any of them because he simply had no interest in doing so, and he made damn sure his one-night stands didn't result in unhappy consequences for anyone. Last night he hadn't thought about any of that. Not Beth, not consequences, none of it. He'd touched Holly and desire as unstoppable as an avalanche had overwhelmed him, and it hadn't been assuaged by that hard and fast in her living room which was no sooner begun than it was over. He wanted more of her, and not just that, he wanted more of her. The hell of it was she was completely, totally unattainable, because if he continued pinning her against walls and kissing her like he wanted to, he could kiss goodbye any chance he had of getting Georgia back. He couldn't let that happen. Nothing or no one could interfere with his determination to be Georgia's full-time daddy. The sun would burn itself out before he shrugged off his kid the way his old man had. Acting on that resolve, he pulled his SUV onto the shoulder of the road, shoved the gear into park, and reached for his phone. He'd programmed her number on his speed dial. She answered on the second ring. "Hello, it's me. I saw your name. Your friend there yet?" "No, is something wrong?" "Yeah." Crawford covered his eyes with his hand. "I don't want you, Holly, but I do. God knows I do." She didn't say anything, but her breathing turned unsteady. "The bitch of it is, I can't have you, not if I want custody of Georgia. I understand." She didn't. But he let her believe that she did. Neither said anything for the longest time, but they kept the line open, listening to each other breathe. Finally he rasped, "Goodbye, Holly. Goodbye." She clicked off, but he could swear that she'd caught herself just before saying his name. Crawford Hunt. It has a nice masculine heft. What's he like? Marilyn Vidal, despite her glamorous-sounding name, was squarely built and didn't embellish her plain features by wearing makeup or jewelry. She operated her business from Dallas, but had worked in nearly every state, saving foundering candidates for various political offices, but only if she felt strongly about their winning potential. She couldn't be bothered with losers, didn't tolerate whiners, didn't suffer fools. She gave extra points to clients who could lie with equanimity and eloquence. Holly wasn't inclined to lying, and she certainly didn't do it well. Marilyn's question about Crawford Hunt filled her with ambiguity. This morning she had vowed to throw away the robe she'd been wearing last night, but when she stepped from the shower only a few minutes ago, it was that robe she'd reached for and wrapped herself in. She'd also resolved to discard her sofa at the earliest opportunity so she wouldn't have to see it each day and remember what had taken place on it. But here she was, curled into the corner of it, hugging to her chest one of the throw pillows that had been haphazardly knocked onto the floor as they'd tried to make room. There was much she could tell her campaign manager about Crawford Hunt, that he wore soft, frayed, button-flied jeans, that the dark blonde hair that grew over his shirt collar was thick but surprisingly soft, that he made an erotically animalistic sound when in the throes of passion, and that his recent telephone call, essentially telling her to have a nice life, had left her feeling disconsolate, not relieved, as she should have been. But of course she said none of that. In reply to Marilyn, who was industriously pacing the width of the sofa, she said, "He's, I don't know, cop-like." She rubbed the space between her eyebrows, which she realized she'd been doing a lot lately, and it was a habit reserved for when she was especially stressed. Marilyn had been under her roof for all of 10 minutes, and already she regretted having her as a house guest. Marilyn seemed to drain those around her of their vitality, then absorb it, giving her a surplus. It was hard to say whether or not that siphoning of energy was intentional or a trait of which Marilyn was unaware. Holly suspected the former in light of yesterday's events. She had arrived even more supercharged than usual. As she filled a highball glass with vodka, which she'd brought with her, she said, "When I got here, I was surprised not to find media camped out on the lawn. This is a small-town Maryland." Which made big news yesterday. Holly conceded that with a weary nod. Mrs. Briggs was busy all day fending off calls from reporters. I finally released a statement that didn't divulge any sensitive information. Essentially, it said that I had nothing to add to the police spokesperson's brief. "We'll change that tomorrow. It's time you came out from undercover and made a public statement about the whacked-out Michelin man who shot up your courtroom. You don't get an opportunity like this in every campaign. That opportunity cost 2 men their lives." "Right. It's high drama, and you need to take advantage of it. It's a shame you didn't alert someone to your visit with the widow." That would have made great press. She regretted now telling Marilyn about her condolence call. Her expression must have indicated her disapproval of Marilyn's callousness. Okay, she said, waving her unlit cigarette. "I'm an insensitive bitch, but it's been a day and a half since the shooting. We need to start making hay. I can't compromise the ongoing police investigation." "What's to investigate? It's not like there's a big freaking mystery here. They got the guy." Holly didn't correct her. Like the rest of the world, Marilyn would learn of the mishap tomorrow. Holly anticipated an explosive reaction from her campaign manager, and she was too frazzled to deal with it tonight. Marilyn was pouring her second vodka. "Tomorrow, you need to appear looking appropriately saddened, but resolved that nothing like yesterday's tragedy will ever happen again. Not in my courtroom, not in my county. See where I'm going? Make it an issue of your campaign. In other words, exploit it. Hell yes, it's exploitative, but here." She slid an issue of the local newspaper from the outside pocket of her bulging briefcase and placed it on the coffee table. "I saw this in the convenience store when I stopped for cigarettes. Greg Sanders is exploiting the hell out of it." In the photo accompanying the front-page story, her opponent was captured with his fist raised high above his head. "He looks like a fire-breathing evangelist," Holly said. "I believe the picture was taken as he was sowing seeds of uncertainty about my past, which suddenly has become shady. It's a scattershot attack. There's no basis whatsoever for any of his sly implications. Who would take him seriously? Voters." "Did you read the quote from Governor Hutchins?" "He stands by his decision to appoint me." "Of course he does. In typical public official fashion, he's covering his ass." Marilyn fixed her with a stare. "Is your heart still in this, Holly? Do you want to keep that bench or not?" "Of course I do." "Then you had better get your butt in gear. For heaven's sake, Marilyn, cut me some slack if I'm less than my sparkly self. It's because I'm tired to the point of collapse. I've had a grueling 2 days. Oh, boo-hoo, I'm not your mother, I'm not your best friend and confidant. I'm your campaign manager. You're paying me to see to it that you win. I will win, not if you stay soft on something as earth-shaking as a goddamn fatal shooting in your courtroom." Slapping her fist into her other palm, she said, "Yes, your opponent's ranting is ridiculous, but you must confront it. If you don't, it will look like there's something shady in your past." She stopped and eyed Holly speculatively. "I'm trusting that's not the case. You and Waters?" Holly merely glared. "Okay. Your relationship was as pure as the driven snow." It was. "But Sanders isn't going to spring a nasty surprise, is he? A mental disorder during your teen years, raging kleptomania, a love child, illicit affair?" Holly's cheeks grew warm as she became aware of the sofa beneath her. But she shook her head in reply to Marilyn's question. "Well then, you need to go on record stating that you have no idea why this obviously unbalanced individual did what he did, but it sure as hell had nothing to do with you personally. You're outraged over the death of your bailiff. Your bailiff, make his murder a personal loss. You're heartbroken, which it was, and which I am. Then say so. It's too bad Sanders beat you to the punch by setting up that fund for his widow and grandkids. It was tasteless grandstanding. Of course it was, but it gave him a platform." She took a drink of vodka. "What we need is theater. What I need is sleep." Holly replaced the throw pillow and stood up. "I can't talk about it anymore tonight. Your Honor is calling a recess and going to bed. I'm going to stay up for a while thinking. The guest room is tiny, but I think you'll have everything you need. Good night." She turned and started down the hall toward her bedroom. "Would he be of any use to us?" Holly stopped and turned back. "Who? The Texas Ranger, would he be any good on camera? Holly panicked at the thought of Marilyn approaching Crawford and talking about theater to advance her campaign. Absolutely not. He's a hero. But not a glory seeker, the opposite, in fact. He shunned the limelight, too, and he's adamant about protecting his daughter from it. Oh, Marilyn said, frowning. That's no fun, then. I assure you, it's not the least bit fun. Leave him alone. Still, frowning thoughtfully, Marilyn unconsciously placed the cigarette in her mouth and reached for her lighter. Holly added sternly, "And don't smoke in my house. Crawford, I wish you'd called first. I've already put Georgia down." Grace answered the door, dressed in a robe and slippers. It wasn't that late, but even so, she looked unusually haggard, ill at ease, and none too glad to see him. She didn't invite him in. "How is she?" "Fine." But I let her stay up past bedtime to finish a new DVD. By the time it was over, she was nearly asleep. Joe had to carry her to bed. "Then I won't wake her up, actually. I came to see Joe. Right now isn't a good time." His mother-in-law began twisting her fingers together. "We were on our way to bed. We haven't quite recovered from yesterday." "Neither have I." "Then don't you think it's probably best if we—" "What? If we keep some distance?" "Why?" "Because Joe has been on a tear, and nothing good will come out of you two going at each other." "I couldn't agree with you more, but I'm not sure Joe is of the same mind. Or else why did he call Neil Lester and raise questions about my odd behavior?" "Let him in, Grace." Joe's harsh voice cut through the darkness behind her, and a second later he stepped into view. In contrast to Grace's dishabille, he was as stiffly starched as ever. Crawford wondered if he slept that way. Reluctantly, Grace moved aside, making room for Crawford in the entryway. Then, after getting a pointed look from her husband, she excused herself and retreated in the direction of their bedroom at the back of the house. He and Joe squared off. Crawford said, "You're rattling sabers, Joe. I warned you of a fight between you and me. Why'd you take it to Neil? Your refusal to talk about your exchange with Rodriguez. I didn't refuse. I postponed talking about it. Left me asking some hard questions about how you handled that situation. Why didn't you come to me with those questions? I considered them to be a matter for the police. Like hell you did? It was a cheap shot to get to me. Unworthy of you, Joe. I'll use any means to keep Georgia. That's what worries me. You've lost your perspective, and Georgia will be the one to suffer for it. How do you figure that? Have you been talking trash about me in front of her? I don't have to answer to you. Where Georgia is concerned, you do. Not while I still have legal custody. Besides, I speak only the truth about you, and your daughter needs to hear it. You think you're going to win her affection by bad-mouthing me? Tell you what, you can raise that issue the next time we're in court. Tell you what, Joe," Crawford fired back, "not a fucking chance. I won't do anything that necessitates Georgia being in on a hearing. I can't believe you would drag a 5-year-old into a pissing contest between you and me." "That's what you think this is?" he snorted. "Isn't it? One of the main reasons you're contesting my petition is simply to spite me. Not so. I want what's best for my granddaughter. Save it for the judge, save it for when you're under oath. If you're spoiling for a fight, I'll give you one, but let's conduct it in a court of law." Crawford took a step closer to him. Joe held his position, but since he was shorter, he had to tilt his head back in order to look into Crawford's face. "But if you keep saying in George's presence that I'm to blame for everything, you are. Beth would be alive if not for you. If you insist on making our fight personal, I'll oblige you. For 4 long years, I've taken your crap for Grace's sake, for Georgia's sake. But push me hard enough, and you'll lose not only Georgia, but something you value even more." "There is nothing I value more." "Oh, but there is." Crawford spoke softly but emphatically, and for the first time since he'd known the man, Joe looked uncertain. But the chink in his armor closed up as fast as it had appeared. He thrust out his chin. "How dare you threaten me, you? Daddy?" Crawford jerked his gaze off his father-in-law. Georgia had come from her bedroom into the hallway and was regarding them warily. She had sensed the anger between them, causing her to hesitate rather than to run and greet him as she normally would have. He sidestepped his father-in-law and pasted on a smile. "Well, if it isn't Miss Sleepyhead? Are you and Grandpa mad?" "No, we were just talking." In her nightie, with her fair curls tousled, she looked so sweet and vulnerable it made his heart ache. He scooped her up and carried her into her bedroom, settling into the rocking chair with her on his lap, cupping his hand around her bare toes. "I heard you got a new DVD." She snuggled against him and nestled her head on his chest. "Grandma brought it for me when we went to Walmart. Is it about a princess? She lives in a castle, but it's got holes in the roof, and mean birds fly through them and scare her. She lives there by herself. Her mommy's in heaven like mine. She rarely talked about not having a mother, but any time she did, it was like being speared in the gut, the soul. What about her daddy? He's funny. He has whiskers. Whiskers? Maybe I should grow some? How would you like that? Big, bushy whiskers. He delighted in her giggle. Nuzzling her neck where she was ticklish, she said, "You're my princess, and I love you. I love you too, Daddy. Are you really going to grow whiskers?" She offered her opinion of that by wrinkling her nose, looking so damn cute he laughed out loud. For the next quarter hour he held her close. Just yesterday he'd gone to court hoping that it would end with him moving her permanently into her new bedroom. It would remain vacant a while longer. "I have a big surprise waiting for you the next time you spend the night with me," he told her. "What is it?" "I can't tell or it won't be a surprise, but I'll give you a hint," he whispered in her ear. "It's pink." She made a few guesses, then yawned hugely. "Bedtime for you, young lady." He carried her over to the bed and tucked her in. She rolled onto her side and mumbled into the pillow. "I already said my prayers." "Okay," he whispered and kissed her cheek. "Sleep tight." In the hallway outside her bedroom, Joe was waiting like a sentinel. The implication that Georgia needed to be protected from him made Crawford livid. But he didn't give in to it, mostly because he figured Joe would enjoy seeing him upset. "Joe, prepare yourself for a bombshell." He told him about Rodriguez not being the shooter. Joe maintained his military stance, but he blinked rapidly several times. "How did you discover that?" "That's a matter for the police," Crawford said, taking pleasure in throwing Joe's words back at him. "The only reason I'm telling you tonight is because the news will probably break in the morning. You and Grace may be called on for comment." Joe looked him up and down with scorn. "Jesus Christ, the calamity you're capable of never ceases to amaze me." Crawford went around him and opened the front door, looking back in order to deliver his parting words. "Don't push too hard, Joe, or I swear to God you'll be sorry." Chapter 15. Overnight. Neil Lester must have done as Crawford suggested and had the ME check Rodriguez's kneecap for a bruise, because Houston and Tyler TV stations aired the story about the egregious error during their local break-ins of the national morning shows. A public information officer from the Prentice PD owned up to the mistake. It's been determined that the man killed by SWAT officers on the roof was not the individual who opened fire in Judge Spencer's courtroom minutes earlier. Just like that, Crawford's hero status was corrupted. He didn't care. Hero wasn't a label he was comfortable with anyway, but it chafed that he had made news again at all. After the shootout in Halcon, he'd hoped never to have notoriety again in his lifetime. He knew that a long and tedious day lay in store, but at least Holly was safe. When he checked in with Harry, he was told, "Not so much as a mouse fart all night. Later today, after some locals have been cleared, we'll let them take over." The major told Sessions and me to stay on it till you say otherwise. Thanks. Preferring to work alone and from his own office rather than in police headquarters where everyone would be walking on eggshells, he drove to the DPS building. One lone news van from the Tyler station was in the parking lot. Resourceful reporter and his cameraman leaped from it when he alighted from his SUV. They jogged alongside him as he strode to the employee's entrance. He didn't say anything into the microphone poked at him, not even no comment. Inside, state troopers and civilian personnel alike looked at him with either wariness or blatant curiosity. One of the clerks who worked in the driver's license division timidly approached him at the communal coffee bar and told him that her prayer circle had put his name on their list. He thanked her, although he was afraid to ask what they were praying for, his absolution or damnation. No sooner had he sat down in his cubicle than his cell phone rang. He looked at the caller ID, saw that it was Conrad's landline number, and cursed under his breath as he answered. "You had better be dying. You're not that lucky. In fact, you're about the most luckless bastard I've ever come across. Started when I was sired by you. Isn't there a commandment about honoring your parents? You're not supposed to contact me unless it's an emergency. In my opinion, this qualifies. Your roof guy was the wrong guy. That was the secret eating on you yesterday, right? You gave it up? Yes and yes. I admire your integrity. What do you know about integrity, except possibly how to spell it?" His father bypassed that. "As you predicted, the flub has caused an F5 shitstorm, and you're at the center of it, told you. Neil Lester is catching his fair share. Is he blaming you? Behind the scenes, but he can't dispute that Rodriguez refused to disarm and open fire on a deputy. He's got it on security camera video, so now what? I write it out and do everything I can to catch the would-be assassin. Beats sitting in front of a computer all day. I do important work at this computer, and it's not life-threatening. You could die of boredom." "There is that," Crawford said under his breath. "What was that?" "Nothing. I gotta go. Need any help?" "With what?" The shooting case? Help from you? Crawford chortled. No, I could do research. Into what? Possible suspects. How many enemies can the young judge have? She says none she knows of. Could be she's lying. Could be, but I don't think so. Anybody who was in the courthouse at the time? We're aware of that, Conrad. That's a total of how many? Over 200. Crawford had been disheartened by the head count when Neil emailed the list of names to him late last night. They were fortunate in that many who'd reported for jury duty that Monday morning had been dismissed before 2 o'clock. Otherwise, the number would have been even higher. 200, Conrad whistled. Any leads? We're pursuing a few. Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. You've got nothing. Actually, he did have something. A small, niggling inconsistency that he needed to bring to Neil's attention. His current conversation was preventing that. Bye, Conrad. You know, this reminds me of a case I had, ancient history. A woman got knifed to death on a Sunday morning in the basement of her church where she was making the flower arrangement for the altar. No apparent motive. Every suspect was a church member. Hand-waving, foot-washing holy rollers. Where do you start looking for a killer among that flock? Conrad, I don't have time for guess who killed her? I don't give a damn. Goodbye. I'm a good snoop. You're a good drunk. You're a really good drunk. I haven't touched a drink in 62 days and counting, which makes it 63. I'm busy. That's why you should let me do some legwork for you. Don't call me again. He hung up before Conrad could say anything else. He called Neil's cell but got voicemail, then dialed the PD and asked to be put through to the Crimes Against Persons unit and eventually got Matt Nugent on the line. Crawford went straight to the reason for the call. How many names on your list of people who were evacuated from the courthouse? Counting everybody? Everybody, 207. Okay, Crawford said. Now break out the police department and sheriff's office personnel, plus all other courthouse officials and their staffs. How many names does that leave? Nugent did the calculation as he'd done when Neil sent him the list. 75. Right. Should be 76. We're short one civilian name. Crawford could hear Nugent redoing the subtraction. Borrow one, he murmured. Geez, you're right. If you see Neil before I can reach him, have him call me. He clicked off and swiveled his chair around, about to go after a hot refill of coffee, only to discover his lawyer standing in the opening of his cubicle. Crawford was startled to see him. What brings you by? Can we talk where the walls don't have ears? Then, looking up at the open space between the cubicle and ceiling, he said, Where there are actually walls? Mystified by William Moore's unexpected visit, as well as by the attorney's uncharacteristically subdued manner, Crawford forgot about the fresh cup of coffee and led Moore to a storage room which was presently empty. He closed the door to give them privacy. Crawford said, I didn't initiate this meeting, so don't even think about adding it to my billable hours. This one's on the house. That was even more ominous. Ordinarily, a 2-minute phone call was prorated. Moore gnawed the inside of his cheek, as though trying to decide how best to jump in. Crawford waited, and finally the lawyer asked, How do you think it would have gone yesterday? If all hell hadn't broken loose during the hearing, what do you believe the outcome would have been? My petition would have been denied. The lawyer nodded, as though that coincided with his prediction. As your counsel, I advise you not to go on record with your opinion of the ruling, Judge Spencer, anything relating to the custody issue. From now on, if anyone asks about that, refer them to me, dispensing free advice. Unlike you, Bill, what's going on? Lowering his voice, Moore said, Neil Lester called me this morning. Plain and simple, he was on a fishing expedition. About me? Seems he isn't quite satisfied with your explanation of why you charged after the gunman when he ran from the courtroom. Shouldn't that be obvious? Should be. But it isn't to him. He's also unconvinced of how the roof confrontation played out, particularly now that you, and only you, he emphasized, claimed that Rodriguez wasn't the gunman. The judge, Moore held up his hand. He told me she corroborated the pierced ear thing, but with a degree of doubt that was palpable, his word. Crawford thought back on their lengthy conversation in the diner. What he sensed wasn't palpable doubt. She was pissed off. The lawyer arched his eyebrow in silent query. At Neil for a lewd crack he made Moore held his stare, eyebrows still raised. Okay, and at me, for something that occurred while you and she, the presiding judge over your custody hearing, were alone together in a parked car for 33 minutes. Crawford swore under his breath. He hadn't slugged Neil nearly hard enough. Did Neil say under cover of darkness? Close. It was all my doing, Bill, not hers. Your gallantry makes me even more nervous. I won't ask what you two were doing in that car because I don't want to hear it. Just like I wish I hadn't heard the crack you made yesterday morning about taking out a contract on her if she didn't rule in your favor. Crawford laughed. Come on, Bill. That was a joke. Sergeant Lester might not see the humor in it. Crawford's smile gradually relaxed. Wait. Are you saying Neil's hinting that I had something to do with the attempt on Holly's life? Again, the attorney's brow shot up. So it's Holly now? Answer the goddamn question. Yes, he danced around that possibility. And you're taking it seriously? As death and taxes? So should you. Crawford stared into his lawyer's unblinking eyes, then placed his hands on his hips and walked a slow circle in the confined space. When he'd made a complete 360, he said, I don't have time enough to list all the reasons why that's freaking ridiculous. Not the least of which is that I'm working the case with him. You know the adage about keeping your enemies closer. I'm sure Neil knows it too. He went on to tell Crawford in more detail, and using direct quotes, everything that Neil had theorized. He was still talking when Crawford's cell phone buzzed. Harry Longbow, he held up a finger to stop Moore mid-sentence. I've got to take this, then into his phone. Hey, you have a TV on? No, you're not going to like it. 5 minutes after getting the call, Crawford wheeled into a parking space in the courthouse lot. As he jogged toward the main entrance, he was somewhat mollified to see that a temporary barricade had been set up and the deputy sheriffs were screening everyone before allowing them in. Based on what Bill Moore had told him, Crawford halfway expected to be stopped and frisked, but he was saluted by one of the deputies as he stepped over the barricade. Neil, the son of a bitch, must not have shared his stupid suspicions with everyone. Crawford wended his way through the media people already gathered in the cavernous lobby. 6 floors overhead, sunlight was streaming in through the dome windows. One beam was acting like a spotlight on the podium, behind which a building custodian was fiddling with the microphone, causing it to pop and screech. Harry and Sessions were in what appeared to be a heated discussion with Neil, while Nugent stood nearby, gnawing on his fingernail. When Crawford reached them, Sessions, an average-size, average-looking man with an above-average IQ and jaw-dropping sharpshooting skills, brought him into the argument. Harry and I followed Judge Spencer here and into the building. Now he's saying that we can back off, that he's got it covered. Crawford turned to Neil. First of all, they stay. The more uniforms visible, the better. Second, he said with additional consternation, none of us should be needed. What the hell were you thinking? Why didn't you veto this plan? Judge Spencer didn't consult me beforehand. I knew nothing about it until the media began showing up. I delayed the start until we could get men into place. But if I had called it off, the negative PR. Don't talk to me about PR, Neil, or I'll reopen your swollen lip. He was gratified to see that it was twice its normal size. What men? Who's in place? Policemen that Nugent and I had already screened and cleared of any involvement with the shooting. Crawford was dubious of anyone cleared by Nugent, but the screening itself would have put a dissatisfied would-be assassin on notice. He'd have to be crazy to make another attempt on Holly's life in the courthouse when it was crawling with law enforcement officers and people with cameras. But then he'd have had to be crazy to do what he'd done 2 days ago. At the barricade, uniformed officers were checking press IDs and searching handbags, backpacks, and camera bags before letting anyone through. But the atrium was open to every floor. Employees and visitors were moving along the circular galleries, either going about their business or watching the activity on the ground floor with avid curiosity. Officers were posted along the railings on every level. But in Crawford's estimation, they were too few in number. He turned to the other 2 Texas Rangers and said under his breath, I don't like it. The look he gave them was a silent signal. They moved away and went in different directions to reconnoiter. Turning back to Neil, Crawford asked, Where is she? Directly behind you. Crawford turned. Holly was making her way across the lobby toward them. She was dressed in a cream-colored suit with a snug-fitting jacket, thigh-hugging skirt, and high heels. She looked great. He wanted to strangle her. With her was a woman who was shaped like a bale of cotton. Her salt and pepper hair was cut close to her scalp, and she walked as though going into combat. In his present mood, she virtually was. As Holly approached him, her smile looked forced. Good morning. I'm glad you're here so I can introduce you to my campaign manager, Marilyn Vidal. Marilyn, this is Ranger Crawford Hunt. The woman thrust out a square hand with stubby fingers. As they shook, she gave him a once-over. You certainly look the part. Part of what? The Texas Ranger. Square jaw, steely-eyed glint, and all, she smiled, revealing teeth that looked like old piano keys. But since you're not in uniform, you could use a cowboy hat. I don't suppose you have one handy? Preferably white, and maybe one of those gun belts that you wear around your hips and tie to your thigh. He subjected her to the glint she had admired, then said, Excuse me, and stepped around her in order to get nearer to Holly. Judge Spencer, this is a really bad idea. You should have notified Sergeant Lester or me before scheduling a public event. He pressed the last two words between his teeth. I'm a public figure in a political race. As I've told you repeatedly, I can't cower and hide. She was using that lofty judge tone that made him want to shake her and then remind her that 12 hours earlier her cool mouth had been hotly fused with his kissing him like there was no tomorrow. Instead, he said, "You don't have to hide. But you're making it too easy for any crackpot with a grudge or a cause." Campaign manager used her wide shoulders to wedge herself between them. "I don't see any reason for concern. There are cops all over the place." "I'll only be speaking for a few minutes," Holly said. "He only needs a few seconds," he said. As you of all people should know by now, Neil had joined the huddle. Ignoring Crawford, he said, "Judge Spencer, we've got the situation under control, but the sooner we get it over with, the better." He motioned her toward the lectern. Crawford was relieved to see that policemen had formed a circle around it, facing outward toward the crowd. Crawford sidled up to one. Pat Connor was a veteran of the department. Paunchy, a bit long in the tooth, Connor was now relegated to guarding the courthouse, but at least he was another pair of eyes. Crawford said to him, "You see anything hinky, Pat? You signal me." "Sure thing. Where will you be?" "Right over there." Crawford tipped his head toward the periphery of the media cluster. But before he could move away, Marilyn Vidal hooked his elbow and steered him to the lectern. "You stand here." He wanted to ask just who the hell she thought she was to order him around, but he was aware of all the onlookers as well as the live microphone. Besides, although he hated being in the spotlight, he was glad to be standing close to Holly, on her right and slightly behind her. From that position he could survey the crowd. The din subsided as Marilyn Vidal stepped up to the microphone. She introduced herself and thanked everyone for coming on short notice. Despite the harrowing incident that occurred in Judge Holly Spencer's courtroom on Monday afternoon, she wanted to address you this morning. Some, including myself, tried to dissuade her from appearing publicly so soon after an attempt was made on her life, but she insisted that I call this press conference. She'll make a statement, but I've refused to let her take questions. She raised her hands to stave off the murmurs of disappointment. You'll have your chance with her at a future date, I promise. Without further ado, I'll turn the podium over to Judge Spencer. Holly took the campaign manager's place at the mic. She also began by thanking the reporters for being there. The incident in the courtroom was harrowing. I think I speak for everyone who was there that we feared for our lives. Tragically, we who work here in the courthouse lost a highly regarded colleague, Deputy Sheriff Chet Barker. She went on to commend him and underscore that he'd sacrificed his life in the performance of his duty. What occurred afterward on the roof was an additional tragedy, but the man who was mistaken for the gunman in the courtroom did fire twice upon a uniformed officer, and this after having been ordered several times to place his weapon on the ground. There's been a lot of speculation about what went wrong and who was to blame, but I want to go on record as saying that I owe my life to Texas Ranger Crawford Hunt. Crawford, stunned by the statement, cut his gaze over to her but otherwise didn't move. Had he not reacted swiftly and without any regard for his own safety, the number of casualties could have been much higher. Many more could have fallen victim to the man who was later killed by the SWAT officers or to the individual who eluded capture and remains at large. I want to publicly express my gratitude to Ranger Hunt now. She turned and extended him her right hand. He looked down at it, then into her eyes. He took her hand, gave it two abrupt shakes, then dropped it, all the while maintaining his rigid stance while photographers' lights exploded like fireworks. Holly turned back to the microphone and began addressing something that her opponent had alleged, but anger had deafened Crawford to what she was saying. He had no choice except to hold his temper until she wrapped up. Fortunately, the rest of her remarks were brief. As she stepped away from the podium, the harridan with the bad hair stepped forward to congratulate her on how well she'd done. Neil, who was standing outside the circle of policemen guarding the lectern, was rushed by several reporters asking questions about the progress of the investigation. Marilyn Vidal planted herself in front of Crawford. "You were fantastic. No conceit, no false modesty. Perfect. Let's go have a drink." "Afraid not." He curled his hand around Holly's biceps. "There's an urgent matter that I need to discuss with Judge Spencer." He gave neither woman time to protest before turning Holly around and marching her toward the hallway off the lobby where the restrooms were located. Realizing that they were being watched, she went along without protest, acting as though she'd expected to be led away like a child being placed in timeout. Pat Connor had followed them. When they reached the hall, Crawford told him, "Keep everybody away from here." "Sure thing." He propelled Holly forward until they were at the end of the corridor, where she pulled her arm free of his grasp and faced him. I know what you're going to say. He bent down and whispered. What the fuck? That's what I was going to say. I know you're angry. I knew you would be. Which is why you didn't tell me or Neil or anybody else about this press conference beforehand. If I had, you would have said no. Damn right. She took a breath for both of them and continued in a less heated manner. I was against exploiting any aspect of the incident and had made that clear to Marilyn. But this morning's reports about Rodriguez changed my mind. The slant was critical toward you. I'm a big boy, Holly. I do my job. I don't care about the slant of some reporter trying to earn his spurs. Well, you should. The fact that you had saved my life was little more than a footnote. The chip on your shoulder might prevent you from being bothered by that. I don't have a chip. Only the size of Rushmore. Your bravery deserved to be commended, not questioned. Thanks, but you can keep your commendations. I hate the attention. Regardless of that, calling a press conference in a place where it was damn near impossible to guard you. I was guarded. Not enough. Nothing happened. Not this time. What about the next? There'll probably never be a next. He placed his hands on his hips. You've decided that? Well, I can't think of anyone who would want to kill me. Marilyn says it was more than likely an isolated incident unrelated to me. Oh, Marilyn says you're willing to gamble your life on what Marilyn says? Is she worried about you or losing to Sanders? It's a valid concern. But even if it weren't for the upcoming election that will determine my professional future, I can't remain in hiding forever. Who said anything about forever? Just till we catch him. What happens if you don't? We will. If you don't, she pressed. Who will determine when it's safe for me to resume my work, the campaign? I can't give you a date. Exactly. How long am I to keep my life on hold? You won't have a life if. Stop yelling at me. Crawford. What? He and Holly sprang apart and turned toward the lobby end of the corridor, where Neil Lester, full of self-importance, was striding past the policeman Connor. With Neil was a man wearing a Euro-looking suit and a worried frown. Holly made a startled sound. Dennis, lithe and long-legged, he outdistanced Neil in order to reach her and draw her into an embrace. Speaking into her hair as he hugged her close, he said, God, I've been wild with worry about you. Chapter 16. A half hour later, when Crawford walked into the Crimes Against Persons unit, Neil was seated at his desk, talking on his cell phone. Nugent was pecking on a computer keyboard, but he paused long enough to point Crawford toward a vacant chair. He slumped in it, crossed his ankles, and gazed out the window while waiting for Neil to finish. When he disconnected, he said to Crawford, my wife. Crawford hitched his chin in acknowledgement, but he was thinking pity the woman and couldn't help but wonder if Neil had ever made love to her with the lights on. Where have you been? Seeing Harry and Sessions off these policewomen you put on the judge. Solid. We know the shooter wasn't female. Okay then, I called Georgia. I hadn't had a chance to before now, leveling a stare on Neil, he added. It's been that kind of morning? Did she see you on TV? No. Grace had the presence of mind to shoo her out of the room while the press conference was on, thank God. Why would you object to her, seeing you? You're the rhinestone cowboy. Didn't ask to be? Didn't you? Going after the bad guy in such a courageous fashion, earning accolades from Judge Spencer. You got a bee up your butt, Neil? If so, let's talk about it. The detective held Crawford's challenging stare for several seconds, then opened the case file on his desk. Ex-fiancé's full name is Dennis White. They were never officially engaged. Neil gave him a quick look, then referred again to the file, moving his pen down the bullet point list of facts. Master's degree in business from SMU, president of the Alumni Association, runs the United Way campaign for the International Pharmaceutical Company where he's regional director of sales. Overachiever, makes 6 figures annually before bonuses. You'd think he could afford socks. Neil raised his head. What? He wasn't wearing socks. I didn't notice. Crawford merely shrugged. Anyway, he checks out, Neil said. You've already concluded that? Well, I had ample time to interview him while we were searching the building high and low for you and Judge Spencer. Your private conversations in out-of-the-way places are becoming a regular thing. You should make up your mind, Neil. How's that? Which is it I'm trying to do? Get under her skirt or kill her? Neil tossed down his pen. Bill Moore told you. It was a chicken shit implication, was it? You think I contracted Rodriguez to kill the judge and then set him up to get shot? I didn't say that. That's what it boiled down to. If you were in this chair, wouldn't you entertain some suspicions? Of everybody in the judge's court records and case files here and in Dallas, and detectives both places have gone through them twice. Guess who stands out as the most resentful of court-ordered mandates, right? Crawford Hunt. And it's your claim alone that the shooter's ear was pierced. Wasn't pierced? Whatever. Nor did Judge Spencer recall you kicking the gunman. So, based on things attested to only by you, I've got a hell of a mess going on here.
Gee, Neil, I hate messing up your tidy career. I'm sure Judge Spencer regrets it too. After all, it's only her life that's at stake, which is why I was reading her the riot act about calling that press conference. She was giving it back to me. That's what you caught us doing in that out-of-the-way place.
Neil said nothing, merely glowered as he rocked back and forth in his chair and used his tongue to dab at the split on his swollen lower lip. Crawford was willing to let it rest for a while. Grudgingly, he asked, "Anything else on Dennis White?" He claims their breakup was amicable. At the time of the shooting, he was conducting a sales meeting, 30 people present, which I would call a solid alibi. Although they're no longer a couple, he thinks the world of her. To his knowledge, she doesn't have any enemies. He consulted his notes again. It's incomprehensible that anyone would want to harm her. It made him ill to think of the trauma she suffered. He's been trying to shake loose from his schedule to get down here and see for himself that she was all right. It took him 3 days to shake loose from his schedule? Doesn't sound wild with worry to me. Busy man, lousy boyfriend, Crawford thought. Even for an ex, Greg Sanders, he asked. Cleared? Just like that? No, not just like that. I had 2 different detectives question him. What did he think of that? They said he was cooperative, that he understood why he might have fallen under suspicion. Anyway, having left the courthouse shortly before 2 o'clock, which he says Judge Spencer herself can verify, he joined his wife at Golden Corral for a late lunch restaurant employees, and Mrs. Sanders corroborate. Neil had recited all that tongue-in-cheek. Crawford said, "I don't think he was the shooter, Neil, but he and Holly Spencer are rivals in a grudge match. He's a defense attorney. Rubs elbows with criminals on a daily basis. I've got somebody looking into all that, have to tell you, though it doesn't feel like him." It didn't feel like him to Crawford either. As Holly had said, it wasn't the blowhard style. Crawford was brooding over that when his attention was drawn to the door, where a man had appeared accompanied by a uniformed officer. The civilian was around 50 years old, although his severe buzz cut was almost solid gray. Deep squint lines showed up white against an otherwise ruddy, wind-scoured complexion. Whoever he was, he spent a lot of time outdoors. He was dressed in a golf shirt and sport jacket over khaki pants. The policeman pointed them out to him. He thanked the cop, then started walking toward them, every footfall evincing self-assurance. "Who's this guy?" Crawford asked. Neil turned his head and, upon seeing the man, shot to his feet, sending his desk chair rolling backward. The man stopped in front of Neil's desk. "Sergeant Lester?" "Yes, sir. Chuck Otterman." The two shook hands across Neil's desk. Then Neil introduced Nugent, and lastly Crawford. Otterman's handshake reminded him unpleasantly of his father-in-law's. Less a social courtesy than an arm-wrestling match. Neil ordered Nugent to fetch the man a chair, but Crawford stood up. "He can have this one." Otterman thanked him, rounded the desk, and took a seat. Crawford backed up onto the corner of a nearby desk where he could take the measure of the man without being too obvious about it. Otterman was a stranger to him, but as soon as Neil saw him, he'd reacted with immediate recognition and surprise. Now the detective gave a nervous little laugh. "We don't typically see VIPs in this division, Mr. Otterman." "I'd hardly call myself a VIP," turning to Crawford, Neil explained. "Mr. Otterman is overseer of the gas drilling company." Going back to the man, he said, "I attended a luncheon where you spoke. You were very persuasive as to why natural gas is the answer to our energy crisis. You changed a lot of minds that day." During Neil's explanation, Otterman had removed a 50-cent piece from his pants pocket and was now deftly rolling it back and forth across the backs of his fingers. In response to Neil's statement, he said, "There are still a few die-hard tree huggers who are critical of my outfit in particular and the industry in general. Progress usually meets with some resistance." Crawford was beginning to understand why Neil, being Neil, was kowtowing to Chuck Otterman. The Lerner Shale spread over 100 square miles in southeastern Texas and neighboring Louisiana. Prentiss County lay in the center of it. Over the past few years, natural gas companies had paid well for land leases and drilling rights, and, in the case of many, speculation had turned into filthy lucre. Many local residents had expressed concern over fracking and the detrimental effects that the drilling and extraction process might have on the environment, but they had been outnumbered by those enjoying the uptick in the local economy. With it, however, came a corresponding spike in crime. Roughnecks went where the work was. Many took advantage of living away from home, free of wives, girlfriends, and other shackles of domesticity. They brawled, gambled, drank, and womanized in excess. On days off, they were the contemporary equivalent of cattle drive cowboys coming into town to blow their paychecks on various vices and essentially to raise hell. Law enforcement officers were frequently summoned to the man camp. a village of temporary dormitories that housed the roughnecks either to settle disputes or mop up after one that had ended with bloodshed. Crawford figured that one of Otterman's men had gotten sideways with the authorities. Neil pulled his chair back to his desk and sat down. To what do we owe this honor, Mr. Otterman? This morning's news. He shot a significant glance toward Crawford, flipped the coin, and caught it in his fist. It was a shocking turn of events. Floored me, if you want to know the truth. Neil asked. Any particular reason why? Because I was in the courthouse at the time of the shooting. The statement stunned even Crawford. No one spoke for a moment, then Neil stammered. I didn't notice your name on the list of people evacuated. My name wasn't on the list. That explains it, Nugent exclaimed, as though he'd just discovered gravity. He grinned across at Crawford, who immediately had the attention of the other two as well. He held Otterman's gaze for a beat, then addressed Neil. Nugent and I discovered a discrepancy in the number of people evacuated and the number questioned before being released, and you kept this information to yourself. I've been busy, he said, in terse reply to Neil's superior tone, fending off your illogical allegations. Neil probably would have rebuked Nugent for failing to pass along the information, but Otterman picked up there. I'm sorry for creating confusion. He had resumed fiddling with the coin. I thought, as everyone else did, that the man killed on the roof was the culprit. End of story. This morning, when I found out differently and realized that a madman was still at large, I knew I had to do my civic duty and admit to leaving before I was accounted for. Neil shook his head with perplexity. The entire courthouse was secured within minutes. How did you manage to leave undetected? Before you answer that one, Crawford said, I'd like to know why you were there in the first place. Otterman shifted in his seat to look more directly at Crawford, to meet with an assistant DA. Why? In the hope of getting charges against one of my employees dropped or reduced. What'd he do? It's alleged that he assaulted a man with a tire iron, but he's innocent. Crawford's droll tone caused the other man to smile, but it wasn't a pleasant expression. No, he beat the crap out of the guy, but the guy had it coming. How so? He'd caught his wife in bed with my roughneck. But instead of laying into him, the man started in on his wife. Your roughneck came to her defense with a tire iron, Neil said. That's right. Cool. That from Nugent, who'd been hanging on to every word. Crawford wasn't so caught up in the tale as he was in Otterman's calm telling of it. He couldn't pinpoint what bothered him, but something was off. Possibly the man's arrogance. Most people entering any law enforcement agency did so with a degree of self-consciousness. Not so Mr. Otterman. He was supremely cocksure. He caught Crawford watching his play with the coin and chuckled. I used to smoke 4 packs a day. This took its place. No nicotine, but it gives me something to do. If he figured to steer Crawford away from the topic, he figured wrong. He asked, which assistant DA did you meet with? I'll take it from here, Neil said, giving Crawford a look that would drive nails. We appreciate your coming forward, Mr. Otterman. However, this department prides itself on how quickly it responded to the emergency, implementing an evacuation plan we'd rehearsed. It would be helpful to know how you managed to escape our security. I didn't. I was herded out like everybody else. Under police guard? That's right. They were hustling everybody along. People were nervous, afraid. The officers were trying to keep panic to a minimum. We were told they were taking us to an area of safety where we would be sheltered until the gunman was apprehended. He shrugged. I didn't have time to be sheltered. Once we got clear of the courthouse, I went my own way. You just walked off? Nugent asked. No, an officer stopped me. He ordered me to stay with the group. But when I told him who I was, he let me go. Crawford asked, what was his name? I have no idea. He didn't tell me, and I didn't ask. Because you were in such a big, hairy hurry to get away from there minutes after a fatal shooting had occurred. Otterman's hand closed tightly around the coin, and his left eye squinted fractionally more than the right one. I don't care for your accusatory tone. Neither do I, Neil said. Crawford forced himself to smile. No accusation, Mr. Otterman? It's just that officers wear name tags. I didn't notice his name tag. Can you describe him? Ethnicity? Short, tall, youngish, average height, Caucasian? He was in uniform. PD or deputy sheriff? Policemen wear blue. Crawford bobbed his head. Then he was a policeman. But I can't be more specific than that. I'm sorry. What floor were you on when the shooting took place? Crawford. Otterman raised his hand to stave off Neil's attempt to intercede. It's all right, Sergeant Lester. To Crawford, he said. I was on the 3rd floor where the district attorney's offices are located. By the way, the assistant DA I met with was Alicia Owens. He pocketed the coin as he stood. I think that about covers it. He smiled at Nugent. I'm glad I could clear up that discrepancy in the head count. Then to Neil, I hope you catch the suspect soon. Neil came to his feet. Nugent followed his example. Crawford remained with his behind propped on the corner of the neighboring desk. Neil said, "Thank you for coming forward, Mr. Otterman," and reached across his desk to shake hands. Otterman nodded and turned toward the door. Crawford said, "I'd like you to take a look at Rodriguez." "What?" "Why?" Otterman and Neil had spoken at the same time, but Crawford ignored the detective and replied to Otterman, "We haven't confirmed his identity. We don't know what he was doing in the courthouse on Monday, and now you never will." The remark was meant to be snide, and although Crawford knew it was aimed at him, he let it bounce off. If you took a look at him, maybe you would remember seeing him in the courthouse. It could be the clue we need to tie up those loose ends. When Otterman failed to respond immediately, he added, "Just a thought, since you're so into civic duty and all." He had intentionally created a dilemma for the man. If Otterman agreed, it would be a concession to their authority, and Crawford felt that he didn't like conceding authority to anyone. If he declined, he would have 2 strikes against him because, in spite of Neil's bowing and scraping, much could be made of the fact that Otterman had left the scene of a capital crime. "Of course I'll take a look," he said genially. "Unfortunately, it will have to wait until tomorrow. I have a meeting at 3:30 this afternoon. A group is flying in from Odessa." Neil jumped on that. "Tomorrow is soon enough, Mr. Otterman." "What would be a convenient time?" 9 o'clock. "I promise not to keep you any longer than absolutely necessary. Thank you for coming in today. Nugent will walk you out." Nugent was twitchier than usual as the two made their way to the door. As soon as they had cleared it, Neil launched into Crawford. "What is the matter with you? Are you determined to self-destruct and take me with you? You just pissed off the man in charge of the largest economic boom this area has seen in generations." "What's the matter with you?" Crawford fired back. "You're a cop? Or you're supposed to be. You can't back down from someone because you're afraid of rubbing him the wrong way. If he'd have been anybody else, you probably would have arrested him for obstruction. But he's not anybody else. You honestly think he's a suspect? Let's forget for the moment that he's got the wrong hair color and a different body type. Does he come across as a man who would dress up like Halloween?" "Really?" By the time he got to the last word, his voice was practically a screech. "Asking him to look at Rodriguez? What's that about except a waste of everyone's time?" "We don't know that. If he looks at him and says, 'Never saw him before,' what have you gained?" "Nothing. But we'll be no worse off either, except that we'll have offended a very influential man." Crawford placed his hands flat on Neil's desk and leaned over it. "He strolled in here like royalty and admitted to leaving a crime scene like it was no big deal. Chet was dead, and this asshole went on his way because he didn't have time to hang around and answer a few questions. Fuck, if I care we hurt his feelings." He straightened and raked his fingers through his hair. "Besides, you're missing the point of why I asked him to come to the morgue. I don't expect him to recognize Rodriguez. Then why bother him? I want to watch him when he denies recognizing Rodriguez. If he's lying about it, I'll know. I don't think he was the shooter. But hell, I don't know," he said, irritably rubbing the back of his neck. "Something? Such as? I don't know. But put someone on finding out who the cop was that let Otterman leave. Have him suspended for a nice long time? Give him weeks to rethink that decision, and assign somebody to start digging into Mr. Chuck Otterman's life for the past 5 years or so. Have it mapped? Good work history. Family stuff too. Divorce, child custody. Like that. Why me? You're the expert on all that." Instead of taking the bait, Crawford said, "Good place to start would be the law firm that Holly left to come here. That's been done already. Have it done again? This time looking for Otterman." He turned and stalked toward the door. "Where are you going?" Over his shoulder, he said to Lunch.